You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. The story that comes to me from CBC. And the headline on that, as you can see, says that the RCMP not aware of fentanyl in illegal cannabis in Nova Scotia, despite the Premier's claim. The Nova Scotia RCMP says it's not aware of any fentanyl-laced cannabis being sold by unauthorized cannabis retailers in the province. This after the Premier made his claim in a news conference last week. Now, Houston's remarks came amid growing tension between the province and the Mi'kmaq communities after a directive earlier this month from Attorney General and Justice Minister Scott Armstrong ordered a province-wide crackdown on illegal cannabis. Houston says, I've talked to people in law enforcement who have told me that this province, that they've taken illegal cannabis from unregulated regulated illegal dispensaries and tested it and found that it was laced with traces of fentanyl. Now, he goes on to say that sometimes I hear I don't buy from the government supply because I don't get the same buzz. Well, that's probably why. Just adds another insult on there. Now, Nova Scotia, the RCMP there contradicted that statement. They said, based on the information currently available to us, the Nova Scotia RCMP is not aware of any fentanyl having been detected in cannabis products seized by the RCMP from illegal stores in the province. Why did he even say it? Fear-mongering? Trying to scare people? Just trying to come up with some bullshit excuse so he could go in and force their provincial laws on the treaty lands, on the First Nations? Just crap. Just hate that stuff. That's just not right. Not right whatsoever. You know, it's not only it's not right. People shouldn't be doing that. You know, cannabis has got enough stigma, and then this crap that comes out on top of it. Wrong. So you're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 72 with Anton Harb and Eric Stamper from the American Legion Post 426. We're continuing our conversation with those around us who are active and, doing what needs to be done, which is something that we firmly believe in. We're also going to have a conversation about a unique situation that's happening online and in Arizona regarding the American Legion Post, because as you know, we have unique situation, regarding cannabis and being in the military, and we have tried to engage our VSOs, veteran service organizations, for those who aren't familiar, and that can be challenging, needless to say. So very proud to have Anton and Eric here tonight. I'm basically going to start off and go right into our first question. And I'm going to go start off with you, Anton, and then go to you, Eric. Um, how did you originally come to cannabis?
Well, I kind of had a unique path to cannabis. In order to kind of get to that stage, I need to kind of give a little bit of my background. So, I'm a former Army officer. I was a field artillery officer. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2005, and ended up actually getting sick in Iraq. I got medevaced out, and eventually ended up getting retired out of the military. Post-military, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. So the natural path for, a former reconnaissance, forward observer with a criminal justice degree was naturally law enforcement. And for me, after getting out of the military and struggling with post-traumatic stress, and I'm a cancer survivor in the burn pits in Iraq. I had a lot of health issues, but still managed to get into law enforcement. And my path initially started as a Border Patrol agent with Homeland Security. I worked down in Sonoyta, Arizona, next to Nogales, for a little while. And after the irony I tell of the story is that my Border Patrol career, if you will, ended after I slipped and fell down a mountain carrying a 50-pound bundle of cannabis. That was kind of a unique part of my story, right? So I injured my knee, and I wanted off the border. So I ended up going to Boston and ended up getting a special agent position with a little known agency called the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration. They do a lot of the internal affairs work for the IRS. They do a lot of like domestic extremism type casework. Eventually, I got out of there and was picked up by the ATF and became a special agent with the ATF and was assigned to Detroit. And during that time, I served my time as an undercover special agent in Detroit, which, as anybody can imagine, was high-paced, if you will, at times. And at the time, I was dealing still with health issues, still dealing with post-traumatic stress, started dealing with chronic pain issues, went to the VA, and within a year, the VA had me on fentanyl, oxycodone, Xanax, and I had this cocktail of medications that there's parts of 2014, 15, 16, I don't even remember, right? And this path kind of doing this undercover work and being on all these medications, and it was this kind of wild time in my life. But what eventually had happened were the opiates that the VA had me on injured the nerve in my stomach, and I wasn't able to eat. I was always throwing up. I was always nauseous. I was still working. I was trying to raise a family, and that put me in a unique position because in Michigan we passed our medical law back in 2008, and being a federal law enforcement officer, I really knew it was a huge no-no. But I got my card while I was on the job. Actually, I went and got my medical card, and I had never tried it. I had never tried cannabis in any capacity. I was in my 30s at that time, and it was this kind of path that I led to because it was still really under the radar here in Michigan. We didn't have a dispensary system set up. We were still dealing with the caregiver system predominantly. And I managed to get a hold of a little bit of flower and I smoked it and I was sleeping. And now I was eating. I wasn't nauseous anymore. And, now I was able to actually cut out I got off of the opiates. I got off of actually almost all of the medications I was prescribed at that time by the VA. Still in a position knowing that if I got caught by the federal government, my career was going to be over. So it was kind of a choice I had to make between quality of life and being there for my family and a job. And I chose it was an easy decision. So that is how I initially got into cannabis. I did in 2016, after I was undercover for a while, and it led to a suicide attempt. And after my suicide attempt it was the end of my career. I just couldn't do the job anymore, and that led me into cannabis activism. But yeah, my first time was in my 30s as a special agent for the ATF. That was my first experience with cannabis, and thank God for it.
Wow, that's rather unique. I was a gun bunny myself, 13 Bravo. So thank you
Cool.
very much. If you were an
Cool.
observer, we much love for you guys, and our apologies for putting those little razor blades in between the fuse and giving you guys a little sphincter pull, as we would call that. All right, well, thank you very much, Anton. Eric, tell us about your story and how did you originally come to cannabis? You need to unmute yourself, though.
So again, thank you, NTN, and thank you, Veterans Action Council. First and foremost, working with you guys over the last few years, it's been amazing to see the effort and work you're doing from the local, state, federal, and even at the international level. So that is tremendous. And the amount of work you're doing daily to help support veterans and cannabis and psychedelic reform, reducing those suicide numbers that we continue to see rising, is critical. So thank you all very much. We salute you for that. My journey a little bit kind of started, it ended very similar to Anton, believe it or not, with the criminal justice degree. I had aspirations for Homeland Security and Border Patrol myself after the military, but really it got started early on for me. Early on in middle school, coming up in Baltimore City, very similar to Detroit. It's kind of a rough place to grow up. A lot of hardships, a lot of depression, a lot of segregation, and just a lot of issues, drug problems included. So I kind of started early on just as experimenting, in the early teens, friends, partying, not knowing that there was still a holistic effect, even at such a young age, honestly. I've seen a lot of programs over the last years supporting youth and cannabis as well, including my home state of Maryland. So I joined at the early age of 17. I had to take the recruiter down to the bar where my mother worked at as a bartender. After they signed me away about the age of 17, early on before just 18, I joined the delayed entry program. So that gave me, a good almost a year as I was still in high school to go to the recruiters, do military training, even before the military, completed the basic military requirements and all the other things, learned how to march, do formations, and that's even before the military. So at the moment of truth, believe it or not, we all know the military here, the moment of truth, they did a urinalysis on me and I got a positive piss test, so, we went through that whole waiver process back in the day. The military was needing sailors to come in just like they do now. We have a major shortfall of Navy, about 40,000 short just this year alone, sidebar. But at the time they were needing sailors. So I was able to get in under a drug waiver for cannabis. Early on, I started from the E1, worked my way all the way up. Near the middle of my career, I even became a urinalysis program coordinator myself. So I was testing, analyzing, submitting urinalysis results to the drug lab. And even at that time, I was proud of the work I was doing, honestly. And I thought I was doing the right thing by working to discharge veterans with drugs as well as cannabis in their systems. Only after the military did I realize we started having a lot of people being discharged for cannabis, like some of the folks you hear at some of these meetings. And and so I apologize as I was active duty, as I was going through due diligence and getting you out of there. In hindsight, I learned a lot during that process, to be honest with you, about addiction, about drugs, about veterans, about active duty mainly, and in the drug program. So I like Anton working, in the drug environment. So, near the end of my military, Desert Shield, Desert Storm type of work, Iraqi freedom, a lot of relief efforts around the globe, mostly Pacific theater. I didn't realize I developed a lot of these problems. So as I was getting out to the military, it was a major struggle for me. I did all the great military things, the transition assistance, the training, all the wonderful things that, they do now for our transitioning veterans. But what I didn't know is I had some serious mental health problems, and that was understood working through the Veterans Administration. I was going to a lot of appointments. I couldn't maintain a job. I had quite a few jobs at the beginning. I was on the cocktail as well for, one thing or another, from mental to physical ailments. And, I transitioned to cannabis early on, just after retirement. And it allowed me as well to come off all the medications. And my activism really started shortly thereafter. I was going to a veterans agricultural therapeutic program, and I learned Maryland had a brand new industrial hemp program. This is around the same time I was engaging in cannabis. It was illegal in Maryland when I started. I started working with a group called Maryland NORML. NORML is the national organization for the reform of marijuana laws. Every state has one, and there's a national in DC. So I learned a lot about cannabis through NORML, learned a lot about advocacy, fighting for veterans and patient rights in the state of Maryland. Shortly after that, I became their veterans outreach coordinator. So I stopped talking to a lot of veterans in Maryland about cannabis. And we transitioned to a medical state around that same time through a lot of the advocacy efforts. From there, I formed the Maryland Hemp Exchange with True Industrial Hemp, trying to transition some of the farmers to true industrial hemp-based products, very heavy into construction like hempcrete and hemp wood, things of that nature. Concurrently, I opened up my own nonprofit, founded a group called Veterans Initiative 22. They're kind of twofold: hiring business practices for veterans, family, and first responders in the cannabis space, alternative holistic healthcare space. At the same time, as the brand new industry developed in Maryland with cannabis, I engaged right away with our leadership. I got a job at a dispensary. Leadership asked me, Eric, what are we going to do with our veterans? We want to make sure there's a discount for you guys. The owner's father was military, and his whole family had engagements with our military. And so I actually thought about this for a while and knew of a lot of different groups. And at that time, we were losing 22 veterans a day. That's what we knew. That's what was being reported. And that's kind of the theme a lot of us are going off now, is 22 plus a day. And so, as this business and industry in Maryland was forming, I asked if we could do a 22% discount for veterans. I was a little shocked. It was the biggest discount in the state for patients, as well as for even staff employees. Sometimes agents get discounts as well. So the veterans in Maryland now, out of about 113, there's some new initiatives in place for new dispensaries. About 75 of them are doing a 22% or greater on medical cannabis for our veterans. Like Anton working hard in Michigan, we were working hard in Maryland and got the commission engaged. We sat on a lot of the Maryland Medical Commission meetings, talking about veterans and talking about patient rights, responsibilities. We developed a lot of programming through the state. And now we have free medical evaluations in the state of Maryland through a small group of practitioners. And the license fee through the state of Maryland is now all set through like Anton, the state program. So there's a fund that has been created in the state. I'm new to West Virginia. I've only been here about 6 months. I thought I was actually getting out of the cannabis space. I thought I was beginning to get some of that burnout that a lot of us feel. Like you all here and many others that I was introduced to early on, you guys are really the OGs of cannabis. You're leading from the top, you know, like we talked about the international levels and below, supporting our veterans. So here in West Virginia, we have a real difficult program, and it somewhat got me engaged again. So I'm now the West Virginia director of the Veterans Initiative 22. And so not just that, you know, I work collectively with a lot of the nonprofits looking to support our veterans in general, and therapeutic beekeeping as well as agriculture. So, you know, I landed myself with American Legion just about a year ago, and just recently became a life member. The work that I feel that we're doing at 462 is just incredible. And I think we're going to talk about some of that just here in a little bit. So I know that's kind of long-winded, but there's the history.
Well, thank you for that. And of course, I was in the West Virginia Army National Guard. So in WVU. So again, special place in my heart for that. But I have to ask you, since you said you were the pee guy, did you have to stand there for hours on end and watch guys pee?
Actually, early on in my like E5, E4 days, we were the observers. Later on, I was able to assign observers. So I had the privilege to get some officers to observe as well as enlisted, obviously. So many samples. No, I did not personally test them to make sure they were true.
Wasn't gonna go there, but yeah, I remember going through Pittsburgh, and yeah, it was the first time I ever had a guy stand there and watch me pee in a cup. I was like, wow, that was weird. He's like, get used to it, kid. Like, all right. Well, with that, we'll go to our next question, which will be Councilmember Peggy Jones. Councilmember Jones.
Thank you, Etan. My question is, what drives your passion for the advocacy work that you pursue?
Anton, let's start with you.
All right. What drives my passion? I guess the main driving force is my own personal testimony that I'm able to share in how cannabis and psychedelics have lent itself to my healing process. And I think when we live in a world that is driven by pharmaceutical medications, and where we're kind of, our thought process always goes to trying to deal with symptoms and not with the root of a lot of the problems that our veterans face. You know, I have a need to speak up about that and share my story and share how not only cannabis, but the cannabis community has, you know, I always say the two are intermingled. You know, cannabis is this wonderful plant that we have that breeds this network, this unbelievable network of people who have so much in common. Some of my best friends I've ever made in the veteran community have been over smoking a joint. And that's and those are some of my best friends for life. So when we talk about like what drives me personally, it was a need in Michigan. When I had left government service, there were no resources. There were no veterans to connect with that I was able to find. And that was a problem for me, because at the time when we did not have that dispensary system, finding a caregiver that you can trust, that can grow for you and be able to get your hands on products that would help, it takes a lot of trust, and it takes a lot of networking as well, right? So I wanted to leverage, you know, we have social media and we have all these different platforms to not only tell my story, but make sure other veterans know that there is a network out there and that there is a support system. And in Michigan, we're very lucky. We have some unbelievable advocates who have been advocating for decades for legalization, and those were the godfathers and godmothers of legalization here. So I kind of have a drive to not only assist veterans, but you know, I want to honor those who have come before me and who have put a lot on the line, whether it was prison time for cannabis possession or whatever their charge was. The patients who we have families all over the state of Michigan who have lost their children because of cannabis use, and it still goes on to this day, where CPS is still, hounding parents that are legally exercising their right to medicate. So I think the passion I also have with my government background, I found myself as kind of this middleman. I have a really good understanding and I know how to engage with government, but I also have a very good reputation and a very good network within the cannabis community. And what I found is the government and the cannabis community, sometimes there's a lot of miscommunication, and those miscommunications can lead to serious problems, especially at a policy level when we're dealing with policymakers who aren't able to maybe understand an issue or aren't willing to understand an issue. And I've found, I've kind of become this bridge where I can take the issues of what the community is trying to raise and present them to government in a way that I know is able to get through to them. So it's really been a kind of a full circle thing for me.
Thank you, Anton. And Eric, what drives your passion for the advocacy work you pursue?
Eric, are you there? I think he had a freeze issue and he's jumping on. He'll be back in a sec on his phone. So we'll hold on that. He just sent me a message via messenger, so he just kind of locked up for a second. So we'll come back to him. But you're correct. There's quite a few mentors that are out there. One is, of course, that was Ben Maisel for us, the late Ben Maisel, and of course John Sinclair. Which of course that's the Godfather as far as I'm concerned, and yeah, so Michigan has always kind of led the way and have been the broad shoulders that a lot of us have stood on because, again, you had some brave people, but then, just from John's situation and, the hash bash and everything that, created a whole culture that came out of Michigan that's still ongoing to this day. So, Eric's back. So, with that, Peggy, you want to ask Eric again?
And welcome back, Eric. What drives your passion for the advocacy work you pursue?
Thank you, and it's good to be back. Sorry for those technical difficulties. I'm gonna stay off of video until I get reconnected. But that passion, honestly, I feel has started from early on in my military career. I always joke and say Navy represents never again volunteer yourself. We love acronyms in the military. But I think early on in the military, I got a passion for just helping out the community, helping out my fellow shipmates in the Navy and, even helping out the family when I could. So, that carried through my whole career until retirement. When I retired, I was really confused about what I was going to be doing in life and what direction I was headed. And so the veteran community just resonated so well with me. So it doesn't matter what I'm doing through volunteerism or even if the opportunity for a salaried position has become available, the camaraderie, the teamwork, the ideas, visions, and everything that we've learned in the military, those common core values continue to resonate. So that passion is alive and well. And, it's just so much to be able to share and take care of our fellow veterans. That's the bottom line, taking care of veterans and their family. So.
Well, thank you for that. Next question will be from Councilmember Wade Laughter. Councilmember Laughter, speaking of Navy.
Yeah, hi there. Great introduction from both of you. Really a pleasure to meet you. I've certainly heard of your work. would you walk us through this new American Legion Post number 426 that you've created? I mean, how is it unique? What do you hope it can and will do? And how should our veterans cannabis stakeholder group, this group that's talking with you this afternoon, how should we see it in the context of our activist toolkit? Where do you see it fitting in? Help us out here. Thanks.
Great. Anton, you want me to jump on that one real quick for you?
That's all you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to say Anton has recently been a member since January, and it's a pleasure to have him on board, just like, in fact, a few of you other members of the Veterans Action Council have become support, and we look forward to working closely with you. But I believe, we have a motto at the American Legion, and that's Veterans Strengthening America. And we do that in many different ways. We have a whole pillared system about how we do that. But so I just wanted to welcome you all to our American Legion Blue Sky Post 426. We're based out of Lakeside, Montana, and we're also probably, and I believe, the first virtual American Legion post out there. We designed this post early on with some great efforts through our cannabis leadership. And so if I may just spend a little time talking about the American Legion, if that's okay, and then graduate into the work that we're doing at our post that I think is, really profound in your question. So, most of us know a little bit about the history of the American Legion. We're just called the Legion, or AL for short. We are a nonprofit taking care of headquarters. Our headquarters is here in Indiana. And we're all over the world, actually. And we formed March 15th in 1990 in Paris, France. It was really created by thousands of officers and men of the American Expeditionary Force of the time in France. And we were first chartered in September 1919 by the U.S. Congress. If you didn't know, the American Legion plays a leading role supporting our original Service Members Readjustment Act of 1944, which we know was the GI Bill and now the post 9/11 GI Bill. So thank you to our American Legion for that. And we work hand in hand with the veterans hospitals, clinics, and other organizations supporting our veterans and family. We're very active on Capitol Hill, and I'll tell you a little bit more about some of the work we've done at that level already. And so we are kind of a political activity advocacy lobbyist organization supporting our veterans' health. We've historically promoted Americanism, individual obligations to our active duty, our military, their family, the community, our state and nation as a whole. So specifically for your question, I think the main focus of Blue Sky Post 426 is to address the ongoing suicide and opiate crisis we're currently experiencing amongst all of our ranks. We've got some resolutions. Once I jump back online, I'll start sharing with you. But we are a group of key individuals who have dedicated ourselves to the post in support of that directly. Just last year, we were working hard in DC, and we've been able to have our first resolution passed. That resolution itself really discusses, using emerging therapies to address our veteran suicides. And that was just passed in October at the National Executive Committee convention. And we resolved at the highest levels from the American Legion, from the committee of the American Legion, that the American Legion urges Congress to pass legislation funding continued research and emerging therapies for veteran health, including, but not limited to, MDMA, psilocybin, a combination of therapy of ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT, ketamine. And we also resolved and called the Department of Veteran Affairs to conduct research on these emerging therapies and expedite funding and training of our VA clinicians. Now, you already know there's been a lot of news the last few months about psychedelics and the Veterans Administration. So, that's a complete separate topic that we can highlight briefly here. But this resolution that we had passed worked directly towards those goals. The early resolution from the American Legion was approved by the National Executive Committee, and that's resolution number 11. And that was actually passed back in 2016. So we've been talking about, medical cannabis for quite some time, and that was at the convention in Cincinnati. And really, that resolution calls on the DEA. They seem to be the only gatekeeper now of how we legalize cannabis in the future. So it just calls on the DEA to license privately funded medical marijuana production operations in the United States, and also to enable safe and efficient cannabis research, and urging our Congress to remove from Schedule 1 and to reclassify it. And that resolution, again, was passed by the American Legion. And so those two, I think, are some of the predominating factors. We are currently working on our second resolution right now. And that resolution is actually going to be using the funds from the opiate crisis. There was a lawsuit and it was approved and passed. So we're looking to push the American Legion leadership to request some of those funds to be utilized for cannabis research, as well as the previous plant medicinal topics we talked about. And so right now that's running up our flagpole. That will take a little bit of time, and we're expecting to get some updates probably in about 3 months from now as we move that forward. And again, from our post alone, we're happy to say we were just nominated from Montana's Department of American Legion as Montana's post having the most membership so far in 2024. So just in the last few months, the support from all of you here is making us, get kind of some recognition, which will allow us to start pushing this message even further. We just wrapped up committee in DC, and they were heavy topics of this year were CBD and therapy. And so I know a direct answer to the question itself, again, would be our post is poised in a position with the right leadership in place to continue on the mission of cannabis research. We've got a little thing we're doing right now, reaching out to all of our fellow veteran service organizations, just like you guys here at the VAC, and try to work hand in hand to continue these efforts at the highest level. I feel strongly very soon, and I'm not wanting to get into politics, that we're really waiting just on the DEA right now, and all the other factors are kind of in place. But rest assured, the American Legion is leading, in my opinion, from our post, the front again on transition to alternative therapies for suicide prevention. I hope that kind of helps what we're up to. I'll also share, if you're interested, or the membership requirements. You just have to be a military member who serves. We're a little bit easier and more lenient than some of the other services that have more stringent requirements. We're about to open up our auxiliary to those also. So just keep that in mind, and I'll be sharing some of that literature, step core. And I hope that helped.
And this is for only American service people, correct?
Correct. Yes, this is the American Legion.
So Member Jones has a follow-up.
Yes, Eric. For those that are watching, what website would they go to if they wanted to join this American Legion post? Thank you.
Yeah, great. I was going to, now I'm recalibrating my technical issues. I was going to put all that in the chat, but it's a little lengthy. It's a Google form you just fill out with some basic information, and we'll pick it up from there.
All right. With that, we'll go to Leslie Fries with the next question.
Thanks, Etienne. Yes, Anton, how do you see cannabis and psychedelics being best utilized by veterans in the future, inside and outside the VA? And how do we get there from here?
That's a great question. Um, I'll start with this. Cannabis legalization up until today has essentially been one big form of civil disobedience, really, at the end of the day, because of the federal illegality in the Controlled Substance Act. It really has created a whirlwind of problems. And about 3 weeks ago, I was on the Hill lobbying for some veteran legislation. And an interesting statistic that I was informed on was a normal session of Congress. They passed somewhere in the neighborhood of 355 to maybe 375 bills during a legislative session. Our current legislative session is at 42. So the reality is, in order to be able to progress with cannabis research and cannabis legalization and psychedelics, we need policy. And the reality is nothing is getting done. So not cannabis, not psychedelics, not anything really is going on at the federal level legislatively. We're in complete gridlock. So where does this fit in? I think cannabis at the state level, we have many states now who, I mean, most states are at least at a medical level. Many are at recreational. And some states have even opened up to psychedelics, be it all plant medicines, or even in the state of Michigan here, we have it decriminalized plant medicines in Detroit and Ann Arbor. So there's various spaces to where these plants are accessible. But how is it introduced to the veteran community inside the VA and out? Okay, so the reality is that cannabis, the old adage that there's no research. There's not enough research. We don't know what to do. And then when we propose research, they say no. So it's like this never-ending cycle of not being able to get the data to give to the policymakers, and the policymakers just they're not open to a lot of these different things. So I think a lot of, at the cannabis level at least, is incumbent upon us, the veteran community, the folks that are operating at an advocacy level, who are working with lawmakers, but who are also in the trenches actually working to create access to the plant. And with access, I think a big part, and I'm always a big proponent of education. And when we talk about psychedelics and plant medicines, there is sometimes a falsehood that I think of, where people will say that there's like zero risk to cannabis or psychedelics and it can't kill you and there's no way it can hurt you. And the reality is that there are certain side effects that can happen. And even if those side effects don't kill you, they might make a veteran uncomfortable and not make them want to engage with the plant any further, right? So when we talk about education, we need to educate folks. We need competent physicians and doctors and researchers like Dr. Sue Sisley, the founder of the American Legion, the American Legion Post. We need people to be able to also bring the veterans out of their shell. When we talk about at the VA level, I don't see it. I do not see it. Every conversation that I have had with VA folks, even as it pertains to medications such as ketamine, right, which is a Schedule III classified drug. I have personally been doing ketamine therapy since 2018. I'm very, very versed with ketamine therapy, and the VA is they make it hard to be accessible. I know in Detroit here for a long time, I don't know if it's still the case, but you had to be inpatient in order to access this particular medication, which is a well-studied medication that should be accessible to any veteran just as much as they hand out Seroquel and all the other pills, right? So when we talk about the VA, I don't really think it's a thing right now. I think the VA is, at the end of the day, after dollars and cents, just like many other entities. So when there's a financial incentive to do the research, I think they'll do it. But I think a lot of the research that we see slanted or biased a lot of times. It's not going into what benefits can cannabis have. It oftentimes goes into the bad stuff and the a lot of the information that we get is maybe not what we believe to be accurate. And when I say we, I mean the cannabis community, people who've been working with the plant for a very long time. And when we talk about psychedelics, from a VA standpoint, I mean, the VA, they're not set up to do a lot of these things because of the red tape at the federal level, right? And researching a Schedule I substance at any level is, I don't want to say next to impossible because it happens all the time, but it's very, very difficult. And it becomes not advantageous to the researchers to do. You really have, like Dr. Sicily, you have to love and have a passion for what you're doing, because the nightmare of dealing with the FDA and the DEA and every other entity that's trying to stonewall you is enough to pull your hair out, right? And when we talk about psychedelics, one of the most therapeutic experiences I've personally had was going off to Peru, going into the jungle and drinking ayahuasca. I mean, it took a lot of guts and pain, I would say, to be able to go into the jungle and drink a brew from, I have no idea what this was, but the therapeutic effects in the experience itself and putting trust into that was tremendously healing, right? So I can tell you personally, yes, this has helped, but how do we bring that to the masses? And especially when we talk about some psychedelics, such as ayahuasca, we have a lot of veterans who are still being over medicated by the VA. And when we take veterans who are on a lot of these mental health medications, it becomes very tricky to introduce things such as ayahuasca, because we don't want cases of serotonin syndrome and things like this to creep up, because then that just puts us back even further, because that gives the prohibitionists ammunition, right? So I think as we introduce ayahuasca or 5-MeO-DMT, a lot of these, even psilocybin, right? A lot of these different substances that have been used for millennia, I think we need to do it in an educated fashion that is being introduced by researchers who have a passion, but who are also upfront about the potential benefits and the potential negatives. And the VA, I don't see it anytime soon. I think personally, I feel that we're at a space right now in the country where we're just legalized enough to where people aren't going to jail and research is being conducted, but we're not at the space yet to where big pharma has been able to come in and big pharma what they do. And I think that is a tricky part of legalization and research, because at the end of the day, when we talk about research, the people who have the most money ironically tend to produce the data that people are looking at, right? And that's usually big pharma. So I feel like introducing these things to the veteran community is incumbent upon the activists, but the activists need to be backed up by the scientists and the physicians, so we can have veterans out there having positive experiences. And if a substance isn't for a veteran, if they for some reason can't have ketamine because of a cardiac issue, or for some reason can't be introduced to ayahuasca for whatever reason, we want them to be educated and know that, and try and find them a particular avenue that may work for their healing journey.
Thank you for that. There's a lot to that, but thank you for breaking that down. It's again logical. We did have a question that popped up for Eric from our Facebook. Will the Legion have smoking areas or just alcohol joints?
Yes, thank you for that question. And it has a valid point to it as well. We know historically a lot of our veteran service organizations kind of talk about their establishment with alcohol sales. There's a lot of veterans that sit around, consume alcohol, and reminisce about old stories. Personally, I'm a recovering alcoholic. I haven't had a drink in quite some time. It doesn't stop me in my own sobriety. It doesn't stop me from communicating in all the locations that are critical to do our communications, to include, various different posts. American Legion, just like other 501c3s, we are private clubs. So we have the ability to make some of our own decisions. We do follow, policy and guidelines from our leadership. And as we transition into this new cannabis space and psychedelic space, we'll be working closely. And I heard you earlier talking about doing some work locally at your American Legion. 2 years ago, we actually had the post I was attached to at the time, we did a Veterans Cannabis and Comedy event. And the only people, because of the state of Maryland, the policy and regulations, we had actually cordoned off a specific area out in the parking lot for cannabis consumption. So we all had everybody sign the mandated state disclosures. You had to be a medical patient. We went through like we were actually part of the regulatory process. We wanted to make sure people weren't sharing their cannabis. So we looked at their medical cards, looked at their medicine with their labels. We went through all the normal processes, and they consumed at the comedy event. And so as we start seeing things like that at different states, that's where it takes the collective, like-minded individuals like us, working hard in our own communities to start driving some of these, changes home. Yes, you'll still see them drinking and doing the standard conventional things. But if you look at some of the legions, I hope what you are seeing is their transition into our community, their transition into our family, and even our youth through school programming. Our American Legion Youth Nation supports programming, our auxiliary. So you'll see there's a lot more going on in our legions than just drinking. And some of the posts are starting to let that happen. I think that would have answered the question.
Yes, thank you very much for that. I have one for Anton. What research would you like to see with psychedelics if it were approved tomorrow?
Wow. What research? I think we need to have kind of a broad spectrum study. And what particular substances we'll talk, obviously when we talk about the suicide epidemic, we need, it's hard to come up with a magic bullet, right? For me personally, I can say ketamine was as close to a magic bullet as you're going to get as far as when it came to like suicidal thoughts and mental health and things of that nature. But is one particular substance better at targeting those in crisis than another? Is it ayahuasca? Is it psilocybin? Is it MDMA, which we're right on the cusp of getting approval for? Does one work better than the other? Is one not work in a particular group of folks? And I think until we have that kind of, everything's been pretty targeted right now. Everything is, we have MDMA and we're trying to get MDMA passed. We're talking about cannabis. We're trying to do that type of research, but a more of a kind of a broad spectrum study to maybe hone in on a particular substance, be it a plant medicine or something like a ketamine or like an MDMA. So then we can then focus more of our resources there. So we can at the very least come up with some sort of intervention. And when we come up with that intervention, the important thing is got to be accessible. So that research has to be sound enough to where we can get the policymakers and the decision makers into a space to where that substance is accessible to everybody and anybody that may be in crisis. Right now, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, ketamine therapy is outrageously expensive, and it's paid for I've paid thousands of dollars out of my own pocket to have access to this medication. That is not accessible to most, right? And when we talk about cannabis, A lot of states that are just coming online right now, it's not necessarily accessible from a financial standpoint or from just purely an accessibility standpoint. Maybe they don't have their dispensary system put together. So what is that substance and how can it be used? And what are the benefits and what are the negatives? So we can come up with an approach that we can then convert into a policy choice that we can present that, God willing, on a bipartisan manner can move along and so we can make a dent into this suicide epidemic. But I haven't heard of anything where they're looking at more than one substance at a time.
Correct. Would like to see that as well, because different people respond to different things. We've seen people respond positively through, MAPS to MDMA, but at the same time to, ketamine. But of course, there's ayahuasca, right? They're not doing anything regarding that in this particular reality, but
Nope.
we know that. We also know ibogaine, as well, should be accessible, as well as we've seen multiple people with heavy addictions, especially, you know, heavy opioids, especially, find solace in those two specific, psychedelics to help heal and bring about harmony. Leslie has a follow up question to you as well, Anton.
Yeah, Anton, when we hear about psychedelic research with veterans, where is this being done and how is this being done?
Well, I think MAPS has really been on the forefront of a lot of the psychedelic research. I mean, Rick Doblin with MDMA, I mean, his work has been unbelievable, and he has shown that him and the MAPS organization has shown that they've been able to not only bring forward MDMA and the therapeutic effects that it could have, but also navigate all of the regulatory hurdles with the FDA, that's huge, right? So I think MAPS is on the forefront of a lot of things. But what I've noticed when we talk about like ayahuasca, it was just mentioned. We have nonprofits around. There's a nonprofit that sends veterans to Peru because it's not accessible here in the States to most. And there's all these veterans that are actually consuming it, but we're not getting that data back because it's confined to Peru, right? So I think a lot of the psychedelic consumption is still being done in a relatively underground manner. And I think that's kind of a shame because there's so much data that can be collected from this. So a lot of it is anecdotal, right? But I think what we need is not only organizations who are willing to study the psychedelics, such as MAPS, but competent researchers who are willing to stick their neck out, like Sue Sicily and Rick Doblin, who are willing to fight the system tooth and nail in order to progress with a lot of this research. So MAPS is really on the forefront. I think a lot of, I believe I just heard not long ago, it was in the past week or two, that there's a breakthrough, the FDA granted breakthrough therapy to LSD or an LSD derivative. That we're starting to get to the point now to where I think after psilocybin being granted breakthrough, all these different substances that are finally starting to get a little bit of traction. But the issue is it costs so much money to conduct this type of research with a Schedule I drug, right? So in what I have found in talking with researchers, nobody wants to be the one who puts the dollars on the line, right? They don't want to put their all the money on the line, and then everyone else comes in behind them and kind of benefits from the research. So I think MAPS has really been on the forefront, and I think they'll probably continue to be that way.
Let's see. Council Member Landry has a follow up for Eric.
Yes, Eric. I was wondering if Post 426 is going to have methods of delivery, like educational, because I meet a lot of older vets and they're getting recommendations for cannabis. They're not getting the information on how to consume the cannabis or methods of consumption and stuff. So I'm wondering if maybe if that's part of the post 426, meeting profile in the future. Is it something that's going to be planned?
Thank you, Tony. I very much appreciate it. It's been a long time. And I appreciate also you allowing me to carry that personal flag of yours made of hemp on quite a few occasions. Very profound side story. Yes, what you say is critical. Without a doubt, we want to make sure our veterans are properly educated, properly dosing, even documenting and journaling, their usage through, terpene profiles, the whole educational program. I don't think we need to get into, but that is something we haven't looked at. We are just forming some of our more detailed policies and procedures that we're putting together, and consumption, education, and usage is critical. Let me take that back to our group as something we can look at. And I know that's something something that shouldn't be too hard to put together with the skill and the expertise of the staff that we have on board already, and hopefully with new folks coming online with concepts and ideas just like you shared. We always want to make sure we're covering all what we call the wickets of the work. So we'll take that back. We don't have any policy in place just yet, but we'll make sure we have it addressed at our next board meeting for a topic of discussion. And if you give me a chance, I could talk a little bit more about the psychedelic question, if there's still time at the end.
Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you. So the earlier question was about psychedelics inside and outside of the VA, and some of our thoughts about utilizing it in the present and in the future. I just wanted to say, just a few weeks ago, on March 6th, our post commander, some probably know, Todd Scatini, along with Dr. Sue Sisley directly, she's a pioneer and cannabis researcher, and really the founder of our post and a lot of our work. They gave public commentary to the Veterans Administration's National Research and Development Council. That was to congratulate them for their bold move to begin researching psychedelics. And really our message to them was to urge them to move even faster and be more courageous in their work to treat our veterans who have suffered so much on the battlefield. Secondly, we talked about our resolution number 5, which specifically addresses the usage of psychedelics, supporting PTSD, TBIs, chronic pain, and all the other maladies that we're suffering. So with the resolution and with our continued activity from boots on the ground level, we'll work hard to push our programming for psychedelics as well as cannabis. And I think that resolution resonates very well.
All right. Well, thank you both very much, as I will bring it to a close here. Thank you very much to Mr. Anton Harb Jr., as well as to Eric Stamper. I would like to thank our council members tonight: Tony Landry, Peggy Jones, Michael Krawitz, Wade Laughter, Nate Landau, and Leslie Fries, and myself, Etienne Fontan. Thank you very much for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 72, Veterans Cannabis Research with Anton Harb Jr. and American Legion Post 426. Thank you all very much, and have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
They say that in a review of previous studies, McMaster University researchers observed a stronger signal for psilocybin as a treatment for obsessive compulsive disorder than cannabinoids. Now, compulsive disorder, tongue twister, folks, involves persistent, intrusive thoughts and repetitive mental or physical behaviors and requires long-term treatment to alleviate symptoms. Now, the etiology of the disorder appears complex, involving multiple biological pathways. Imbalances in the essential serotonin, dopamine, and glutamate activities are widely thought to play a causative role, placing neurochemistry at the center of many treatment strategies. Interest in psychedelics has returned to psychiatric research within the past decade, with a focus around potential effects on neural circuits tied to compulsive behavior, anxiety regulation, and effective processing. Now, in this study, new treatments of OCD evidence for cannabinoids and psychedelics, which was published in Journal of Psychiatric Research, researchers conducted a comprehensive scoping review to elevate evidence associated with psilocybin in OCD, including treatment-resistant obsessive compulsive disorder. Published and graded literature were included, and reports covered cannabinoids plus psychedelic compounds such as psilocybin, LSD, and DMT. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 rambles of his latest.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing? I was just turning down the volume. It was really cranked on this.
Well, that tune's pretty catchy, so it's hard not to blast it when you hear it. I'm okay, I guess. Just kind of, rolling through the motions, right? Just like everybody else.
Right, right. Is that color in your hair? Or?
Yeah, I put some red in it because it's the holiday season.
So I have holiday season, right? Yeah, you're in red. We got green logo behind us here.
Yeah. So so it's a little bit of red just on the ends. It washes out, so it won't.
Does it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just Joico. It's just semi-permanent. I bought a bunch of fun colors, I don't know, a year ago when I was working, because I put them in when I was working quite a bit. And they're just sitting there looking at me. So the night I was bored and figured, well, you're just looking at me, so it looks like you'd better take you out for a bit. So I threw some lighter stuff in. It wasn't showing up, so then I put this in, and it really showed up. It was like, oh, that's a little bit bright, but.
Now, just to let everybody know, tonight we've got a bunch of studies and reports and information that we're going to discuss throughout the night. And if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, hit the like or subscribe buttons as always. Always appreciate that. But yeah, we're going to be talking about cannabis as a substitution for alcohol. We're going to be talking about tumor regression and liver cancer. Also, what else we got there? About older adults. How there's a new study how it reduces suicide rates in older adults.
I mean, it helps with suicide rates in all adults.
Yeah. I got a bunch of different stuff that we're going to discuss throughout the night. So, as it says, people advocating cannabis education, right?
Well, we'll start with the substitution, because we've got that as a substitution. We kind of roll into that after this. Substitution program, and Cranbrook is looking for things, again, as usual. We're doing a person a sock campaign. And tomorrow, well, I guess Friday will be the cutoff. Hopefully we get some more things in by Friday. But I've got one volunteer who's been there from the very beginning, and I want to shout out to her. Her name is Jessica Capaccio, and she has got to be the most amazing person. I call up for anything, and she's there. And she's a single mom.
Good. Kids. Oh, really?
So I had to go over to her house and pick up a bunch of purses the other day, because we want to have 12 purses and 12 socks. Socks for the men and purses for the women filled with toiletries, right? Like this time with, your toothbrushes and your, So I'm still short on men's stuff, and I'm short on cannabis, and I'm short on a few things, but we're trying real hard to get that out there. So if anybody can help, we've got 2 days, because I want to have these things out there by, Sunday at the latest. Christmas is next week, right? So
it's only 8 days away.
8 days away to the Christmas. And like I said, I want to make sure, there's a lot of resources here in town. And unfortunately, because the place that I was going to before now requires an RCMP escort to go into, the social workers, I guess it's gotten pretty dangerous out there. So I'm taking care of the 27 out at Wycliffe. And there's 27 in total, and that they're couples, and that there's, I think it is 3 singles, and the rest are all couples, right? So I'm trying to take care of them. But even our women's transition house today was trying to give toys away, because people are so generous in other aspects. But when it comes to my program, because I can't advertise it.
No.
And that's not a non-for-profit registered, I don't get the other benefits. So if anybody in our community can help, I'd appreciate that.
All right. Yes, all the help, better.
Thank you.
Now talking about substitution then. And I also want to talk about something else, which has now disappeared off my page in front of me.
Well, you were talking about the whole thing in Nova Scotia, so maybe we should.
Right. Yes.
Let's thank the President of the United States yesterday for not rescheduling cannabis like he said he was gonna.
All right, we'll get into that later. That's.
And then we have a premier.
Now it's tomorrow. It was supposed to be, but now it's tomorrow. So
we have a premier in Nova Scotia that is actively working against First Nations people. He is the only premier in Canada that has been told he is not allowed on First Nations reservations. He is no longer welcome. He is persona non gratas. And if the First Nations shove you off their reserve, you're fucked. But he went ahead and he asked the RCMP to go in and start dismantling their cannabis dispensaries. He stepped over top of right over top of their sovereignty. And then he does one better. And then he says the cannabis is all laced with fentanyl.
Yeah.
which is a bold-faced lie because the RCMP came out. I just shared an article, thanks to you,
Yeah.
that says that the RCMP says there's no cannabis, there's no fentanyl laced. They have not found any cannabis laced with fentanyl. It's kind of like there's no fentanyl being manufactured in fucking Venezuela, but it's now a national fucking weapon of war.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the article there on when I read that, and I thought, why are you saying that? Saying that it's laced with fentanyl.
Because right now, I know you're not a TikTok user, but if you're on TikTok right now, the political side of TikTok and the indigenous TikTok is scathingly like after him. He has to come up with some reason and justification for him overstepping that sovereignty. He is trying to scramble and backpedal to find any reason that he felt the need to call the RCMP and have them go in there. So he's now being called a liar by the RCMP, but he is being scathingly taken down. Like, he'll be lucky if he makes it. You see the recalls going on in Alberta? He'll be lucky if he makes it to next week if it comes up to the Mi'kmaq, because the Mi'kmaq are pissed.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
90% of the peninsula is all First Nations land. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah, they're not, as it says here, they're not aware of anything being sold in unauthorized cannabis. It's laced with fentanyl.
No,
that's just the big old fear and scare tactic.
It's the big elephant in the room that every politician right now is using to push their agenda. It's a weapon of war. It's this and that. Canada's manufacturing more fucking goddamn fentanyl than probably anybody else. They've been taking down fentanyl in fucking Alberta like fucking crazy. We had a big bust out here in British Columbia not too long ago either. So we better be careful, because a fuckface down below us is calling Venezuela mass destruction. If we're manufacturing it and he decides to turn on us, you think we're 51st state by fuck? We will be, and we'll be annexed by force.
What Houston said here was that, this is a quote for him: "I've talked to people in law enforcement who have told me that this province, that they've taken illegal cannabis from unregulated illegal dispensaries and tested it and found that it was laced with traces of fentanyl. Sometimes I hear I don't buy from the government supply because I don't get the same buzz." Well, that's probably why. That's what he says. So the RCMP turn around and come out and say, based on the information currently available to us, the Nova Scotia RCMP is not aware of any fentanyl having been detected in cannabis products seized by the RCMP from illegal storefronts in the province.
No, but then the RCMP in British Columbia do one better for you and take down the place in Vancouver that does your drug testing for you.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought, what the fuck?
So, like, cannabis is legal in Canada, right, folks? Like, didn't we fight for this? Like, didn't we get legalization like 8 years ago? Wasn't it like it's something that we really fought hard for? Yeah, we still have RCMP overstepping because of government regulations that were not done properly to begin with.
Yeah.
Leaving the patients out left this huge gap for dosing. And those illicit people and those online dispensaries and people like me are going to be there every fucking day to help those people, because you know what? The government's let us down. End of story.
This is just, like this Houston guy's just.
And the First Nations are, for them, it's medicine. Yeah. It took us a long time because tobacco for them is more medicine, right? Sweet grass.
Mm-hmm.
It was not indigenous to Canada, right? To North America. It wasn't an indigenous plant that grew here. Hemp, on the other hand, was, but it wasn't used in the same manner, right? So if you go back to indigenous history, cannabis is not one of their historically medicinal thing. Over time,
well, according to this fellow by the name of Armstrong, who is their one of their what's his position? He's a justice minister there. He says that I'm not aware of even remotely credible basis for suggesting that the use of or trade in cannabis is a Mi'kmaq, Aboriginal, or treaty right.
And that's where they're going to get them. That's the unfortunate thing, and that's the unfortunate way that they're going to get them, because it's not written in their treaties, because cannabis was not something that anybody talked about, and it's not. I'm not going to say it's not, because for some bands it's farther south, because we're talking Turtle Island, right? And the First Nations were always nomadic, so we can't say for sure. We know that it was, absolutely here somewhere. It's a plant. Now, how it originally got here, you want to go back to that? That's irrelevant. But the fact of the matter is, they use it as medicine now. It's a harm reduction tool used because they are so anti-alcohol, because that wasn't one of their indigenous things either. Indigenous people were not introduced to alcohol per se, like the fire water, until we slithered over here.
Well, according to this says that there is a 1752 peace and friendship treaty, and it is on a Canadian government website that I'm looking at right now. And they say that cannabis is covered under it.
That's a possibility. Anything that's growing on their land, and if they're growing it on their land, then it's their right. Whether it's indigenous to that land is absolutely nothing, because corn wasn't indigenous to this land either. Neither were cows and pigs. So what are you going to cut? Are you going to say, well, they can't have cattle on their land because it wasn't indigenous to their land and they don't have any right to it? Like, you know what I mean? Are you going to slice it down to cannabis cattle? So that's a really fine line, because again, you want to go back to indigenous stuff. It's being used as medicine now, and really it's on their land. And if they're growing it on their land, then it's their right. I don't give a shit.
Well, here's one line here. It says a quantity of bread, flour, or such other provisions can be procured necessary for the families and proportionability to the number of the said Indians shall be given them half yearly for the time to come, and the same regard shall be had to the other tribes that shall hereafter agree to renew and ratify the peace upon the terms and conditions now stipulated. So I think in flour, could you say cannabis flour? It says flour, right? Does it say what kind of flour?
No, they didn't. And you know what? Like I said, this is a moot argument for me. As far as I'm concerned, I'm on First Nations territory, and every footstep that I take in this North America belongs to Mother Earth, right? They don't ever claim that any of this earth belongs to them either. And that's the difference. I think whatever they do on the land that they were pushed onto by our government, by the sovereign, they should have every right to do whatever they want on it. They were told that they could hunt and have the survival that they needed, and then produce whatever medicines and things that they needed on their lands, right? And like I said, as far as I'm concerned, this is Turtle Island and this whole area.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, when people were saying, "Oh, they're opening, dispensaries in downtown Toronto and claiming it's sovereign," I said, "That is." And I'm not First Nations. I do not identify as First Nations. I am not. My son and my husband are, but that's not the point. I'm decolonized myself to the point where I see the truth and we've been lied to. And wherever you go on this North America Turtle Island, it's theirs. And I think that the speaker says he's got no argument.
Sorry. Yeah, they say here that now the Houston says that I will assure you 100% that we met and exceeded our obligations every single time. He says that they've consulted with the Mi'kmaqs and First Nations in the province, and one of the First Nations counselors, Isaiah Bernard, says that they haven't experienced meaningful consultation. He actually says, this is a quote from him. It says, "Does he dream about these meetings? Because I don't know."
Well, it's kind of like when they, claim to do things that they don't ever do, right?
Yeah.
Claim to have consultation when they don't have them. Kind of like, we all know that the RCMP work on complaint basis, right? Somebody would have had to make a phone call. Somebody would have had to complain. And if the premier is admittingly infiltrating his premier voice into law enforcement, then he's crossed the line on that ethical right there too, because isn't
Yeah.
politics and law enforcement not supposed to be, in the same hat? Like the premier can't,
It's separate.
he's not supposed to be able to direct the RCMP to do anything. So his statement where he says, I directed the RCMP, I'd be checking with the head of the RCMP on that one too, because it seems like he's making up lies about fentanyl being in cannabis. So it seems to be that Tim Houston seems to be a compulsive liar.
Yeah, there's also put in to make it illegal to block forestry roads, and I wonder if that was to be able to stop any protests.
Oh, I haven't talked to Deb for a while. I probably should give her a phone call. She was up to her neck in that too. Like they were camping out in the middle of the forest. They were
Right.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah,
there you go.
he's trying to pull a Danielle Smith, and I would imagine that he will pull some. Notwithstanding, this will be the new trend. Every conservative
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
across the country is going to start using. And I said today, like, you remember when the feds pulled the Emergency Act? No, you fucking guys were fucking screaming, yelling, same thing. And they're like, no, that's only for 30 days. That's for 5 years. I go, yeah, so it's worse. You have 5 years of bullshit, not 30 days.
And then they can renew it.
Right? So once that withstanding clause goes in, at least the Emergency Act was a 30-day renewal. This is a 5-year renewal, fuckers.
5 year, yeah. Yeah. All right. Substitutions. That's what we're gonna go to until we clicked in. Oh no, wait, we got talking about Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia, like I said, we haven't even touched on the Vancouver Medical Dispensary being raided. I don't have any details other than what I seen on Facebook that day. So I'm assuming that they, were raided.
Yes, I seen somebody post a comment, but I haven't seen any.
Well, Dana and Cindy aren't talking. Like they got taken down by Facebook a couple years ago now, and they didn't come back, and they can't come back there. Like because of whatever they were posting, Facebook put them in Facebook ban. Like they decided
Lifetime ban. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what social media they're on. I haven't checked. I don't use any. Yeah. So in order to
there's just so many out there that.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I know.
I told her I just have her phone number, so I'd have to call, but I haven't. If that's what's going on right now, is not the time to call either.
No, correct. But if they're on a social media, there might be something posted by them.
I saw Dory post it, is where I saw it.
Did you?
Yeah. And it didn't sound like she was on the premise at the time. She just was saying that they were having issues and don't go there. So I'm assuming I could, but I haven't gone looking either. But again, it's pretty sad that we've got people out there trying to help people, and they do drug testing in downtown Vancouver.
Exactly.
One of the most dangerous places in the whole country to access any hard drug on the street. And they do the drug testing. They got the Spectre machine, and they regularly rate them and shut them down. Okay, hang on a second.
Which doesn't make any sense.
We've got
there is a benefit. Why not work with them? Yeah.
Okay, so this was yesterday, or maybe it wasn't a raid.
But it was my understanding, but from what I read, basically it's been shut down.
No, there's a posting right now. It says for immediate release 12/15. Vancouver Dispensary Society is currently addressing an internal operational dispute involving staffing and site control. We are working diligently to resolve these matters with urgency, priority, safety, and ensure continued service to our community. We ask the community's understanding during this process and encourage anyone with inquiries to contact Melissa at cannabisdispensary.ca. Our commitment to medicinal cannabis access and harm reduction remains unwavering.
Okay, so this is an internal issue. That's the way I take that from what you said at the beginning of it.
Well, like I said, that one post that I saw on her page is now gone.
So this is an update then, by the looks of it.
So I have no idea. I don't even know what to say. Because if it's an internal issue, it could be, who knows? So we'll just leave it at that. Who knows?
Yeah, well, keep an eye out.
They're shut down right now for internal issues. So I lied. I apologize. I put out some misinformation because I seen a post and then posted
Yeah,
it.
I saw a post about it being shut down. I thought it had been
Well, it
raided
sounded like
again.
it was like it sounded like there was police and it was bad.
Yeah,
So
yeah. We might have seen the same post.
So I put read and went, then just kind of left it because that's my automatic assumption when he's,
Right,
I should
right,
put it
right.
to me. It's made an ass of
Yeah.
myself.
So yes, as far as substitution, cannabis been shown as a promise in reducing alcohol consumption.
Yeah, alcohol.
Another reason as it being called a gateway out drug instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've been saying that for 20 years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, it was
Now
my
it's nice to see it. It's actually in writing.
well, like I said, we talked. Like I said, it saved my life.
Yeah.
My husband and I are prime examples. Like I was, had an addiction for. Well, I would say it was just kind of recreational. I won't say addiction. I had a recreational habit that was, long term, and I decided just to throw it away. And cannabis kept me and keeps me so that I don't relapse, that I don't go off and get too hammered up, and because I don't drink when I smoke cannabis either, right? I just don't
Right.
feel the need. And alcohol always led me to something harder. And it wasn't so much the cocaine that it was the alcohol. And it took me a really long time to realize, like, wow, it's genetic, right? I've got
Mhm.
alcoholism in my family. I've
Yeah.
not, I just alcohol and I aren't good because it leads me in directions that I shouldn't and made things worse.
Yeah, and just because it's legal doesn't mean that it's for everybody, whether it's alcohol, cannabis, or cheeseburgers.
Right? Like the worst mistakes I ever made is when I was drinking in my life. Since I put the bottle down, things, and then that just, and then cannabis just keeps me, well, it helps with my pain and health and everything else. Like there's just so many benefits, but I will say it saved my life.
They offered people pre-rolled joints or alcohol doses multiple times a day, and they found a reduction. Let's see, they say the drop from. I'm just trying to. Okay, it dropped from 8 drinks a day to 6.5 drinks a day, and they say the joints were half a gram, 4.4 of a gram, so basically half a gram.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and then over time,
15% THC.
I think they should give them higher THC because, add a little alcohol, a little doobie means a nap. When you're napping, you're not drinking. And you're healing.
The alcohol use declined over time.
The edibles are the best thing because, like, I know for me, I take anything and I'm sleeping. So
Well,
I hand out the high dose edibles to the people that I do because it just kind of stops them in their tracks and they'll sleep for 16 hours, especially if they've been up for days, right? Because
Yeah.
they're using something else. It'll
Now,
stop them in their tracks.
Participants who, on average, use more cannabis consumed fewer drinks of alcohol, and so that this analysis estimated that for every additional joint that was consumed was associated with a 2.4 drink reduction in their standard drink sizes. That's per day.
Mhm. So you can pretty much get them straight off the alcohol, straight onto cannabis in a couple of weeks with less withdrawal because then it's basically weaning them off the alcohol, like you do. Like it's like anything, you have to wean people off of it, right? So if you can wean people off alcohol like slowly by reducing the consumption and use cannabis, then they're not going to have the withdrawal symptoms, the shakes, the rattles, the sickness. Like that's why people don't quit. Like when it comes down to addiction, people don't quit because it makes them sick.
They said that they used cannabis bought at the OCS. And some of the quotes from some of the participants were, "I'll never go back to drinking. I find cannabis is not a destructive force like alcohol has been to me. It's a gentle glow." And another person said, I used to crave to be drunk. That's when I used used to crave, but when I'm high on cannabis, those feelings go away.
They do. There's so much, like I said, there's just so many benefits to the plant.
Yeah.
That's just one.
Yeah, well, the people that you've been helping with the substitution program, it's not just all about whether people are.
A lot of them are using hard drugs. A lot of it is alcohol. A lot of it even is alcohol, because this is a very predominantly minor logger type of area, right? So there's a lot of drug testing around here. So alcohol is something that's out of your system within 24 hours, right? And it's socially acceptable, and you can go get piled up at the Moyer pub and fucking, wear you out, get yourself back. Somebody stays sober in the crew. It's an after work ritual. So, you know what I mean? So for so many people, which again, then leads to other things, right?
Mhm.
So I would say that 90% of the people that I work with, alcohol is their worst demon. It's not fentanyl. It's not meth. It's alcohol that led them to meth. In fact, like I said,
More of the gateway
well,
instead of
here's
the
the thing,
cannabis.
a couple of them were cancer patients, and they ended up losing their places because they were in the hospital fighting off cancer. Then they were given opioids to deem help with their cancer pain. And then when the cancer went into remission, they were cut off that drug. And, whether they were told to wean or not, they probably were weaned off. No doctor is going to say, sorry, you're done. They will wean you off. But if you're not willing to wean yourself off and you're not willing to take yourself off, then you're in there's a point where the doctor is going to say, no, you should be weaned off this stuff by now. I can't give you anymore. Right. And once you start that weaning down process, the doctors they take note of that. Like, oh, we're weaning you off. Like, you should only be getting, and then if you're not doing that, that's exactly how one of my clients got trapped. And and now she's got cancer again. So
yeah, I know, like during my treatment for my Crohn's, I was on prednisone for like a year and a half.
Oh, I know. I've done that one too. Remember the moon face?
Yeah, exactly. And they have to wean you off of that as well.
Or you go crazy.
Yeah. So
Prednisone can make you go fucking crazy. Like, if you overtake prednisone because it's a steroid, it can actually fuck you up pretty good.
yeah, well, I know that the doctor had me in for bone scans and stuff because of it. So
yeah, it can totally. I would think I was on that crap for about the same amount of time. But the methotrexate's no better.
well, yeah, I was on that too, right? So
I know you're to the next level because you're braver than I am, because you'll inject yourself when I won't.
Yeah, I had to do the injections. Yeah,
you're a man. You'll do the things that I won't do. I won't do that. I'm a chicken.
I'll tell you, it got pretty nasty. 3 years I had to do them, and the anxiety of having to do them became.
Well, it was like, just get Taven. Just get Taven to do it. You're telling me the health unit won't come here to do it because I got to wear a hazmat suit, but you let my fucking 16-year-old kid do it? No, I don't think I want him doing that.
Yeah. Well, I know when they injected me the first time with the methotrexate, and just basically to show me how to do it, because I had never done it before, and I had the prescription sitting there in my hand. The nurse came out in a hazmat outfit with the goggles and the mask and a full gown and gloves. I thought, holy shit! You want to stick that in my body, and you're wearing that stuff?
It's really the side effects are pretty brutal. If you're like a woman, I had a girlfriend here too. Like, don't go anywhere near my pills. Like, don't pick them up. Don't touch them. It causes sterility in some, you know what I mean? If you're pregnant, it can cause you to have an abortion. And she's like, really? I'm like, just don't even, like, and don't use my bathroom. Use the bathroom upstairs. Like, please. Like, I just don't want to harm anybody, right? But that's how toxic all this crap that we got to put in our bodies is.
All right. We're going to take a break. When we get back on the other side of the break, we're going to be talking about some cannabis stuff that came out about women and men's health. Very important stuff that we should be able to spread around and let everybody else know about. So you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We are live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca, and we'll see you in about, as normal, 2 3/4 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. And what do we got coming up now? Let's see. As I mentioned before the break, we're going to be talking about women and men's health when it comes to cannabis. And they have discovered that cannabis, or this report study, we've always talked about, like you said, for the last 20 to 30, 40 years, maybe 100. But cannabis compounds show promise against ovarian cancer.
Yeah. And you're talking about it being found to shrink tumors in mice at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we have a study that they had another one that was like, it was something with mice that it was negative? What was that? It was a couple weeks ago.
This one here says they have found that CBD and THC together significantly inhibited cell growth, reduced colony formation, and limited cancer cell migration. They say crucially, the treatment caused minimal harm to healthy cells, suggesting that it could be used safely as a treatment. Yeah. They say it's ovarian cancer remains one of the deadliest gynecological malnesis. Yeah, malnesis.
Well, it is for women because they found that ovarian cancer is genetic, right? Back in the 90s. So women voluntarily now go and get hysterectomies and mastectomies done if they've got breast cancer or ovarian cancer. They're direct immediate family. Like I've got girls I went to high school with that their mom died of breast cancer and ovarian, like a combination of both. It started in one and then it kind of metastasized down to and took out kind of over everything. So after they were done having their children, they chose to go and have full mastectomies and hysterectomies done together. They went in and had these. They lived in Utah. They lived in the States. So they charged the surgery, paid for it, and had everything removed. So they could guarantee that they'd be around past the age of 40, because their mother died when they were 40, when she was to raise their children.
So they said that they did is they tested CBD and THC separately, and then they combined them, and they found yet again something that a lot of us have been saying for years. The best results was a 1-to-1 ratio.
Well, you have to have that THC. I don't care what you say. And
Yeah.
the 1-to-1 ratio, again, is not going to get you fucking high, because the CBD will counteract the THC, leaving you on an even balanced level where there's no high, right? And it's really hard to explain to people about 1-to-1. But again, if you have like a 1 CBD and a 60 THC, yeah, you might get a little high.
They even tell you how it worked. They said it restored controlling over a pathway, a signaling system often overactivated in ovarian cancer that contributes to tumor progression.
Well, they're finding. I was watching something the other night about T cells and how the T cells with cancer cannot, like, if they can reprogram the proteins in those T cells to go after the bad cells and keep reprogramming, biologically we should be able to fight these systems within our own system, right?
Yeah.
So adding the CBD and the THC to that protein compound, which is probably what they're doing too, because they have to have a base protein, T cell protein, to even do the research with, right?
Yeah, they say that as always, it needs more. Need more studies. They always say that, but they say that they have confirmed. They're confirming that anti-cancer activity and identifying these key molecular mechanisms. They expect more research will be done because they're showing this is being a benefit.
This might be the reason why the orange potato wants to reclassify cannabis.
Maybe.
I hear murmurings about it when I was watching yesterday, that he was asked the question and he said, well, yeah, we have to do something about it because they can't do the research they need to do the research if we don't reclassify it. So is that?
There was, yeah, he had said something earlier too, something to do about CBD products and the medicinal.
Well, he's finally come out and admitted that he's Jewish. So let's see where he goes with the CBDs, because we know a lot of that Israeli connection with the cannabis, right? So is that the reason why we're getting a declassification on cannabis now? Is because the Israeli connection?
Who knows? Okay, moving on. Another benefit here, that another report shows the experience has improved through using medicinal cannabis, and that is the endometriosis.
Oh, endometriosis.
There you go. Thank you.
That's a hard one. And that's
It's a hard one, even for somebody who doesn't have a speech.
Yeah, endometriosis is another women's gynecological issue, and it's very painful. I'm thankful not to ever to deal with that, but yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah. They said that let's see, they had 63 patients enrolled in this study. It was done in the U.S., not in the U.S., the U.K. And the patients' outcomes were assessed at baseline at 1, 3, 6, 12, and 18 months. And the participants consumed either the herb, the flower, or oil extracts containing an equal ratio of THC and CBD. So there you go, that 1-to-1 ratio again.
But they're using it in inhalation or in extract. So what's the difference in the consumption? Because if the consumption of using it smokably in oral is the same as it is taking it edibly, and the results are the same, that's beneficial for everybody that smokes it then.
Yeah, it says that the patients acknowledge improvements in their chronic pain and other health-related quality of life measures. And that's yet again something we've been constantly saying. Quality of life improvements.
That's how my doctor and Hannah signed my papers. He said, I don't believe it does anything to help with your inflammation, but if you tell me it gives you some quality of life, all right.
Yeah. They say 1 in 5 endometriosis patients consume cannabis, so 20%.
Yeah, no, I know quite a few women with that, and they all smoke, all of them, every last one of them. It's more sometimes cannabis for, and I mean, not speaking, but for women, cramping and the menstrual cramps that we have to go through, like I'm just going to put this out there, is something that men will never understand. No offense, but the inflammatory benefits from cannabis overall for those issues is 100%. Like we were doing like even the suppositories for premenstrual, after, during, menopause. Like there's so many things that we don't talk about because of the fact that it's, taboo, kind of like poo. You don't talk about, bleeding. But for women, cannabis has been probably one of the most beneficial things that I found too, and many of my friends, when it comes to all that gynecological crap. Yeah.
Okay. Now, moving on to the men. Got something here that talks about, they say men over 50 with a history of cannabis use are no more likely to experience prostate cancer than are non-users. So basically, just because you consume cannabis doesn't mean you're going to end up with prostate cancer.
I would think it would help you prevent it, if anything.
Well, yeah, exactly.
If they're finding it beneficial for cancer in general, right? Like all these cancers I know are different, but you keep hearing it's beneficial for breast cancer, beneficial for ovarian cancer, preventative for prostate cancer. The bottom line is cancer.
Yeah. They said no significant associations were found for cannabis-only use versus non-use. So they wanted to do a test.
More testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, well, there was a recent article that was in the news about the testing, and there was 43 or 4,400 in the last year of like studies and reports that came out on cannabis.
I know but at the end of the day, they're not coming up with any results. You can do as many fucking tests as you want, but at the end of the day, it's not changing. It's a waste of money. You're just throwing money into a pit. All this grant money, all this tax money, all this research money. If you're not coming up with an end result that's actually declassifying it, making it so that it's a grocery store, making it so that it's accessible to everybody at every level that we need it for, it's fucking pointless. You can test it till it's fucking for another 50 fucking years, and then what? We're still gonna be sitting here. Well, we
need more. We've been sitting here saying we need more studies.
We haven't quite studied it enough.
It's one of the most studied plants.
Exactly. Do they do this many studies on fentanyl or opioids or Tylenol or Advil or anything else? Please explain to me how many times. But I mean, I guess they're trying to reach out and branch and see if it's a cure for this and a cure for that. Because God help you if it is, and they don't get to find out first.
Well, here you go. I got it right here. I pulled it up on my phone. They say that for the past 4 to 5 years, so you can say the last 5 years, 4,000 papers are released per year.
Are you kidding me? So if you figure each grant, each research project costs $1 million fucking dollars, we've just wasted $50 billion on research when you could have been fucking putting it to the people.
They say that there's more than 50,000 scientific papers on cannabis, with most of those published in the last decade.
So how many more papers do we need to convince these fucking Muppets that it's good for you? How many more? How many more to tell you that it's not you don't treat, go narcotic, that you're not?
They say that a significant portion of the research explores the medicinal benefits of cannabis and its cannabinoids. So that's good. instead of going out looking for the bad all the time, which they've been doing.
No benefits to it.
They say because legalization studies to investigate real world effects and outcomes have changed things. Okay, so there you go.
Because they've been looking for the harms and there isn't any. Now that it's
Well,
legal-
yeah, that's what I said. Now it's more focused the other way around.
and the thing of it is too, like, you know, you shouldn't, if they find harms, then they would have never legalized it to begin with. Yet they found harms with alcohol and only
Mhm.
legalized it because people were making it in their fucking bathtubs and people were going blind.
Yep.
Right? So let's be realistic about it, because when this became legal, it was never for an industry. It was always about public health and safety. They wanted to make sure that people weren't getting fentanyl laced and all this stuff, and they wanted it tested. Okay, that was the original reason. Same as alcohol. Alcohol wasn't legalized because they thought it was good for you or they knew that there was no harms in it. They did it because they knew it was harmful. People were actually making it at home and fucking killing themselves. So again, it's the same thing. Why they don't, legalize all drugs? Because they know that if they don't, people are going to fucking keep making it at home and they're going to end up dead. So, and that's it. But cannabis is one thing that they couldn't find any harm in. Yet people were, the only harm in cannabis was getting arrested.
Yeah. They said 90% of all published literature appearing has been appearing since 2002. So it's really only been the last 2 decades where a lot of it's been pushed out, obviously. And talking about cancer, here's liver cancer. They said a pair of patients, HCC. They say they experienced spontaneous tumor regression following the daily use of cannabis extracts.
Well,
Did again, another cancer.
Rick Simpson's all right. I mean, Rick.
Let's see. Yeah, they used cannabis oils, THC dominated cannabis oil, so fecal. They said neither patient engaged in any significant lifestyle, dietary, or other supportive interventions aside from the use of cannabis extracts.
They didn't change your diet or.
They didn't change anything. Yeah, they just started using cannabis daily, the oil.
That's interesting.
Yeah, these patients were 82 and 77 years of age.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I've had a couple that were successful, but not without surgical intervention first.
Yeah. And they say, they still need more trials and all that and everything, but they're seeing it. They're seeing it. That's the, they're not turning a blind eye to it like they used to and just sort of laugh at us.
No, we know somebody that got told she couldn't run in a federal election because she claimed that oil cured cancer.
Yeah.
So,
well,
and she went back.
And one of our guests recently treated his cancer with just cannabis oil.
Like, there are people we know that it didn't work for, and there's people we know that it did. So who are we to say? Right? It's just like just like any cancer treatment, it works for some and not for all, because not everybody survives cancer. The ones that take treatment well survive, right? So
I'm a cancer survivor, and I used the oil directly on my melanoma. Did it for a couple months, and it came down to it was surgery time or non-surgery time, and I kept an eye on things through pictures, so I could see how things changed. And in the end, I ended up going with surgery. But part of the surgery also told me that the cannabis could have reduced it, or it could have slowed it down so it didn't progress. It didn't get into my lymph nodes, so it didn't spread. So I didn't require any chemo, no radiation or anything.
And I think that's the best thing, that, like, when people say, well, you've got cancer, you've just been given a cancer diagnosis. If it was me, I'd be throwing fucking everything but the kitchen sink at it. Like, you know what I mean? If somebody's going to say, hey, maybe you should try this, and me going, oh my God, I might get high. Like, how many people have had that happen? And like, you know what? Okay, then when you're ready, I'll be here waiting for you.
Yeah.
But again, like, there's so many people that are so stigmatized by cannabis and scared of it. It's like, dude, you know me. You see me. You see how I act. I usually have one of these in my hand all the time. Is it offensive? Is it? Am I crazy? Like, am I like what makes you think you'd act any different?
Yeah. You just never know. Just because you got chemo or radiation doesn't mean you're going to survive.
That as well. I've
Yeah.
had friends that went through all of it and didn't make it.
Yeah. I've seen it both ways, on both ends of things, and it's you just don't know.
No. And I, had a cousin or my uncle with leukemia, and I offered it to him, and he looked at me and said, "No, the whiskey will kill it," and refused to try it because he was so stigmatized to it. Not saying it would have done him any good or not. Refused to try it because the whiskey was going to kill it. And yes, he's dead.
Yeah.
So the whiskey did it for him, all right.
All right. From that, what do we got now? Oh, I mentioned at the beginning of the show about the suicide rates for older adults and how this suggests that cannabis has reduced that rate.
You know what? You have to go over here because you're driving me insane. Sorry,
Where'd
I have a
you
dog.
go?
Well, I've got a dog sitting down on my feet, and he's just like wanting up, and I bring him up, and anyways, go ahead, sorry.
All right. Yeah, no, I didn't know you were gone.
No, I was just like, I just picked the dog up, threw him in the chair. Like, I've been literally just kind of went like this.
Let's see. Let's say that states that opened recreational cannabis dispensaries saw suicide rates decline among older adults.
Yeah.
So that tells you that
Access was everything.
access, exactly.
I mean, it's like I said, it's not perfect, but access is what we dignified access.
Mm-hmm.
That was what our mandate was about, was dignified access for people, and we got that kind of.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see.
Now you're here.
They looked at the suicide rates in U.S. states between the year 2000 and 2022. And the study found that in states where recreational cannabis dispensaries began operating, suicide rates among adults ages 45 and older declined. So the effect was strongest among men who historically have had significantly higher suicide rates and are more likely to use cannabis to manage chronic pain. And they say that's a health challenge that increases the risk of suicide.
I believe in cannabis. Like I said, harm reduction, less alcohol. I think that alcohol is suicide because alcohol is a depressant, right? So if you're
exactly, that's what it is.
Right? So if you're depressed already and you hit the bottle, it's just going to make things worse. So if you can hit a doobie rather than a bottle.
Well, and there was people who were concerned, opponents who claimed that the legalization led to rising rates of cannabis use and worsened mental health trends. And they said the researchers did not find evidence that cannabis availability increased suicides in the report.
It's kind of like Tim Hudson finding fentanyl in cannabis. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like, like the lies these people make up, like just to feed some sort of agenda. It just kind of, anyways, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, this is just added more. They say it's more literature to be handed over to the public health impacts on cannabis legalization. And, hey, it's reducing suicides in old adults, which is important.
I think like I said, we know this. We've
Yeah.
been saying this forever. But until, Health Canada recognizes cannabis as medicine, like I said, we're going to keep going at the same stupidity. I don't even know. They got what they wanted. They got the taxation of it.
Yeah, they got that.
What more do you
want? People say it's still not right.
Save the children, save the children. We saved the children. Now the children have no access to cannabis and they got access to fentanyl. So that we saved fucking children? Like, seriously? That being said, like, overregulated and not enough.
Yeah.
not enough consultation with patients.
Okay, what do they got going on here? We got like 2 minutes before we go to break, so I'm not going to get into the next study until after we get back. When we get back,
the 4,000 studies that they've done in the last 5 years.
no, 4,000 a year
Oh,
annually. They're doing 4,000 annually
we've got
reports.
2,000 studies that we could go through in the last 5 years. It would take us.
Well,
next 5 years to cover them.
it says papers. It says 4,000 papers
No,
a
it needs
year. So is that individual studies? I don't know.
or is it
says
some
paper.
graduate student doing a paper at university and it's being filed under cannabis, right? Because that could be too.
Could
Like,
be. Yeah, could be. I don't know.
in the in the world has to do a study.
Yeah, does it have to be peer reviewed to be considered a paper?
No,
it doesn't mention that. So.
no, they do not have to be peer reviewed until they're actually into the research stage. And once it's done through a research,
Yeah, true. Yeah, it has to be done.
Yeah,
it has to be finalized.
Yeah, and then it's peer
Yeah,
reviewed.
makes sense.
So they could be doing 4,000 papers. But like I said, that could be an undergrad doing a paper on the hemp fucking clothing for textiles in a general study course, and it just goes over statistics as cannabis study. Bang. That's how. Yeah, it's kind of how they do stats, right? It's still a lot. It's enough. It's a significant amount that it brings up you going. Well, that's 4,000 a year. That's a lot of people talking about cannabis, right? Whereas before they weren't talking about it all because they weren't allowed to. It was such a taboo.
Yeah, taboo, and there was a lot of. There is still barriers, obviously big barriers in the U.S. when it comes to doing research on cannabis, but there seems to be the studies seem to be based on reports of other studies, and they review all those studies. It's not actually taking cannabis product and testing it.
No, I find it kind of ironic that cannabis has been legal in Canada for as long as it has, and that Canadian universities and Canadian labs aren't doing more studies on it.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They significantly want us to become independent from these other, so they better start making sure that they're doing their own independent studies away from the U.S. on our cannabis stuff, right? Like, sure, partner up with Germany, partner up with Australia, but keep our cannabis out of Trump's hands.
All right. Time for us to take a break before we go. Thanks for the thumbs up there, Jennifer. Appreciate that. When we get back from the break, as I mentioned, I'm going to talk about something that they're calling this a blockbuster cannabis drug.
Where was this study from?
We'll find out when we get back. All right, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We'll see you in less than 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we're into our last segment of the evening. And as I mentioned before the break, we're going to find out about this blockbuster cannabis drug. What do you think it is?
I couldn't imagine.
Okay, well, they say that this is the new multi-compound cannabis medicine. Look to deliver a major breakthrough to deal with low back pain sufferers. Let's see. They say the results of the trials. Huh?
Is this a pharmaceutical, right?
It's a pharmaceutical, and it's called VER-01. So VER-01. They say it's able to alleviate pain up to twice as effectively as opioids. It's also found to improve sleep in patients that don't experience one of the alternative's downsides, namely opioid-induced constipation. Which is
I'd be willing to try it.
that.
I would be willing to try it just for the simple fact that opioids, quite frankly, don't kill my pain.
Yeah.
They really don't. Like the arthritic pain that I've got, there's really nothing besides cannabis, and cannabis isn't just quite effective enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now this is being marketed as the drug's name is being marketed is Exalby, EXILBY, and they say it's a whole plant. It's stable, consistent, and repeatable medicine based on proven science in a way existing flower prescriptions cannot. But my doctor, my regular doctor, he's no longer my doctor anymore. That's what he always said. I can't guarantee that each joint and each plant is going to be the same like a can of pill.
Okay, so is this available in Canada, or is it approved by Health Canada?
Let's see what it says. Let's see. The study involved 1,300 patients with one of the two trials, concluding that this study provides robust evidence that this VER-01 offers better tolerability as well as superior pain relief and sleep quality compared to opioids in patients with the lower back pain.
Well, they used to have what was it called now? Sativa, or there was something that you could get, Nalobin, or Nabalone, or Nabalone, or something.
Yeah, Nabalone.
That was supposed to be a THC derivatory too.
Sesame, wasn't that another one? That was a.
Yeah, there was one that started with an S, and there was the Nabalone. And I had a friend that was prescribed it for his back pain. You should.
Yeah.
And you should, right? And he would tell you that, like, you know, if I'm on a plane and I have to, like, you know, kind of ease tension for a bit, but it's not as effective. So they've been trying to do this for a while, trying to get the right compounds of the THC to go together, molecules together to make it so that it all works together, right? They've been trying this for 20 years plus.
And the thing is that this could be used instead of opioids. Without that, the
Without that, well, the opioids, addiction, the body chemistry, never mind the constipation. For me, it's not an issue because that's never been an issue. But for anybody else, it sure is.
oh, they say that this medication is effective in reducing neuropathic pain, chronic pain from nerve damage or disease, while concluding that there was no evidence of patients suffering from withdrawal systems after the trial's conclusion. So
Right.
no withdrawal, but yet more effective than opioids.
Withdrawal. Like you totally withdraw from opioids. Like it's just like that sounds like a no-brainer. It would be an immediate. I would be an immediate.
Now, do you ever worry about a medication like this that would be made up that would stop access to, whole plant cannabis, flower style, natural?
No, because again, it might not work for everybody.
There's 100 different compounds in this medication. They say it's a full spectrum extract from a cannabis sativa strain containing 2.5 milligrams of THC and 0.1 milligram of CBG and 0.02 of CBD. They say it contains a complex mixture of cannabinoids, terpenes, and other bioactive compounds such as CBG, and then it gets into some terpenes as well, which all contributes to its pharmacological effects.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in Europe more than the US, so maybe you're not going to get access to it here.
Oh, probably not.
And it's a 1-to-1 ratio again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, I think the whole reason why they're looking into these derivatories is because they're so anti-smoking too, right?
Correct. Yes.
Think
Yes.
about it, at the end of the day, no doctor wants you smoking anything.
Right.
I think it's not a matter of pushing the pharmaceutical end or the chemical compound end of it. I think it's the fact that the big pharma, of course, they're going to make money off it, but I think it's because they're anti-smoking. Because my doctor's okay with me sucking on a candy or chewing on a gummy, but as soon as I say I vape, she's even still vaping. Like you haven't quit even vaping, you're eating it, and you're still having to vape it. And I'm like, yeah, because the immediate release of the, this is an immediate. The edibles take time. So it's like either, taking like Ventolin, you get an immediate, open your lungs, or you wait for the prednisone to, do its work. We're talking about asthma, right? Like that's the only way to get through to her at the instantaneity of this comparably eating a gummy.
Oh yeah, and I've even had people tell me that they much rather take a hit from a bong versus smoking a joint because they found that the effects of the bong is stronger and quicker.
It's a fact. It's a fact. Even a bong hoop per se is into your system faster. It's just the way the chemistry works, right?
Yeah, well, usually bongs, your intake can be rather large compared to just.
Depending on whether you're young or old, you got some.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I haven't smoked cigarettes now in over a year, right?
Yeah, you gotta think like a bong. Some of those bongs are really long, right? You got 3 inches.
We used to have the one that had to stand up, this big plastic one.
Yeah.
You had to stand up to smoke it. I had an emery box as big as tall as I was.
Well, just think you're trying to suck in 3 feet of air, 4 feet of air before it got to you.
Yes, it was like there's no way I had that much lung capacity. I smoked cigarettes like for like 30 years, like. Yeah.
You know how cannabis and Olympics has been a no-no? Now they're always against that. People have been suspended and stuff like along that line. Well, they did they found that elite athletes found that CBD is useful for soreness, recovery, and sleep. Pain relief, improves sleep, and ease of stress.
And with
in-
no
in-
side effects,
yeah, and no side effects.
no hangover.
Let's see what else. They found in the study.
To people that
They
drink.
surveyed 80 elite Canadian athletes and across 27 national sport organizations. And they concluded that athletes needed to have experience as part of the country's Olympic or Paralympic team program. So they were, they were that high of elite athletes that they were in the Olympics. And 38% of them reported that they used CBD at one point.
CBD doesn't come up in the drug test.
Yeah. They said they found that 96% of CBD users said that they believe the substance was safe.
It is.
93%, yeah. Improved sleep, 90% said it helped them relax. Some of them, 77% credit it with reducing pain from training. So by reducing pain and helping them relax, does that make them a better athlete?
Yeah, that's totally performance drugs. Totally.
Was that performance enhancing?
Yeah, they could claim that. Got more sleep than my team. That's performance enhancing behavior. What do you mean you didn't have CBD enhancement? I don't
So
know.
you know, they said the World Anti-Doping Agency removed CBD from its list of banned substances in 2018. All other cannabinoids, including THC, remain prohibited.
Yeah. As long as you don't piss, hot for THC, you're good to go. And if you do, you're out.
Can't use anything else.
No. No one, right now for, marijuana. Not marijuana.
They said that the authors who were affiliated with McGill University and the Canadian Sport Institute noted that some CBD fortified foods and beverages have been reported to convert CBD into THC under low pH conditions. So if the pH of the person's body is off, is low, they're saying that this could change, potentially yielding significant THC, which is 3 milligrams, to trigger a positive urine test. So you don't want your body acidity to be off if you're consuming CBD.
Well, how the hell do you keep your body acidity fucking on? Like, what do you do?
Eat baking soda and citric acid. I use that in my plants.
I guess.
Yeah, it works as pH up and down in the water.
I know that, but I mean, I'm not going to drink baking soda water. I guess you're. Oh my, good grief.
So there you go. Yeah.
Magnesium. That'd be like putting Epsom salts in a glass and giving it a stir. Ugh.
So the Olympic athletes, I got is well, now it's
They're smoking the funky and drinking a lot of baking soda water.
All right, now here is something that is, it's sort of out of left field. When I read this headline, I thought, what? Okay. You want some CBD, but you don't want to grow any cannabis? And you don't want to consume any cannabis? You can make your own.
What is it? A home kit? You got no home kit for CBD.
You can make your own. Okay, I'm just trying to find a word. Let's see here. Okay. They say that there was some. Oh, they say that there are some of the several circumstances when synthetic CBD may actually be preferred to natural CBD. What?
Okay.
Okay, here we go. So the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, discovered that caraway seeds, a common kitchen spice, can
caraway
actually help in the development of medications that act similar to CBD.
We tried smoking that when we were in junior high school.
Did you?
We did.
Is it like the bananas?
Tea bags. Fuck, we tried smoking everything, man. Like, fuck yeah, caraway seeds. What is it? Yeah, dill seeds. We tried smoking it all.
Okay. There's no THC. They say, according to preclinical trials, the caraway-based therapy was extremely effective in treating seizures. What's more, they found that the medication was powerful enough to stop seizures without serious side effects associated with long-term benzos and anticonvulsant
Yeah,
drugs.
yeah. But I mean, what do you like a caraway seed? Like, what do you do? Chew this? Like, you can't. Like, what would be the ingestible way of a caraway seed?
Yeah. It also promoted healthier brain cell development as well.
Well, you know, the poppy seed has, magical things it does too, right?
Well, yeah. Caraway seeds. I don't even know if I've even heard of caraway seeds.
Oh yeah, you can use them in baking and stuff. It's
Yeah.
like
Thanks, Scott, for the thumbs up. Thanks
But
for
yeah,
tuning in.
it's.
So have you got them in your kitchen?
Do I have any in my kitchen?
Yeah.
Not at the moment. I've got cumin seeds and I've got coriander, which is
Yeah.
fairly similar along the same lines. But caraway, no, I haven't. Like, don't you remember having that caraway bread? That hard, crispy, like, it was like a brown, you buy it in a box.
Okay.
Caraway seeds. My mom used to buy it all the time.
Now, well, why caraway seeds? Why do caraway seeds produce CBD? Here we go. Or something similar.
Maybe it's close to a hemp.
They say it contains high amounts of carvone, 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 a natural occurring compound whose molecular structures can easily be modified by researchers. When the carvone scaffold is changed, synthetic molecules that mimic CBD can be created. So can you do this at home? I don't know.
Let's get some caraway
modification. How do you?
Let's go. Let's become, we'll test tube and get the caraway seeds.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what the end game would be for them, but
Well, they say here's other plants that have CBD-like activity. Beltane root. They say it can be similar to CBD in a way that it induces a calm among users. They say some studies documented anticonvulsant activity.
Well, that would make sense if it's a calming.
Yeah. Lavender is another one.
I was going to say lavender. I'm pretty sure.
And talking about lavender, Scott, who gave us a thumbs up, he's got a lavender farm. He's got a big field of lavender growing.
I got a lavender plant on my kitchen.
He doesn't anymore because it's covered in snow. But
yeah, I know. I brought my lavender in from outside from the summer, and it's growing on my kitchen table still.
Magnolia bark.
Magnolia bark. That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's not easy to find though either. Like, that's a southern state tree.
It's known for its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there you go. Some other plants. But a spice, it's some people, it's like when they take yeast, ferment it, and make selective cannabinoids. Yeah. Look it up.
I'm not reading it. But with my colitis, I can't eat anything fermented. Like, I can't do the kombucha. I can't any probiotic. Like, no. My colon says get that. No.
Now, I know our condition, Some people say it can be related to stress. So they tested that out on rats. And what they do, they gave them something. Because they say that rats may seek cannabis to cope with stress. And they set it up, and the rats go bump a thing in order to release the vapor. They said that the rats ran through this extensive battery of behavior and biological tests. And what we found was that when we look at all those different factors and all the variables, we measured stress levels seem to matter the most when it comes to cannabis use in these rats. I was thinking there was something to do with
So they stress the rats
rabies,
out.
a rabies virus.
Oh, so they stress the rats out, and then the rats just want to smoke.
Yeah. And the ones who didn't consume didn't go do the bumping. Like the ones that didn't get stressed, they didn't consume.
They just didn't feel the need, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
That's like I said. That's very interesting.
They say over the course of 3 weeks, rats were observed for 1 hour daily, as they were given the option to self-administer cannabis by poking their nose in a vapor port to release a 3-second dispersal of cannabis vapor in an airtight chamber. And during that 1 hour period, students researchers tracked the number of nose pokes by each rat and found a direct correlation to the number of nose pokes and baseline stress hormone levels.
So was the cannabis making them stressed, or were they stressed before they went for cannabis?
See, they said that they did test the rats' resting baseline stress levels. Just trying to see. It doesn't say that they scared the hell out of them or anything like that.
Jim will get shaken
I wonder, how do they stress the rats out? Isn't that what you're sort of wondering, right?
Like, what do you do with them? Put them in a box, shake them up, throw them back in. They have to do like a maze. What's that? They're chased by a cat, like because your adrenaline, like, what kind of stress are they under?
Let's see. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing anything that tells you that.
Well, I mean, really, like, what do they do? Put a cat simulation up against the side of a cage with a rat? Like, what do they?
And this was done, and this is a report right out of the Washington State University.
Well, who knows what the fuck they do? The poor rats down there. Shit. Flooding right now, Washington State, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, actually, we only got a few more minutes left. We should talk about this, and that is the fact that this is our last show until after the new year.
It is. Yeah.
Right.
It most certainly is, and it's been a bumpy year. It's been a ride.
Yeah, the network basically will do a last broadcast of this year will be on the 23rd of December, and then our first ones back will probably be January the 5th. Well, maybe even the 4th, because the 4th I'd probably set up the Veterans Action Council to run on the 4th. But as far as our live broadcasting, as we are now, that will be on the 5th, because the Veteran Action Council is a recorded broadcast. So live broadcasting starts January the 5th and ends on Tuesday, the 23rd of December.
Yeah, because the 24th is 1 week from today.
Yes, exactly. So, and what else? Other than that, I might run some stuff during the time off. Who knows? I'm working on something. I was working on something there today.
They're always working on a project of some sort.
Yeah, that just put out just for the make it available, right? So,
Right. Well, I guess then
as far as live broadcasts, yeah, live broadcasts will be.
we'll do a year wrap up at the end of beginning of January, then I guess, right?
Maybe, yeah. Who knows?
I mean, if you're bored and stuff, maybe I don't know. We're not going anywhere. Maybe in between we can do
Yeah.
a year wrap up before the new
Yeah,
year. Maybe
because like we've during this year, we've gone from not only interviewing people but just spreading as we did tonight, medical information, letting
yeah,
people know.
and we got to just keep doing that. Like, I thought about not bringing back my show in the new year, and I thought, no, I got to keep going. Like, no matter what we're doing in our days and our lives, if we don't keep continually looking up the information and sharing that information, it's not going to get out there. Whether I'm talking to myself for an hour, whether I have a desk or not, it's still that hour of somebody that I might change one person's mind. And that's what I said in 2006. Like, when I started this whole shit show, like, if I can change one person's mind. So, in the new year, we'll be back with Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana substitution program. Hopefully can keep going. Like I said, we're just kind of trying to trudge through with two of us trying to do everything, and it's getting frustrating and difficult, but I've got people that
Oh yeah, you have your peaks and valleys, your good moments, your bad moments,
That's life, right? We all have that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
we've had
really, how long you been doing it now?
a year. It was a year in October.
Okay, yeah. And there's others that have ran for a couple years, and people are always like yourself, looking for things.
I think they always all are. I know Chris in Halifax is always in need of help as well. But again, I'm in a situation where I'm not in a community, like where I don't have I'm here by myself. I don't have a club.
Yeah, you don't have a large cannabis community within your community.
No, there's no one. And all the legal stores, unfortunately, the one they would help me, and the one that does help me, they do help me. I'm not going to say they don't help me. Because of Dirty Darts, I keep going, right? When I'm running stuff, I do, but there are times when the roads are bad, I can't get out there. So, there's labs, but I do have some local help, and God, like I said, that one volunteer that's there for me all the time. So I'm not there for me. She's there for them. And that's the thing. All I do is facilitate getting the stuff to them.
Yeah. All righty. Well, other than that, anything else?
Or happy holiday and happy new year to all of our guests from prior past shows and our sponsors and all of our watchers and listeners.
Exactly. Yeah. Merry Christmas to our viewers for sure. No doubt about that. Happy New Year's. Make it a safe one. Don't forget to what else can we not forget?
Smoke them if you got them.
Yeah. Well, you never know. As we had the article, we talked about the research on the reduced alcohol consumption. Who knows? Maybe sometime over this holiday, you'll be able to convert somebody from being an alcohol drinker to a cannabis consumer.
Well, there is positive things. The impaired driving check stops and stuff, the numbers are going down.
Yeah.
They're not catching nearly as many people impaired driving. They're not you don't hear them pulling over people and taking and impounding their cars for cannabis impairment. So again, it's easier for you to smoke one, sit down for a couple hours, make sure you eat something, and then if you're feeling okay, you're probably more likely to not get yourself in trouble if you slam back 20 beer. Just saying.
Yeah. All righty. Other than that, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all next year as far as the Pace Radio show. You'll see me tomorrow morning with the Psychedelics Cannabis Education and News. The same thing with Monday, and then I'll be done for the holidays, but still a couple other broadcasts to go. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, at ease.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as thanks to you guys, our viewers, our watchers, and our listeners, because this does go out as an audio podcast as well. Thank you, and good night.
Good night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday. You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's December the 18th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. As you can see, I'm alone. Cindy has the day off, but I've got 5 articles to talk to you about. They include the U.S. rescheduling of cannabis, psychedelics for the win over OCD, and the U.S. Supreme Court rejects a federal cannabis prohibition challenge. But first, I'm going to get us started with the story that comes to me from CBC. And the headline on that, as you can see, says that the RCMP not aware of fentanyl in illegal cannabis in Nova Scotia, despite the Premier's claim. The Nova Scotia RCMP says it's not aware of any fentanyl-laced cannabis being sold by unauthorized cannabis retailers in the province. This after the Premier made his claim in a news conference last week. Now, Houston's remarks came amid growing tension between the province and the Mi'kmaq communities after a directive earlier this month from Attorney General and Justice Minister Scott Armstrong ordered a province-wide crackdown on illegal cannabis. Houston says, I've talked to people in law enforcement who have told me that this province that they've taken illegal cannabis from unregulated regulated illegal dispensaries and tested it and found that it was laced with traces of fentanyl. Now, he goes on to say that sometimes I hear I don't buy from the government supply because I don't get the same buzz. Well, that's probably why. Just adds another insult on there. Now, Nova Scotia, the RCMP there contradicted that statement. They said, based on the information currently available to us, the Nova Scotia RCMP is not aware of any fentanyl having been detected in cannabis products seized by the RCMP from illegal stores in the province. Why did he even say it? Fear-mongering? Trying to scare people? Just trying to come up with some bullshit excuse so he could go in and force their provincial laws on the treaty lands, on the First Nations? Just crap. Just hate that stuff. Clip it. Do that for me, please. Those who do StreamYard know what I'm talking about. That's just not right. Not right whatsoever. You know, it's not only it's not right. People shouldn't be doing that. You know, cannabis has got enough stigma, and then this crap that comes out on top of it. Wrong. So, all right. instead of me ranting on about that, I'm just going to move on to the next story, and we will go from there. So, okay, there we go. This one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. Headline on that one says that White House confirms Trump will address marijuana rescheduling Thursday, but reported details on the final decision are speculation. Today's Thursday. Originally, all weekend long, there was news out headlines saying that Trump's going to reschedule cannabis on Monday. Monday came and went, and not a single comment as far as what he was going to do. So now it's Thursday. And apparently, according to the information I've got, it's going to happen. He's supposed to have a announcement this afternoon on it. So we'll find out. But here goes the story. A White House spokesperson has confirmed to Marijuana Moment that President Donald Trump is currently expected to address cannabis rescheduling on Thursday, though they added that details of this potential action until officially announced by the White House are speculation. This comes amid a rapidly churning rumor mill about the president's potential plans to issue an executive order directing the Attorney General to proceed with a proposal to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. Now, sources familiar with the administration's planning say that an announcement on the rescheduling move is planned for 1:30 Eastern Time today, and that Trump will be surrounded by various cannabis industry and movement stakeholders when signing the order. It's also being speculated that the plan is to take a novel but logistical complicated approach to CBD. Sources have said that drafts of the executive order have called on the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to amend its rules so that people on Medicare reverse reimbursements for CBD products. Opponents of the policy change have stepped up their efforts to persuade the administration from moving forward. They're arguing that a reclassification of Schedule 3 will further normalize cannabis use, even though it would not federally legalize the plant. Rescheduling would, however, let cannabis businesses take federal tax deductions while reducing certain research barriers associated with Schedule 1 drugs. Now, Rep. Andy Harris, he's a Republican. He says he's one of the more vocal prohibitionists in Congress. He says this week that Trump doesn't have the authority to just unilaterally reschedule cannabis via an executive order. Now, a major drug testing industry organization simply said it's sounding the alarm amid the reports Trump may soon finalize rescheduling proposal, arguing that the policy change would have catastrophic consequences for the safety of the United States workforce and transportation sectors. So there you go, more of it. So what happened? I don't know. We'll find out. It's just shortly after 10 o'clock here Thursday morning. I'm not sure when you're catching this, but the announcement is supposed to come this afternoon at 1:30. We'll wait and see what happens. And if it does happen, watch our Facebook page, Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News, and I'll make sure that I get it posted up there. So, all right. Move on to my third story of the day. And this one is coming to me from MJ Biz Daily. And the headline on that one, if I can get it there, says that the U.S. Supreme Court rejects federal marijuana prohibition challenge. The U.S. Supreme Court on Monday declined to hear a challenge to federal cannabis laws brought by 4 licensed cannabis companies, including a major cannabis stakeholder operator. The litigants were Verano Holdings, Canna Provisions, a Massachusetts cannabis retailer, Gayasi Sellers, CEO of Tree Vet Delivery Service, and West Wiseacre Farm, who is a cultivator. The Supreme Court justices met behind closed doors on December the 12th to consider cannabis companies' petition brought after a lower federal court in Massachusetts and an appellate court rejected their constitutional challenge to federal cannabis laws. They argue conditions have changed so much since then, and that more than 24 states have legal adult use cannabis, that the factual basis for the ruling in Gonzalez versus Rock no longer applies. Their appeal also referenced comments in a separate case in 2021 from the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who suggested federal cannabis law might not be necessary or proper. Now, in their appeal, the companies argued that the U.S. Constitution affords them a right to cultivate and transact in cannabis that is deeply rooted in this nation's history and its legal traditions, and that this Controlled Substances Act violates the Fifth Amendment's rights to due process. Clip that. Apparently, the Supreme Court disagrees. So there they go. Another challenge defeated. Who knows? Well, the Supreme Court can't go any higher than that. So all they can hope is that someday a president and his party or their party will eventually reschedule it, and not just reschedule it, but deschedule cannabis, because rescheduling 2 or 3, it might help a little bit with the medical end. Tax write-off helps the businesses, but as far as the everyday person who's out there just wanting to smoke a joint or concentrates or whatever, nothing. No legalization or anything. So it's just frustrating. That's all, people. Sorry. All right. On to my next story of the day. And this one is coming to me from the Medical Express. The headline there says psilocybin shows greater potential than cannabinoids for obsessive compulsive disorder treatment. They say that in a review of previous studies, McMaster University researchers observed a stronger signal for psilocybin as a treatment for obsessive compulsive disorder than cannabinoids. Now, compulsive disorder, tongue twister, folks, involves persistent, intrusive thoughts and repetitive mental or physical behaviors and requires long-term treatment to alleviate symptoms. Now, the etiology of the disorder appears complex, involving multiple biological pathways. Imbalances in the central serotonin, dopamine, and glutamate activities are widely thought to play a causative role, placing neurochemistry at the center of many treatment strategies. Interest in psychedelics has returned to psychiatric research within the past decade, with a focus around potential effects on neural circuits tied to compulsive behavior, anxiety regulation, and affective processing. Now, in this study, new treatments of OCD evidence for cannabinoids and psychedelics, which was published in Journal of Psychiatric Research, researchers conducted a comprehensive scoping review to elevate evidence associated with psilocybin in OCD, including treatment-resistant obsessive compulsive disorder. Published and graded literature were included, and reports covered cannabinoids plus psychedelic compounds such as psilocybin, LSD, and DMT. Now, Strain Print, which is a smartphone application, reporting tracked 1,810 cannabis use sessions over 31 months among 87 users who used prescribed medical cannabis for OCD. Now, session logs recorded reductions in intrusive thoughts in 89.6% of the sessions, reductions in compulsions in 95% of the sessions, and reduction in anxiety in 94% of the sessions, alongside worsening rates of 3% for intrusions, 2.7% 3% for compulsions, and 1.9% for anxiety. Now, the average before and after comparisons for inhaled sessions reported a 49% reduction in intrusions and 60% reduction in compulsions and a 52% reduction in anxiety. Now, higher CBD concentrations and higher CBD doses predicted greater reductions in compulsions only. Now, in international retrospective self-reported reporting enrolled 174 participants with OCD across France, Canada, Belgium, the United States, and Switzerland, who reported at least one psychedelic use. Now, classic psychedelics are reported as the only category associated with significant positive changes in OCD symptoms. Duration reports split, with 33% reporting improvements lasting more than 3 months and 33% reporting improvements lasting less than a week. Now, after psilocybin and LSD use. Now, a relationship was reported between intensity and pleasantness of acute psychedelic effects and a degree of symptom improvements. Variable dose reporting in 9 treatment-resistant OCD patients described acute YBOCS reductions during a 24-hour testing period after at least one dose for every participant, with reductions ranging from 23% to 100%, and 89% maintained at least a 25% decrease at 24 hours post-ingestion for at least one dose, while 66% maintained at least a 50% decrease at 24 hours post-ingestion for at least one dose. Now, dose response testing in that cohort reported no significant dose effect on the compulsive scale. Within subjects reporting compared a 10 milligram synthetic psilocybin dose to a 1 milligram active control dose in 18 adults with moderate to severe OCD, with doses separated by 4 weeks in fixed order. Now, survey scores of 1, 2, and 4 weeks after the 10 milligram dose were significantly better than baseline, with the greatest reduction at 1 week. It's always great when you can read stuff like that, where high numbers and benefits to people, and the fact that this lasts, greatest reduction at 1 week. So instead of taking something every day, like we do with prescription medications, maybe you have to microdose once a week, and that would be it. So, all righty. From that story, I'm moving on to my last story of the day. And this one is coming to me from Leafly. And the headline on it, as you can see, it says microdosing psychedelics boost mood and creativity on dosing day. Dosing day, says the study. Now, study has found that people who microdose psychedelics experience improved mood, creativity, and focus on the days that they take small doses, but these effects don't carry over to the following day. Now, the research published in the journal Psychopharmacology tracked more than 1,400 people from 49 countries who regularly microdose substances such as psilocybin, mushrooms, and LSD. Participants report significant higher levels of well-being, productivity, creativity, and correctiveness, complication, and focus on microdosing days compared to non-microdosing days. Now, microdosing, here, I'll bring this up there on the screen. They say that microdosing appears to lift mood and mental functioning on the days it's practiced, but not necessary beyond that, says Dr. Michelle St. Pierre, who has a postdoctoral psychology researcher at the University of British Columbia. Says that these findings help clarify how and when microdosing effects are felt, using data from the microdose.me project, described as the world's largest international daily diary study of real-world microdosing. Researchers asked 1,435 participants each morning whether they had microdosed and how they felt across 6 key variables. The study used multi-level modeling to identify statistically significant differences across all 6 areas on dosing days. Well-being showed the strongest improvements, followed by correctiveness, focus, complication, productivity, and creativity. Most doses vary from 1/10 to 1/20th of a recreational dose, they said. Typical practices alternate varying proportions of non-dosing days to limit the rapidly tolerance that can develop with so-called classic psychedelics, such as psilocybin and LSD. Now, the study's prospective design, tracking experiences in real time rather than relying on retrospective recall, helps reduce memory bias that can affect self-reported data. However, Dr. St. Pierre cautioned that as an observational study, the research cannot definitely separate genuine pharmacological effects from expectation or placebo effects. They're saying, while interest in microdosing has grown rapidly, scientific research has only emerged over the past 15 years. Do you know that the means popular use has outpaced the scientific support to back it up? Yeah, it's just been exploding. It's just like the cannabis research articles. They said that basically for the last 5 years on the cannabis research, it's been like 4,000 papers have been produced on the benefits of cannabis. And this basically is, not giving numbers, but they're explaining that it is exploding as far as getting the information and stuff out there. And I know that here at Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, we got to agree that there's a lot of it coming out. So, well, folks, that's it for today. I hope you found it educational and informative, with more to come this coming Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern. I'd like to say thanks to our viewers for and listeners for tuning in. Plus, thank you to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. Plus, yes, that's right. Plus, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis
talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today is, it's night out day.
Yeah, that's a little confusing, isn't it?
It's a day to celebrate night outs. And so we've got a lot coming up on this show that are going to talk about crazy stories that we have and other things that talk about the night out experience.
Yeah.
But before we get into any of that, coming up on today's show is our word of the week.
We have our LA story.
We've got another clip from our friend Martin Franks with a Duber Minute.
I love Martin. And then we're going to do a cinema review,
followed by that time when my car got stolen. True story, and you're going to hear about it.
And of course, we can't forget about Timmy's Midnight Thrill.
All of that is coming up, so stay tuned. As we were coming in, I guess it wasn't coming, it was yesterday. We were going around, you were getting prepared, getting your weed. You were getting
my supplies for the road trip. Yes.
We knew we were gonna be on the road all morning.
Yep.
And then recording all day, because we do 4 episodes in a day. I mean, by the time you watch this one, who knows which episode? We don't even know which episode this is currently.
I don't even know what day it is.
Well, it's a long day. That's how we're going to describe it.
2 day.
So, so you were getting all prepared, because unlike you, I put on my shirt and my pants and sometimes my socks.
Well,
and I head out the door.
Most days. In all fairness, today you did prepare. You look really good.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As do you.
Thank you.
So, but you have to go that one extra step further by me not being a consumer. I have nothing else I need to worry about. I can even, if I had a good solid breakfast, so I knew it'd be fine. But we've talked about before how the need for cannabis in your life equates in a lot of way for the need to food. Like if my energy level is dropping, I almost always equate it to the fact that I need to go eat. But that also happens if you don't get your THC level to a thing. Like, you could be hungry, or you might just need a joint. So you need to make sure that you've not only fed, but you've got, so we go out and we're looking for weed.
It's so funny. You make it sound like we're looking for weed. Nobody's had to look for weed.
Got to find Buddy.
Since
Remember
legalization, because there's one on that corner now, and there's one on that corner. But yeah, we were actually out for a walk, and I thought, why not grab a pre-roll, because I like to smoke and walk. It just makes the walk that much more pleasurable for me. Maybe not you. But I was like, oh, well, let's check out this store. And I dragged you in. Actually, I didn't drag you in. You stayed outside.
I stayed outside. Yeah.
That's true. Maybe I just imagined you were there.
Well,
Maybe.
here's the thing. Everything's got these the limits still. And it's like, why would I, as a non-consumer, take the space when someone on the outside is going, I need my weed?
You see, I thought it was the girl on the outside that was really cute, that you were like, I'm just going to wait outside here. Which, I mean, I don't blame you, because if I didn't need something from inside, I probably would have stuck around outside too.
Yeah.
But
well, I will share her phone number with you later.
Sweet.
We'll give her a shout.
Wonderful.
So
I went in and I picked up a pre-roll. I just asked for, single pre-roll, gram, maybe, something less than $20.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to spend more than $20 on one joint, right?
Right.
And they handed me, are you going to show them?
Yeah.
I was going to throw out the box after I yanked the joint out.
I said you can't throw out the box. So my first thought, she pulled this out. She pulled this out of her
He's
purse.
like, what'd you buy?
And my first thought was, what do you need preparation H for? Like that's what it looks like. It looks
He actually said that too. I was like, that's not what it is.
This is the thing. This is the sad thing about being a comic, is that you have to preface things, or it's like come up with a thing. He actually said that, because much of what I say is completely and utterly untrue. So I always feel bad. It's like, why do you have to say that? And then I realized, oh yeah, because I lie a lot.
Yeah, you legitimately said that.
I said it looks like a preparation H container. Not that I know anything about preparation H containers. Although apparently, if you use that underneath your eyes,
Yeah, it's supposed to get rid of puffiness.
yeah, it's supposed to get rid
and
of
dark circles.
Yeah, and I have had these like, I don't know what they're not.
You just need more sleep.
Yeah, I probably need more sleep. I'm gonna try to do it that way, because I don't feel like putting preparation H on my
Put
eyes.
butt cream on
Anyways,
your
that's a whole
face.
different thing. So this was so she opened it up
After, like, I want to say I'm kind of embarrassed to admit it took me like a minute to figure out how to get into it.
It's some sort of, oh, wait a minute, actually. Okay, this is actually true too, because you have to push it down. Oh, you push it down and turn it.
So it is like
it's like a childproof.
Yeah, just like I was about to say Advil bottle, but not all Advil bottles have child resistant tops.
Right.
And I've actually called them and asked them why, because on the back of the label it says that there is enough medication in that bottle to seriously harm somebody, yet there is no child resistant cap on it. But you're making fun of the cannabis container that has to have by law, it has to have the child resistant.
Yeah, it's got a child resistant cap. I mean, no doubt this container costs more than the joint.
It's probably why the joint costs so much.
Right.
But see, I have two children. One is 16, one is 11. And I test my children. They know cannabis,
For
and I've
weed?
asked. No, I don't give them cannabis. Well, I kind of like
I test my children for weed every day.
No, that's funny, because I did get a test from the dollar store the other day, so I could test my kid for weed every day.
Well, we're going to be doing that test. At
Yes,
some
we
point.
will. Not today, but
No,
yes.
not today. So don't be hanging around going, they said they were going to do a test.
Yeah,
No,
no.
but we do want to test the theory, right? Ultimately, we want to test the theory.
That's right.
Of whether or not I have any cannabis in my system, even though, I mean, when was the last time I consumed?
Oh, 2019.
Right?
Yeah, long time.
So people talk about secondhand high, all that type of stuff. And
Yeah.
I say that it doesn't affect me at all.
Mhm.
And I don't think it does in terms of my mental space but maybe I have traces. And we're interested to find out.
Yes.
Do I have traces of cannabis just by hanging out with you?
Which is I'm excited to find out, but that's not the testing I was talking about with my children, because I
All
don't
right.
consume around
Scratch
my
that.
children.
We'll edit all that out.
I only consume around you, right? And
Right.
I don't consume around the kids. So the testing I was talking about is I hand my children the empty containers,
Okay.
and I ask them, "Can you get into this?"
Hmm.
And I test them to see how long it takes them to get into the packages.
And how resourceful are your children?
My kids are pretty smart, and now granted, some of the packaging is similar to other packaging, and I try not to give them the same type of package twice, because like rats, you put them in the same maze, they're gonna figure their way out faster and faster every time.
For the record, MJ just called her children rats. Continue.
I did not. You did.
Maybe not.
Yeah, no, my kids don't like rats.
No, nobody does.
No.
So they can get into those things.
They can actually get into
I
this.
can imagine they do, but they're 11.
They're 11 and 16.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. I feel like those age children, if they want something, whether it be, cigarettes or alcohol or cannabis or even money for lottery tickets or candy, they're going to take it if they want it.
Yeah, I suppose, unless you
Right.
raise your kids properly.
Yeah. See, that's the next point. You need to raise your children.
So, so where I wanted to ultimately go with this, the whole thing of this packaging is the fact that you pulled out a single joint
Yes.
And
Out of that box.
my jaw dropped when I realized that only one joint was in this box.
That's correct. A 1 gram joint.
A 1 gram joint. And I'm just saying, if you,
This company is no
I'm not even
worse
saying
than
it's
others.
good or bad. I'm just saying, if you've never ever bought a single joint from a legal cannabis store, I would have thought seeing this package, oh, open it up, maybe three is what I thought. But it was 1.
Well,
it seems like a lot of packaging for 1 joint.
It depends. You can purchase a gram in 2 or 3 joints, like 3.3 joints. This was 1 gram joint.
Right.
So there could have been 3 in there.
With a package that is 10 times the weight.
It's got to be childproof.
Look, I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just saying I was shocked.
Yes. Well, that's one of the biggest complaints with the packaging of cannabis is that it is wasteful. It's like, what are we supposed to do with that?
Well, I don't know. What do you do with it now? Can you
That's
recycle
just a
it?
joint. I could put another joint in there and take it to travel. Like if I rolled a joint, I could put it in there.
Well, it does have a number 7 recycling, which I think can only be used in like New Zealand or something like that.
I don't know. See, and that's that tricky thing. I have that sign on my wall too that the recycling people gave me, and there's like all these little
we all
things
hang that, but
and-
nobody ever knows what.
Well, there's one number that you can't even recycle, but yet they put it on things in that little triangle. I'm like, if it's not recyclable, then why are you doing the same symbol?
My ultimate question is, how do you recycle that paper?
I don't know.
Because it's got like a coating on it, I think. So it's like, I think, wouldn't that be funny if the recycling notice was unrecyclable because they covered in like a.
Well, no, that would
protective
make
coating?
sense because they don't want you to throw it away. They want you to
Right.
keep it.
So much logic. I also wanted to briefly talk before we get into some of these crazy stories and stuff.
Yeah.
It just was so funny to me. I don't even remember the context, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this.
I don't know. Should I be taking a drink right now? Just to make
Yeah,
sure.
maybe take a drink.
Okay, go.
So we were talking about cannabis affecting you. This was on that same walk.
Oh, because I said secondhand high. And you said, I don't get secondhand high. And I said, well, we're going to find out. And you said, no, we're going to find out whether or not I have it in my system. And see, this is the discussion that
Right.
I always talk about with,
Yeah.
yes, I am under the influence, but I am not intoxicated. I am still 100% functionable.
Right. And that's the word.
And you
'Cause
said
literally-
you were what? I said 100% of the time, I am functionable.
functionable.
And I don't know if that's just my knack of creating words, but it sounded right to me.
And to me, I cracked up because I'm sitting there thinking, oh my goodness, like that would derail you as a stoner to walk into like your boss
I'm a
and say,
functionable stoner.
I am 100% functionable. Please go home, sir.
What is the word? Functioning? I can function 100%.
Please go home, sir. No,
I never said I was good at grammar.
I
Who teeter-tottered you how to spoke?
am not good at grammar, but I am fully functionable.
100%. 100%.
Okay, so okay, so there's no real bridge. I was trying to think of some kind of interesting
What?
segue.
How to get into the functional?
Yeah, the functional thing. I just wanted to make sure we told these stories today.
I wasn't sure
no.
where we were going because we were talking about prepping.
Yeah. No,
Is that where we were going?
Here's where I wanted to go with it. So, because it's date night day. It's
Yes.
date night or it's
Night out day.
Night out day. Night out day.
So
So
you can tell what you do on your night out.
but here's the thing. In order for you to be fully functionable
yes,
on a date night, right?
on any night.
You have to prep accordingly. And so this small little piece of conversation is not so much for the consumer, but for the non-consumer. And we've been hearing great reviews from non-consumers who listen to the show. And if you know a non-consumer that is, in your life and curious at all about cannabis, as a non-consumer, I hope to bring some stuff to the table that helps those people. We want our show to be watched and listened to by consumers and non-consumers.
Yes. So consumers will be able to relate with me.
They'll be able to relate
on this, and non-consumers, please listen, because you might not realize how important cannabis is to somebody else.
Right.
Because you had no idea. So the only way I can describe it is, imagine I have a young baby and you don't. And we have to go somewhere together.
Okay.
And before I
I'm in
can
my
leave,
imagining space.
before I can leave my house,
Mhm.
I need to ensure that I have diapers and bottles
Mhm.
and soothers and blankets and change of clothing, and like the list goes on and on and
the
on.
baby.
Of course, the baby.
Yeah, but
Do
sometimes
not
that
forget
gets
the
forgotten,
baby.
though. People load up their cars.
Yes.
You got
And
the baby?
never leave the baby in the car.
Never
My
leave the baby.
God, this has happened.
Whole different thing.
Don't do that.
Mm-mm.
But just say that I have to go through that massive list of things, because without those things, baby can't live. Baby can't, she's going to soil herself, or, they're going to, whatever.
Soil
Soil
That's
themselves.
Funny. That's a funny word. Go ahead.
So think in terms of that baby,
Mhm.
my health is that baby.
Okay.
And in order to make sure that my health is good, my baby is good, functionable, I need to make sure that I have my dried flour. I need to make sure that I have papers and a grinder and filter material, and sometimes capsules, and do you know what I mean? Like, depending on where we're going.
Well, just like
I need this massive list of things.
Just like a mom would have or a dad
a diaper bag. Oh my God.
You do. You have a case.
I have it here. Can I pull it out?
Yeah, we weren't going to go down this route, but let's do this.
So
but yeah,
funny,
you
we
actually
were talking about packaging.
Yeah.
I got this from work. So it's a case from Tweed.
Mhm.
And the awesome thing about this is it actually has a lock on the side where you can stick your zipper and a little spinny knob.
Okay.
So it helps keep it safe during transport.
That's cool.
So just something simple like that. I also have this here, which carries my concentrates, and I actually cannot open to show you because
You need a key?
I locked it
Okay.
because I was transporting it. And I didn't open this yet.
That seems like, to me, that seems like it's like the case in the movies where, they put this tiny little case in like this big protective truck, and it's like guarded because they open up and it's like got 3 vials of explosive powder.
And this one.
And
this
that's your
one.
that's your
This
baby
is
bag.
this one is my baby.
That's your diaper
Like I
bag,
take
right?
this everywhere. I'm not gonna open it because I did not clean it first.
Fair enough.
And we look really nice. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness, this is like really stinky. It's very potent. But yeah, like
you have a diaper bag. Like
Yeah.
when we go out for a night out.
I don't carry a purse. If you see, like, honest to God, if you see me out on the street somewhere, I'm generally in a fanny pack, and I'll have, if I don't have my car close by, because that's like my purse, like I carry
Right.
that weed box is my purse, and then I have my fanny pack.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's generally, unless I'm driving,
Yep.
there is weed within my arm's reach at every moment of every day.
Yeah. So like to do a night out as a if
Mm-hmm.
you are in a relationship as a non-consumer and a consumer, the non-consumer needs to understand that it isn't just a matter of the cliched thing of like, the man just gets dressed, stands by the door, and has to wait for his significant other to get dressed, and it takes so long, right? Well, now there's an extra step as a consumer, because now you got to make sure you've got your diaper bag.
I don't like that we're like
for your
referring to it as a diaper
for your
bag.
cannabis baby.
Although it is where I put my shit.
Oh yeah, your
Uh-huh.
soil. Put your soil.
I don't put my
The baby
soil
was
in there.
soiled.
Ew. Okay, that's not where we were going with
Okay, no.
that. But
yeah,
just
so-
be prepared that you're
Yeah.
going to have to make these like changes, and be prepared that probably more than not you're going to be waiting 15 minutes.
But it's even with
for them
scheduling
to-
too. It's with scheduling too, because you don't just bring this stuff if you're not going to consume it during our night out. So
Yes.
like, we can't just say, okay, we're
gonna go for dinner and a movie.
We're just gonna go for dinner. Exactly.
Yeah.
We need to time that out accordingly to say,
I need to have a smoke
when is
in
my smoke
between,
break?
yeah.
You know,
And
like-
generally it's let's go to the drive-in because I don't want to sit inside of a building in a theater where I cannot smoke.
But there is no dinner reservation is at 6. It's the movie is at 7. So we got to get in, have our dinner, go to the theater. It's like, no, we're going to have to get a later movie because we need the smoke break. So non-consumers understand that you're going to need to have these break moments. And that's all what I'm learning.
You got to feed the baby.
Right? You got to feed the baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
You got to feed the baby.
You got to feed the baby. Let's
should we get into the stuff from the list?
Let's get into the stuff that we have on our faithful cards that we spend so much time on. And let's start.
You say that sarcastically. Wait. What? Was that sarcasm?
No.
No. I thought I picked up on it for once.
No. But let's according to the card, you are doing your word of the week.
I am.
So let's do, ladies and gentlemen, the word of the week. Dun, dun, dun. We're still working, by the way, we're still working on getting our Paul Schaefer, who's going to create some music for these segments. You know, well, we don't have that yet, but just putting the word out there. Word of the week.
All right. Our word of the week is hash.
As it should be.
Yes. Not like heavenly hash, although some of it is really heavenly.
It's one of my favorite ice creams.
Oh, good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So it is an extract, which we learned is a concentrated form of cannabis.
Yep.
This form, concentrated form of would try that again. Hash is actually a concentrated form of trichomes. Do you know what trichomes are?
Okay, so you've done other words of the weeks. I think we've talked about trichomes.
We did. Okay, so it's also known as keef.
Okay.
Okay. So, sorry, I got distracted because I was just remembering a story which I'll mention about hash. So there is hand rubbed hash. So there's a bunch of different ways to make it. Done exactly just as you would imagine.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Growing up, not being aware of the cannabis world at all.
Yeah.
It was all just drugs.
Okay.
I never knew that hash was the same as cannabis. I thought it was a different element altogether. It was like, ooh, hash. And then some people use cannabis. Like but they're actually the same, just done differently.
Exactly. So there are different types of extracts. Hash is a form of cannabis extract using the trichomes, which is the keef, which is the sticky, icky part of the plant.
The stuff I don't like on my
the
fingers.
Stuff you don't like. It's the
horrible,
stuff that protects it. It's the very resinous glandular globs that form on the top of the buds to help protect the plant from bugs and sunlight when it's growing.
Yep.
It's the part that actually has the highest percentage of THC. So that's why you're going to use this to make your concentrate.
Okay.
So when you make chara, which is the Indian word for hand rubbed hash, it's like one of the oldest known ways. And they would go out into the fields and they would literally spend all day rubbing their hands on the cannabis and making these big balls of hash.
That would kill me.
You would go nuts for sure. But it's the most wasteful way to make hash because you're basically taking the plant and just rubbing all the trichomes off of it. There are better ways to do it, and you lose a lot obviously when you're rubbing it on your hands.
Right. Yeah.
And I don't know about anybody else, but when I've trimmed, I get really I feel like the THC is going in through my pores, and I feel euphoric. We'll say that's the word I'm going to use when I'm trimming if I don't wear gloves.
So it's literally going into your system.
Well, your skin is like,
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm a comic.
Well, they I don't know. It's like the biggest absorber of.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist either, so I'm just gonna say it does get absorbed through your skin.
Your skin is the body's largest organ.
Oh, is that what it is? The largest organ?
See, I'm not a scientist, but I do know things.
So, okay, so the hand rubbing method is great when you're done trimming.
Okay.
Like if you do it by hand and you have like it, rather than just wasting the trichomes that are on your fingers, you can make little balls and scissor hash, which is you can just take it off the scissors as that's that stuff that builds up on your scissors. And then there is dry sift.
Okay.
So it's a form of taking the cannabis and putting it on like screens or I think it's called a pollen. Oh, got it here somewhere. It's like a pollen box, and you shake it, and all the trichomes go through different screens, and they fall to the bottom, and then you can use that to make hash. But how you do it is you take it and you compress it into bricks.
Okay.
And by compressing it, you get little tiny like pucks, hard pucks. You can buy like hand done cranks, but you really need a lot of force to get nice, dark, blocks. There is also a method of CO2 extraction, which is done with dry ice and filter bags. I personally, that like we already talked about, we're not scientists. You talk about dry ice and I'm like, oh, chemical. I want nothing to do with that. I'll just leave that to like professionals.
You can burn your hands on dry ice.
It's so cold. It's hot. Like it stings.
You would think I'm a scientist with all the knowledge I throw out on these shows.
Well, I do know that because back in the day, I used to have a wart, and the doctor you'd go to the doctor and they'd put that dry ice stuff on it, and it would.
I wouldn't know.
And it burned. It was so horrible. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't.
Maybe I have.
And then the most common, most like way that people prefer to do it is the ice water or bubble hash method.
I like bubble tea. I've heard of bubble tea.
Well, bubble tea it's called that because it looks like it has bubbles in it. Bubble hash actually bubbles when you heat it up. That's the air escaping from the hash. So ice water hash or bubble hash is solvent free. And it's basically made with ice and water and a bucket that you mix, or instead of a bucket, you could use a washing machine, like the camping style washers.
Could you do it like they do wine and put it in a big vat, and you can just walk around with your shoes off and crush it?
I honestly, I never understood why they did that with wine in the first place, because you're drinking it. I don't want your feet on my cannabis. But that being said,
got nice feet.
People have used laundromats in the past
Okay.
to bring their cannabis hash bags and with their ice and method of making hash that way. But you still have to take it home. You've got to take your screen bags and strain it all out. And yeah, obviously that information's out there. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it because yeah, I'm sure you can find that on your own. And I personally, I don't make very many concentrates like that, mostly because I feel weird washing my weed. I feel like I'm gonna put it in water and ice. I'm like, I just, that breaks my heart. And I know you can do it, but I'd rather smoke it.
All right, so hash.
So
there you go. Hash.
It's
cannabis.
Yeah, it's that stuff that your
so
parents used to
just
smoke.
very
Well, not your
quickly,
parents.
just in like a one-word answer, maybe two, is hashish the same as hash, or is that a whole different thing as well?
It's the same. It's the same.
Okay, because I've heard that word. I've heard hashish.
Hashish.
So hash. I like hashish better than hash.
Funny story. I never even got to tell you about the hash. When I was a little bit younger, I made one of those hash balls out of when I was trimming, because I had just got my first crop, and I made a little hash ball. And I went over to my friend's dad, and I was like so proud, and I was like, check it out. And he took one look at it, grabbed it from me, and shoved it in his mouth. I don't know if he thought it was a chocolate or what, but I immediately freaking panicked and was like, spit it out. And he spit it in my hand, and it was really gross, and I couldn't smoke it, but it was funny.
but still a good story.
It is. I don't understand how he had chewed it 3 times already because it's hash and it tastes like ash, we'll just say.
Hey, we can say anything we want on this show.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely smelled like ash.
All right. So we wanted to also talk about today, because we're talking about night out and we're talking about the need to prepare.
Oh,
and
yes.
how difficult it is to prepare
Mhm.
just for a night out as a
Yes.
consumer. Now, maybe you got this great system. Maybe you're a consumer and maybe you only, recreationally use one once in a while,
Mhm.
but you need quite a few during your day to keep your THC
Yeah,
levels up,
medicinally for
right?
sure.
Because you're a
It's
medicinal
it's
user.
a constant.
So you need that in there. So that's fair. So you can imagine that it's difficult to plan a full evening out, trying to put those into schedule. Well, we discovered we were very early on in our relationship, and not only did we attempt to plan a night out, but we planned a trip to Pasadena, California.
Which actually was supposed to be what was the other place? Nashville?
Yes. Originally,
Yeah,
we were supposed to go to
and you
Nashville.
said Nashville, and I immediately went online and searched Nashville cannabis, and I was like, "Yeah, not going to
See,
Nashville."
There's another thing. Non-consumers. My first thinking is going, sure, Nashville. Her first thought is, let me look into this.
And immediately I
And
was
we
like,
couldn't
"Yeah,
go.
not happening."
We couldn't go because
no,
you wouldn't be able to smoke at all.
no.
So
It's bad enough that I have to go to the airport, go through security.
Yep.
At that point, I'm not allowed back outside. I'm not allowed any cannabis,
yeah,
anything
flying
with
in general
me.
is difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, and then and luckily it's legal in LA,
Yes.
right? So I was like, yeah, let's go to Pasadena.
So we try to plan this venture down there, going down there to participate in the Clean Comedy Challenge. Leslie Norris Townsend, Joby Sad.
Which you were a finalist in.
I was a finalist. Doesn't matter who won. That's not an important part of the story. But I was a finalist there and performed at the legendary Ice House.
Yeah.
Got to see a lot of
was
the guys that I
awesome.
look up to. Their pictures were on the wall.
Joel and Lou. Sorry.
Yes. We
I
met
miss
some amazing.
them.
Okay. So out of all the other people we met, don't take offense, but Lou Deck, Joel Madison, shout out to both of you.
Yeah.
You were very memorable.
You touched me right here.
We had some great conversations.
But not
with them.
really. I did
No.
not really touch.
No,
but
they didn't touch you. No.
No. No, I just want to clarify that.
So just trying to get ready for that trip though,
Yes.
and then realizing that when we get there, you need to find weed. Like it's.
It wasn't that you were realizing. I already knew that.
Yeah,
in
that's the
my
whole thing.
head, I'm like,
But I'm the
we're
one
gonna land where I was already on weed maps. Where is the
as
closest
a
weed
non-consumer.
store?
I'm not thinking any of this. I'm literally just thinking.
I know he's
about,
like, I gotta get my
up the plane,
bag.
go to the hotel.
Gotta get through
Yeah, and
security.
you're
Like,
where do we buy weed? And in my head, it's like, let's come with the shoes. Go to the
he's
hotel.
like,
And
let's
he's
just call
no.
Uber and go to the hotel, and it'll be fine. I'm like, is it? It's not fine. He's talking like he just smoked a joint. Like, it's fine. Chill.
fine.
And I'm like, I need a goddamn joint. It's not fine. It's not fine.
That was a stressful day.
That was a fun day.
That was a fun day.
That's the day we met Martin Franks.
We were down in LA. We met Martin Franks, who was our Uber driver.
And my savior, thank God he smoked weed.
and
He
happened-
knew where to go. He was like, I know where to go.
So what was amazing about this whole scenario was, and this is when people talk about, I don't know, synchronicity and universe and all this stuff coming together. Martin Franks was our Uber driver. Not only is he an Uber driver that consumes cannabis and was able to hook up MJ pretty quickly,
Yeah.
but he actually was participating
Yeah.
in the comedy challenge that I was participating in.
Yeah. Which it was funny because he was cracking jokes and whatever. And you're like, this guy's really funny.
Yeah.
And then we found out he was in the thing, and that you're like, oh, maybe he's
Yeah, because he asked
not as
where we
funny.
were going and why we were down there. Yeah, and then there he was. Yeah, and he did really well. He did really well in the
He did.
challenge as well.
Didn't he? I think he was a finalist too.
He was. Yeah, there was 5,040 finalists.
Yes.
That's the way it's starting to
Yes,
sound.
out of a million.
Everybody, you were a finalist too. And here's a medal for you, and here's a medal for you.
That's funny.
But yeah, no Martin Franks. There was I think there was 4 of us, four in the finals.
Yeah.
after this couple days of like competitions and stuff. And Martin was one of them. So so let's bring in Martin now. We've been doing, if you've been look back on other episodes, every couple episodes we bring in Martin Franks. We basically tell him, Martin, give us a shout from your Uber. Tell us what's on your mind. We give him no information. He doesn't know the theme of the day. We just say, tell us something interesting, Martin. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is our third episode of the Duber Minute with Martin Franks.
Duber Minute.
Hey guys, Doobie, what's up? Martin Franks here. I was just at a red light. I'm in another red light now. This is a flashing red light, so it's a little bit different. But I was thinking about, man, these red lights. I drive so much, and I hit a lot of red lights, and I sometimes find myself zoning out at a red light, or just sort of staring into that light, and I start to like relax my mind and really open things up, and things start to get really quiet. And I'm like, wow, I'm on the verge of some sort of, I don't know, what's the word, epiphany, right? Or some sort of brilliant, discovery, of my own, on a personal level. And I'm just staring at that red light. I'm just getting there, man. And it turns green. And then I'm like, oh, green, I love it. And I just go deeper, deeper into that thing, in my brain. And I'm like, wow, I am about to really effing figure some S out, right? And then I start hearing like these other sounds, like honking and people yelling, right? And they're like, green light, a-hole. And it just snaps me out of it, man. Just when I'm about to figure it all out. Wow, so bummer. If they could change the system, it would help me out. If we could make the like red lights, green, or make the green lights mean stop, then I could really stay in it a lot longer and probably figure out all that, the next level stuff. But that's probably not going to work. It's not going to happen. I would mess a lot of people up. Anyway, it's just one of those thoughts, random thought. I'm Martin Franks, signing off. Catch you guys later.
Look, I'm not going to say that that's never happened to me. Okay. But I can't ever connect it to cannabis. I don't even think he was connecting to cannabis, but
I personally find that cannabis drivers are a breed of their own. Like, I know people crack a joke about this. They say, if you drink and drive, you'll blow right through that stop sign.
Yeah.
But the person that smokes and drives sits there and waits for the stop sign to turn green. So either way, it's still wrong.
That was weak. Can you use your other hand?
Either way, it's still wrong. But I just feel like,
But look,
you'll get pulled over for going too slow.
Deep thoughts, though. Deep thoughts from Martin Franks. Martin Franks' information will be in the description boxes, both on YouTube and in our podcast. But connect with Martin, and we'll be sure to have him back for another Duber Minute in the future. I think he went longer than a minute, though. Maybe we should call it the Duber Minute Plus. Like, remember dollar stores? It's like dollar stores. Yeah, everything in it used to be $1.
Tree. Yeah.
And now we have to, like, it's like Martin Franks Duber Minute and a little bit more sometimes.
Yes. Duber Plus.
Duber.
That's what we'll start calling it, Duber Plus.
The Duber Plus Minute.
No, just Duber Plus.
Okay, we'll talk about it. This all should be discussed.
No, it's already been decided.
Okay, it's been decided. Martin's journey and what he just shared with us there leads actually very nicely into my cinema review. I haven't done a cinema review in a while.
Okay.
And just to catch everybody up, MJ has been forcing me. No, unfair word.
You waited until I took a drink to say that. I couldn't say anything.
But I've been watching what she would call classic stoner flicks. And some I have seen, some have completely and utterly blown her mind that I have never seen. And so
yeah, this is one of them.
we're doing these cinema reviews once in a while, SIN, because growing up in the church, cannabis was sin. So these are my cinema reviews of either movies that I feel would be enjoyed by cannabis users, or they are cannabis focused films.
Mhm.
And I'm getting a chance to share my thoughts on them. So recently we watched Dude, Where's My Car?
I could not believe it. You didn't know what the continuum transfunctioner was.
I did not. Well, here is my review of Dude, Where's My Car?
I'm excited.
My cinema review.
I'm excited because at the end of it, you were like, that was nothing like what I thought that was going to be.
It was not. It really was not. All right, so here we go. If you've seen it or haven't seen it, Timmy Boyle's cinema review of Dude, Where's My Car?
Get all the squeak out of that chair.
2000s Dude, Where's My Car? That's hard to believe that it was over 20 years ago. Anyways, almost a decade before The Hangover masterfully took viewers on a wild and crazy, retracing the steps of a unforgettable night out journey, Dude, Where's My Car was laying down the crude yet functional framework for such a flick. Now, let's be honest, if Christy Swanson's character in Dude jumped out of a car trunk completely naked, just like Mr. Chow in The Hangover, this review would definitely have taken a very different slant. But sadly, she didn't. So here we are. A movie focused on a car, released at the dawn of a new millennium, starring none other than the kings of car jumps and tech design, Bo Duke and Steve Jobs. Dude, how could this go wrong? As soon as I sat down to watch this cult classic, I thought, dude, where's the popcorn? And then, a few minutes in, I thought, dude, where's the plot? And then, dude, where's Mr. Chow? And then, as the credits rolled, I thought, dude, where did my last 84 minutes go? From the moment I heard one of the lead characters, and I can't remember if it was Bo or Mr. Jobs, and it doesn't really matter, but the moment one of them uttered the words, dude, where's my car? I knew two things for sure about this movie. One was that this is the line that the producers got the title from, and two, a car is missing. To this day, those are the only two things I know for sure. Turns out, Dude, Where's My Car was just the first of many, many questions stirred up within me. For example, how do I get into a Zoltan cult? Why can't hot space chicks in latex come after me? Can I find one of those continuum transfunctioners on Amazon? And of course, where is Mr. Chow? As compelling as those are, my most pressing question is actually, what happened in this movie? I mean, I do have a very vague recollection of ostriches, Scandinavians, and a closet dweller, but little else. I can't even remember which one is Jesse and which one is the other guy. But you might be thinking, at least you remembered the names Zoltan and Continuum Transfunctioner. Well, that, my friends, is called Wikipedia. Is my inability to recall any specifics of this film a result of being high? Nope, I don't consume. Is it because I've only seen it once? Nope, because MJ, who was high and has seen it a million times, and despite loving it, seems just as fuzzy on the details as I am.
Yeah, throw me under the bus.
The reason I can't remember anything is because Dude, Where's My Car is exactly like its premise. It is a forgettable, unforgettable experience. And that is why I recommend watching it. And because of Christy Swanson. As a stoner flick, I give it 3 joints out of 5, which is quite respectable. And I'm looking forward to the sequel, Dude, is that a naked Christy Swanson jumping out of the trunk of a car? That I go see.
I think it most likely is going to be, dude, where's my walker?
Yeah, at this point, yeah. Is that a shot at Mr. Kutcher?
No, it was at Chester.
Which one was Chester?
Exactly.
There's my cinema review on Dude, Where's My Car? I really do recommend it. You could watch it. You literally could watch it a million times and you will forget it the next day and you can watch it again as if you've never seen it before. It is that unforgettably forgettable.
Well, it was so funny because as soon as we started watching it, I immediately went into, oh my God, this kind of looks like Bill and Ted.
Right, yeah.
Because in Bill and Ted's, they have the hot princesses.
Yep.
And then in Dude, Where's My Car? Sorry, I almost forgot the name of the movie. Oh, dear
Right?
Lord.
I'm telling you, this is no joke. Watch it, and the next day you'll be like,
What happened? Exactly.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is very, it reminded me very much of I do not think that Steve Jobs and Bo Duke did the Bill and Ted's characters as well as Bill and Ted.
Who is this Bo Duke?
You know, Bo Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard movie?
Isn't that Ben Stiller?
No, that's the guy who played.
Oh, that's Starsky.
The guy. Yeah, Starsky and Hutch. That was Ben Stiller.
Okay.
And Owen Wilson. That was a good movie.
Okay.
That was a good movie.
Wrong.
Might not be a cinema review,
superheroes.
but
Wait, they're not superheroes.
But here's the thing. I will say this. I enjoyed the weirdness of it. And I actually told you that if I was to create a movie, and we have some ideas of stuff we want to create, I would pull elements out of that. It went down some crazy paths. So there you go. I give it 3 joints out of 5. That's my new rating system going forward on our cinema reviews.
Nice. See, I if I could do a show, it would be very Pee Wee Herman-esque.
Right?
Yes. And maybe a little bit of Tim Burton. Oh, and Tarantino in there as well. That would be like a really crazy.
Actually, if I was to, and we might actually talk about this in another show at some point, but if I was to make a movie, I've always told people Mystery Men.
Oh, I love that movie.
Would be a movie that everything about that movie. Look, Batman, 1989 Batman, great movie. Die Hard might be one of the most perfect movies cinematically across the board. But if I was to make a movie, almost everything about Mystery Men, I was like, oh my goodness, I would do that.
The Invisible Man.
The Invisible Boy who's not.
When he's all naked. Right?
There's so many.
If you haven't seen that one, you should watch it too.
That was the only movie that I've seen 4 times in the theater. I actually brought people to see it. I'm like, you got to go see this.
Which is funny because most people are like, that movie sucked.
Those people shouldn't be. If you're one of those people, find something else to listen to. I don't even need them as viewers right now. There's certain people you just brush off.
Well, you don't need to listen to Timmy, but you can listen to me.
It's kind of like this. I have a shirt that you can buy online. I'm going to do a shameless plug here at TimmyBoyleComedyStore.com that says, if Michael Keaton is not your Batman, keep social distancing. So once COVID's over, there's certain people. You don't like Mystery Men? You don't think Michael Keaton is the best Batman ever? We can keep the social distancing thing going for as long as you need.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I look at it. I wanted to, though, after talking about that, it reminded me of the time where I walked outside and my car was gone. Now I didn't.
That's like every day you go to the grocery store, or the time we went to the Kiss concert, or
that's absolutely fair.
Blue Jays game.
I do. I lose my. Wait, did we mention that on
that one time
before?
at IKEA?
Did we mention that one time before on an episode?
That was one of our
losing the keys?
newbie or
who's more likely
which
to
is
lose
funny
their
because I
keys?
lose the key and you just lose the
I lose
car.
the car every time. So at first I thought, so I walked outside. This was years ago. I was in Toronto, and I walked outside and my car wasn't there. But I didn't think anything bad, like it was stolen, because I'm used to walking out.
You thought it got towed?
No, I thought I misparked it somewhere.
Oh yeah, because that's the Timmy thing.
I just don't know where my car is. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I can walk out of grocery stores and I will do this pause, and MJ immediately will be like, you don't know where we parked, do you? And I'm like, no. We've only been in the grocery store for like 5 minutes.
You know, it's funny. I've actually debated buying garland at Christmas time and wrapping the roof rack of your car because you're tall. And you would be able
I'd
to
be able
look
to
out
see it.
into the parking lot and see this
I
sparkly
need like a Christmas
garland.
tree on my car.
You need like sirens and lights on the
You
top.
think I'm going to notice a little bit of glitter?
That's true.
I'm not a very observant
My
person.
kids make fun of the fact that you don't notice anything.
Yeah.
Like,
you have kids?
which is funny because they don't notice when you're there. They
No,
go,
that's
"Oh,
true.
Timmy's here." Like, he slept over. Like, he was here all day yesterday. Where have you been?
Yeah, I'm like a ghost. I always bother my son because I always call him a ghost, but I think that's where he gets it from. He's
Yeah.
kind of like,
But that's because he just walks
around.
around the corner and goes, so.
So,
Because you never see him unless he wants something.
that's true.
So.
So,
So.
so I walk out, my car isn't there. Okay. And I start walking around the streets.
Because maybe you parked on the other
Well,
street.
because back then, here's the thing: I had to move my car 3 times because I refused to buy a
City
parking permit.
Yeah.
So I would get up at midnight and I think to move my car to avoid. And one time we were parked in this one spot, and I got ticket after ticket after ticket, and slowly the cars that were around me were all vanishing as people were like, "I'm not paying more tickets," and I'm just like, "I've got money in my budget. You just keep. I'm not parking anywhere else."
It's like it's the same as paying for parking.
Yeah, right. I'm just paying. So just keep ticketing. Anyways, so I paid all those tickets, by the way. Point is, I end up calling the police, and I'm like, "Hey, like my car has been stolen." Eventually, and they said, "How do you know your car has been stolen?" And I hate dumb questions in general, but it's the police, so you have to kind of humor them a bit. And I was like, "How do I know my car has been stolen?"
Because I just spent the last 3 hours wandering the streets looking for it.
Well, I had actually come across it, and so I described it. I said, actually, there was glass all around my parking space.
Oh, I was like confused. You came across your car?
I came across the space.
Oh, you came across the
Yeah,
the
and so there was
carnage.
glass all around the parking, and I had heard squealing tires the night before, but I didn't think too much of it at that time, right?
So can I ask what kind of car this was?
Oh, well, here's the thing. The reality
gonna
is,
remember.
well, I don't remember, but I do know this. I knew that I had the best security system possible. It's called crappiness. Like, why would anybody
Oh,
want
I was
to
gonna
steal
say,
my
was
car?
it a crap car?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like literally, that if they wanted my car that bad, they could have come to my house, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, can I have your car?" And I'd be like, "Sure." Like you didn't have
I'll
to
give
go.
you 3 days before I call.
You didn't have to go through all that work. So I say there's squealing tires, there's glass on the ground, and there's this pause, and then they asked, for them to, how do you spell squealing? And I'm just like, who am I dealing with here? Like that's not even my car isn't here.
SKW.
So he goes away. He takes down my information, right? And comes back a little while later and says that they pretty sure my car has been stolen. And I don't know what they're discussing, on the thing. Like I told them that, and so I don't know what information they gathered in those first few minutes. But clearly, like Nancy Drew I'm working with here, or actually,
Drew Nancy.
I actually called the officer Nancy Drew. It turns out it was a man it was a very awkward moment. His voice was a little bit on the high side. But the point is that eventually they got all my information. They said they'd call me back. A half hour later, the phone rings, and they say, we've got good news and bad news. Now, I'm one of those people that always wants, I like the bad news first. Right? A lot of people want to hear the good news, but I want the bad news. So I say bad news, but do you know which one he told me?
The good news.
Yeah, the good news, right? Because it's the only question in the world that no matter which one you pick.
Because if they give you the bad news first, then they've already given you the good news. Because let me guess, the good news was that they found your car.
The good news, yes, they found my car.
But listen, if they didn't tell you the good news and they started with the bad news, then you would have already known that they found your car.
Right. But how would that be bad to the story? I know they found my car.
Well, they should just say bad news.
Yeah, exactly. My point is, it's a useless question.
Oh, it's useless
just
phrase.
Tell me,
okay.
Just tell me what you're going to tell me. So they say they found my car. Okay. Now they'd only been on for a half hour. So you're asking, how did they find your car in a half hour? Here's what happened. True story. Follow me here. If you're listening in the podcast world, you're gonna have to go onto YouTube to really get this picture. But basically, my fingers are like 2 inches apart. And what happened was the person, it was a man, because they did say somebody saw a witness was there, saw a man flee the scene. A guy stole my car from here, drove it around the corner, and crashed it into 3 parked cars, 3 unmoving vehicles. Now, look, I am not a mastermind in the criminal underworld. Okay. I am just sitting there saying, if by chance, children, if you're listening to this podcast, which I think we have an 18+ law, you can't.
If
But
you're listening, shut it off.
yeah, pass this on. If you are, maybe you're advanced in age and you're looking for a job change, because of COVID, and you're thinking, maybe I'd go into car thievery. Maybe that's a route I'd like to take. There's some money in it.
You
maybe,
better know how to drive a car.
right? Exactly, right? A little bit of quality control, just like that's the number one
Maybe
rule.
get a bicycle next time.
Right? Like, can you imagine somebody going into like, the boss of the criminal underworld and be like, hey, I'd like to apply. I'd like to be a pickpocket. And they're like, okay, do you have fingers? And it's like, no. It's like, what? Like, then you can't be a pickpocket if you don't have fingers. Like, just a little
But
bit
I
of
have teeth.
yeah,
They
that
run
becomes
around
a little bit
biting
obvious.
everybody.
So here's the thing. So I'm really ticked off by the whole thing. And then they say this. So they say that one man was seen fleeing the scene, and my driver's side window has been smashed in. My passenger side window has been smashed in, and the front end of my car has been almost accordioned. Okay. Now, in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, hold on one second. One person was seen stealing my car. I understand fully why one person would smash my driver's side window, because you need access to the steering wheel. But then I'm racking my head over going, well, hold on one second. Why in the world would one man also feel the need to smash my driver's side window? Like, it's either like somebody who is like just a gratuitous, destructive individual.
But did they smash it prior to the accident? Or did they just smash the driver's window, climb in, and then the other windows got smashed when he wrecked the cars?
Well, I would think that because the front window wasn't smashed, that it was a smash in prior to the thing. So here's what I told the guy.
I don't know. I've never stole or wrecked
I don't
cars,
know
so.
how it all works. All I know is that I had this light bulb moment, and I was like, okay, I don't know how this all played out, but clearly the man who stole my car was British, because he went to the other window first, smashed it. So now we've narrowed it down.
That would make sense why he hit the cars, because he was trying to drive on the other side of the road.
Right. So I thought I'd broken the case wide open.
Or Australian. Don't they drive on the other side in Australia too?
No, I don't. I live in
Well, their
Sterling.
toilets go the other way.
No, they don't. We actually had an Australian comic on calling comedians in quarantine, and we went. Oh no, it wasn't him. Yeah, we did. We checked out his toilet.
And it was clogged.
I think it spun the wrong way, or the other way. Anyways, my point is that I thought I had figured this whole thing out. The cop apparently wasn't impressed with my sleuthiness.
So did you get insurance all covered and you got another car? It was all good?
No, I don't even know, because the car was worthless. And so I ended up buying another car off of somebody else's lawn. I was in a long string of buying cars off of people's lawns. So anyways, that was a true story. My car was stolen. Very unsettling, but I think I could be a policeman after that, though, because I'm pretty sure I put together some pieces to solve the thing.
Well, I had my car stolen once, and I will tell you, the police were no help in that matter.
No?
No.
Have you ever stolen a car?
No, but that's what they were trying to say. They were trying to say that I stole the car.
I've never stolen a car, but apparently it's not that difficult, because the guy who stole my car clearly wasn't all there. So.
Well, yeah, I do you cross wires like they do in the movies? Like,
I don't know.
I would tell you,
how about a Teaching Timmy segment on one of these episodes? Teaching Timmy.
We don't have the right. We don't have the right people in here. I don't know how to do that.
All right. If you know how to hotwire a car, drop us a line.
Yes.
Let's close off today's episode.
Yes, I'm excited. What is this midnight thrill?
Okay,
Timmy's
the midnight thrill. So we were putting all of this stuff is all piecing together, and I thought about, after watching Dude, Where's My Car, and my car being stolen, you get these moments of like something weird and crazy happens, and then afterwards you're kind of like, you look back on it and you're like, wow.
Were you abducted?
That was a little odd. I wasn't abducted. I wasn't abducted. But if I get abducted, I want 5 of those leather-bound, latex-bound women.
If you give us the continuum transfunctioner, we will give you oral pleasure.
Right? Why isn't that happen in life?
You need the continuum transfunctioner.
We're going to end this show here. We have a few minutes left. So for those of you who don't know, I am an author. Inside Timmy's Mind. You can get that through TimmyBoyleComedyStore.com, or just drop me a line. Save yourself some extra costs there and order it for me directly, and then I'll be able to sign it for you. But I was thinking in particular about Dude, Where's My Car, and about waking up the next day and realizing that something amazing had happened the night before. And they didn't remember it. But in my case, I remembered it. But waking up is what stopped the amazingness. So let me tell, so we're going to close off today with a story from my book, Inside Timmy's Mind.
That's kind of sad.
It's called Midnight Thrill.
It stopped when you woke up.
It is. So here we go. This is it. And with this, we close.
On with the show. This is it.
This morning, I got up bright and early. Okay, so it wasn't exactly bright, but it was early for me. It was 7 a.m. I was thoroughly disappointed when my alarm went off, but not because it was 7 a.m. or that it was still dark outside, or even that it was ice cold in my room. I was peeved that yet another great dream had been cut off midstream. I hate that. And it happens far too often. Just when things are getting good in dreamland, beep, beep, beep. Actually, my alarm doesn't beep. I use my cell phone, and it plays a tune called Memory. It's a pleasant little ditty, but I'm thinking about replacing it with the A-Team theme song very shortly. Anyway, just prior to being raised from the dead of sleep, I was having one of the most incredibly awesome dreams ever. But sadly and ironically, as memory started to play, the memory of my dream began to fade. So unfortunately, I can't explain all the details to you. However, I'm able to recall most of it. The story seemed to revolve around free-range chickens, Abe Lincoln, and a road trip to Kamloops, BC. Now you understand why I'm upset. I mean, seriously, who wouldn't want to know how that ended? But there's no use crying about it because my alarm did go off for a reason. I had something to do, an important thing, a thing that would make missing the end of an epic dream worthwhile. What thing, you ask? Was I going to meet Ben Stiller? Nope. Heading off on a Caribbean cruise? Nope. Buying new furniture from IKEA? Nope. So then what was this awesome reality that would ultimately replace my awesome dream? It was this. I had to clean my back deck before the roofers arrived. That's right. You heard me. No one will ever know if Abe and I safely arrived in Kamloops because I had to clean my deck. Stupid roofers. How frustrating. Now I will never know if the chickens were really secret agents, which I was beginning to suspect. I will never know if Abe was just using me to get close to Ben Stiller, which I also was beginning to suspect. And I will never know if the man in black who was following us was an assassin or just going to Kamloops as well. This is killing me. There was so much left unsaid. Why would Abe never take his hat off? What was he hiding? Why was the chicken that we knew as Carl carrying a passport that read Henry? And where did the kilt-wearing blonde girl from the McDonald's disappear to? So many questions. Would the 18-foot silver girdle turn out to be just a myth? What does sweet honey when the moon rises to the north mean? And why did Abe kill the person who said it? How did the monkey in the Spider-Man mask crack the safe's combination so quickly? I have so few answers. Why did the raspberry smoothie taste like lemon? How did the man in the black survive the crash? I saw his car explode in flames after we ran him off the road during the long, winding chase through the mountains. And whatever happened to the suitcase that was once handcuffed to Carl's leg? So much mystery still left to be unraveled. Why did that small-town gas attendant slip a pack of smokes into my hand and whisper 3694? Would anyone ever find the all-important corner piece to the ancient map? And for goodness sake, who the heck was Thomas? What a thriller. But now I guess I'll never know how it ends. That's like my Dude, Where's My Car story. It's like, dude, where's the ending?
I'm just like stuck on the fact that Carl probably isn't a chicken. It's probably a hen, and that's why his name's Henry.
But I'm ching. High five.
High five.
High five. All right, there was our crazy night out. Shared a dream, shared a story about a crazy
Our
night out
day.
Our night out day
Yes.
down in LA. So many interesting stories. And I can't imagine what my life would be like if I smoked pot once in a while. Right?
I
Do you
can't
get dreams like that?
imagine what my life would be like if I
Do you get
didn't
cannabis
smoke pot
infused
once in a while.
dreams like that?
I actually don't dream,
Okay.
which is weird
All right.
because we both have the Fitbit, and I get about 20% REM every night.
Yeah, and I get about 6.
And I say I don't
and I still
dream.
get stuff like this. Anyways, inside
Yeah.
Timmy's mind. All right, let's wrap this thing up, shall we?
All right.
Let's get out of these.
Get a bow.
I'm so hot in this suit.
I know
Right?
you are hot in that suit.
Thank you very much. As are you.
I'm not wearing a suit.
No, but still hot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in next week when we have some more random things that may or may not be true, nor interesting, or not.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
And Timmy will actually change again.
And I will change back into my regular black shirt and blue
Or
jeans.
maybe not. Who knows?
My name's Timmy.
My name's Mary Jane. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. I think we just did it. Cheers.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Everybody say jingle balls.
Jingle ball. Jingle balls?
Oh, because we're balls?
You're hanging on the tree.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll make myself round. Hey, how come I'm not totally round?
Turn.
I did. What? Now I'm flat on the side.
Oh, wow. I don't know.
The wind is so windy, it's pulling the trunk open.
Cool.
Wow. It's been really windy here as well.
We were actually surprised when we come across the marsh.
I'm Santa Jew. Nice to see you. Happy Hanukkah. Or
What day are we on?
As we grew up saying, Happy Heineken.
Heineken?
Yeah.
What day of Hanukkah are we today?
I think 6, because it's the 22nd. So.
Okay. It's so windy.
I don't know. I didn't even break out the menorah this year.
That's like me. I didn't even bring out the tree.
Things just aren't right in my head for the holidays anymore, and it's also the anniversary of my mom's passing today, so I just not in the Christmas mood. This is all you get right here. Figured I'd try out the beard, see if the beard looks good. Comes off tomorrow. Okay. Marcel, did you stop hearing us again?
No. I'm reading a menu.
What menu?
I'm reading the Amershore Country Inn New Year's Eve dinner.
Oh, because you're not going to do New Year's at home?
Well, no, this came up on my feed, and I'm just kind of wondering if it's actually worth it.
Do you like that one better or this one?
I like that one, not this one.
All right, I'm going to read you this quick menu. Ready for this?
This one.
A cock.
No, that one.
Doing?
All right.
Yeah, that one.
Oh.
What's the menu? Let's hear it.
All right. So cocktail hour with nibblies from 8:30 to 9:30. Dinner is served at 9:30, and you get a choice of super salad, fresh sliced mushroom soup, or a crisp green salad champagne dressing. Then there's a lemon sorbet with amaretto as a palate cleanser. And then the main course is your choice of butter poached scallops or a roasted supreme of chicken, which is chicken stuffed with pesto, tomato, and provolone.
I'm gonna pass.
I'm not a big pesto fan.
And then the dessert, you get a choice of a mocha truffle cake or an Irish cream cheesecake. And tea and coffee are included, and a glass of champagne to toast midnight, New Year's at midnight. $100 per person plus tax and gratuities.
Wow.
Is this where you and Chrissy are going?
Fuck no.
Oh.
Because one, I look at that menu and I think I could make that at home for about $20.
Right, eh?
For the two of us. No, a bit more because she really likes scallops, so they have to get a few more scallops. Actually, I got some in the freezer. I could always eat them.
I don't. Not a no.
Not what?
Don't do fish stuff and
Not a
crustaceans.
seafood person.
Weirdos.
I know Marcel asked me today. I was like, nope, no seafood.
Hey, I was offering to take you out to Lenny's, but no, somebody wanted Wendy's.
Ooh, I would love Wendy's. Thanks. I haven't had fast food since the beginning of the summer.
Yeah.
Well, when I was in Toronto,
My fast food.
When I left to go to Toronto,
KFC.
I went right to Sault Ste. Marie to a McDonald's. This is the closest one. Anyways, go on.
I could drive by McDonald's and not even look at it.
What?
I don't stop at McDonald's ever.
What's
happening with your microphone?
You're all muffled, bud.
Oh.
Shouldn't be. There. Now you're great.
No, you like KFC.
I like KFC.
I want to try
Domino's Pizza.
The Burger King things, the new Sizzlers or grills or whatever they're called. It's like a grilled cheese sandwich with beef.
Yeah, of the fast food joints, I don't eat anything at McDonald's at all. I figure if my dog won't eat it, I'm not eating it because my dog will eat anything. She will not eat McDonald's food.
That's my drive-through right there.
But
you know what?
Burger King's okay. Baconators are good.
Harvey's, there is no Harvey's up here. Probably Barrie is the closest.
Our closest Harvey's is in Moncton.
There you go. Go get some Harvey's there, MJ.
No, we got Harvey's in Belleville.
Harvey's for you. I think MJ is right on the other side of town. So.
Yeah, I've already been to the thrift stores and.
Welcome back.
I got some Wendy's.
Oh, and some Wendy's.
Hi, Kelly.
It was good.
Yeah, if you like it, it's all right.
Now
you got to go to Greco and get him a Donair.
There you go. Now you can get your Donairs and bring them back. You should bring one back for Al.
Bring one
I
for
don't
Al.
think we can eat them.
No, probably not.
I can give you the recipe and make your own.
I just watched a YouTube. Like I've been in the morning, in the wee hours of the morning. If you go on Prime, I have you can watch all the live shows that are on, or well, the live stations that are on, and usually about 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, Food Inc. is on the Food Network.
Yeah,
and that's kind of like how it's made, but for food. So they you know they'll take you for a complete tour of how Domino's Pizza makes their stuff to send out to their stores, or Papa John's, or you know places, things like that. And then they have recipes that they show you how it's prepared, how to make bagels, how to make donuts. So they go to a donuts place, they go to a deli, and you know that kind of thing. It's kind of, I like watching stuff. Man.
For chicken, I like Popeye's chicken.
I've never had it. I want to try. What is it? Chick-fil-A.
Oh yeah, we don't have
because
that.
they have a macaroni and cheese that's supposed to be really good.
Yeah, they're just in the States and slowly branching.
No.
Well, they are now, but there's like 3 of them.
There's one in Sault Ste. Marie. I drove right past it, and it was too busy, and I had a cop behind me, and I didn't want to pull in.
There's one at the Scarborough Town Center.
I know they're all over Toronto, and I should have gone.
But they're not open on Sundays.
I had other food I needed when I was in the city.
We had 2 new restaurants open up this week here, which
we had 2 closed. I'm kidding.
No, we had 2 open, and they're probably the 2 best choices to open. One's called Cheese Curds, and they're a franchise. I don't know. The only other one that I know of is in Truro, but they make French fries, poutines, and burgers, and their burgers are delicious. They're smash burgers,
yeah,
and they're right across the road from McDonald's. Right across the road from McDonald's.
I like smash burgers. That's what I make when I make them.
And then,
you know what?
Yes, Kelly, we have an IHOP in Moncton.
Yeah, they're only in the city, and there's Golden Griddle in this 1 or 2 Golden Griddle left, I think, in Toronto. But there's an IHOP out by the airport in Toronto, but not anywhere around here. IHOP is really a U.S. company.
We've got an IHOP in Moncton, but the other one that opened up that was actually exciting to me, because when I was in BC, I fell in love with Domino's Pizza.
There's a few Denny's as well. I'm not a fan of Domino's. It's too greasy, and there's too much tomato sauce.
Not the ones that I get, because we had a Domino's open here, and like a fool, I ordered on the first day and was shocked. It was exactly on time, and it was perfect. So now I get a free emergency pizza. So
yeah, I wanted an emergency pizza. Come on, Domino's. I have not been to an IHOP since I was in North Carolina.
I haven't been to an IHOP since I was in BC.
Yeah, that would have been 30 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. Are you vaping in your rental?
No.
No.
She's outside. Can't you tell?
No.
Oh,
I can hardly see her.
Pay attention.
There you go.
That's okay.
Oh,
That old lady.
Moving.
That old lady there got carded at the casino today. And the only reason is because of the hair color.
No. Didn't you hear what she said? Didn't you hear what she said? I always feel good when people card me. So that's why she asked me. She wanted to make me feel good.
Mm-hmm.
I got carded in California.
That's why she says they have to card people that look like they might be under 30.
Yep, that's what she said. She said, we card anybody who looks under 30. And that was in California. And that was 20 years ago.
Yeah. They never carded me.
You
Well,
look
I'll
your
take
age.
it.
I probably looked over 30 since I was 17. So,
So wait,
Well,
what are you saying? People over 30 wouldn't dye their hair pink?
What?
We didn't have to ask for somebody to grab us beers because I had a beard at like 16. So
yeah, I was going to the liquor store and shit when I was 14, 15.
yeah, I was the beer guy. I was the one. Go get the beer. Driver's license, look the age.
I had a cousin take me to a bar when I was 13, and we sat there and drank a pitcher of beer. It was awesome.
I sat with my mom and had a rum and coke in a hash bar in Amsterdam while we sat there and watched the freak show going on in the window across the street.
I wish we could have hash bars here.
Oh, dude, all right, let's segue into this conversation because, I don't know.
Okay. Let's just say
You
that
don't know about what?
Canada's missing out on a tourism opportunity that is.
Well, you know what? And
take
and
advantage
this,
of.
I was trying to figure out how to say it. They are, and now it looks like the U.S. might get that opportunity.
No.
No, no, I don't think.
No, it'll be a long time coming before the U.S. has that opportunity. But I mean, it is a good segue. We get into what's happening in the U.S. because everybody's going all excited and batshit crazy, but it means nothing other than a whole bunch of rich people are going to get richer.
It's now no different than aspirin, but you still can't buy it over the counter.
It's still illegal.
It's still illegal. And if you get caught smoking it, okay, so you looked at the website. Is there anything there about what happens if you get caught with it? Have they not gotten that far yet?
No, because I don't think they're changing. There's nothing changing on the laws.
I got to take this hat off. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah, driving me nuts too. There's nothing changing in the laws. Like the criminal code is your criminal code. Whatever the penalty is per state, federal, whatever for cannabis, that stays the same. All it's done is moved from Schedule 1, meaning that it's a narcotic without any medical benefit, yada, yada, yada.
So the
to
U.S.
Schedule 3.
The U.S. government has said we are accepting the fact that cannabis is a medical entity, and yet here in Canada they say it's not.
They're just now admitting that there might be medical benefits to cannabis in the U.S. Canada outright refuses to do it. So because they're admitting that there may be medical benefit, they've never been able to do medical research on cannabis.
Yes.
Because it's always been Schedule 1, and Schedule 1 means you need special permission from the
And
president.
yet we've been doing research. We've been doing that, and so has the UK for years and years and years and years.
Israel's been doing it
as well,
the most.
Lots of countries.
They never stopped researching medical properties of cannabis, right? But what the U.S. has done now is they've allowed it to be moved from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which means that people can apply to the U.S. government now to do medical research on cannabis.
Right.
Which means that people with enough money will be able to pay for the red tape to get the research license to come up with a product that they can make oodles of money off of, because they're not going to fucking do it for free. So all it's done is it's opening up an avenue for rich people in the U.S. to make more money.
Well, someone's going to make money.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, if they were smart, the pharmaceutical companies would rush in and start gathering up as much as they can because that's
Oh, I'm sure they're already on it.
Yeah, but that's who it's going to hurt is the pharmaceutical industry.
I'm curious, where do they get the cannabis that they're going to research from?
They'll license growers.
Yeah, that's where the money's going to be.
No, it's not.
No, not selling it to
not
people who
until
want
it's
to
being
do research.
manufactured.
No, I mean, even selling it for medical research, what are you going to get? Maybe at most, government-wise, $1,000 a pound, right?
Well, maybe Canadian LPs will offshoot their shitty cannabis.
Yeah,
Isn't
no,
that what
there
happened here in Canada in the beginning?
There will never
Yeah,
be
but that
a
stuff
free
is going.
exchange
That
between
stuff's
Canada
going
and
as
the
low as
US
$500
when
a
it comes
pound.
to cannabis. There will never
Yeah,
be a free exchange.
Isn't that what happened years ago when they were testing for medical here in Canada? They were using such low grade, crappy cannabis that it was like not actually proper testing.
No, they never
Yeah,
tested.
prairie plant system.
That was never tested. That was, we need somebody to grow cannabis because the courts ordered us to. Let's get these guys to grow it in a mine underground, right? And we can supply everybody with that. Well, that was shit. And the reason it was shit is they were taking the whole plant, stock and all, and grinding it all up, packaging it up, and selling it to patients.
Buddy, you can get the white pages on the White House pages.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about testing like that sort of testing. I mean like medical testing and like when they do like to see if it works for depression or
like
clinical trials.
No, Canada's only ever done one clinical trial that they won't even recognize.
Officially.
They say they won't. We did our own clinical trial.
I've been doing my own for 30 years.
The one that they don't want to talk about was Mark Ware's clinical trial at McGill University. And it was on smoked cannabis. And all it proved was, yes, it's therapeutic. And more importantly, is the more you have, the better it works.
But it's the smoking thing that they don't want to be involved with. It's the whole
Right.
they don't want.
Well, yeah, because they think that's a bad part. And there's nothing bad about it.
Well, there's factual research already from Israel that says cannabis does not cause cancer. It helps alleviate it.
Well, what it does is it's feeding your immune system so it can fight off anything that could be cancerous.
As naturally as it can be.
Right. People don't get cured from medicine. They get cured from their immune system. Right? Medicine doesn't cure anything.
Well, okay.
So cannabis doesn't cure anything, but cannabis gives your immune system the fuel it needs through the endocannabinoid system.
Yeah, but the thing, this is one of the reasons why if you have cancers or something like that and you have to take chemotherapy, you really shouldn't be utilizing the cannabis oil because you're canceling it out. Because the chemotherapy is going to knock you down so your body naturally fixes itself. So you add the cannabis oil after, not during. Right?
I don't think you quite know how chemotherapy works.
Well, does it not knock down your system so that your body can repair itself?
It knocks down everything in your system and kills off the healthy cells. That's what causes the damage.
So your body can rebuild.
How can it rebuild if it's killed everything?
Okay, I get that, but that's what it's supposed to do.
Right. So then they started saying, oh, well, if you're taking chemo, then you should be using cannabis because it's going to help you with your appetite and stuff like that. Right?
Not the oil.
It's still cannabis.
Fair enough.
I don't care how you get it into your system. If it's into your system, it's cannabis. Right? So ingesting it is a much better way to go because you're getting more cannabinoids.
Okay.
into your bloodstream, right? And going to your organs and feeding your endocannabinoid system so that your immune system has the fuel and energy.
To rebuild.
So then everybody says, well, what dose should you start at? Whatever dose you can physically handle.
Yeah.
All right. But ideally, if you take a dose and it knocks you out and goes to sleep, that's a good fucking thing. Because your body, when you're sleeping, your body will do more healing than it will do when you're awake. Because when you're awake, it's trying to protect you from everything else. Right? You're exposing it to toxins and moving around and things like that. So your immune system doesn't get a chance to rest. So that's why sick people tend to sleep so much.
Yeah.
Their immune system is trying to fix them.
Mhm.
Well, it gives us somebody cannabis and it knocks them out. That's not a bad idea, right? They go to sleep for 3 days. They wake up, they're going to feel a hell of a lot better.
Been there, done that. Little groggy in the morning. But,
Yeah, but it happens. But if you can handle those high doses, then you can beat back a lot of illness. The problem is a lot of illnesses can linger. And people will take it, and all of a sudden they get, oh, I'm all cancer clear, and they stop taking it.
Yeah.
And then they get cancer back.
The maintenance part of it is a big deal as well.
It is. It's hard for people to realize that it's a medicine that should be taken in a small dose every day forever and ever and ever. Think of it more of a multivitamin that packs a punch. So if somebody took, and we've proven this because we've been doing it for years, somebody takes a 3 milligram or 4 milligram dose, right? They're not even going to feel it, but they take it every night before they go to bed. After about a week, they feel pretty fucking amazing.
Well, I got to.
And they take the same dose every night.
day.
They have the same results.
I was with the mixture I made of the virgin olive oil and cannabis oil.
Mhm.
I was having a little bit every day, in the morning, at lunch, and at night. And I wasn't as groggy. I wasn't as I was more active. But it doesn't, if you don't have the access, it
That's
becomes
right.
hard to keep up. And unfortunately, that's what most people have, that problem.
That's the biggest hurdle is
Access.
one, a small dose every day is ideal, but to be able to be supplied that small dose every day is where the issue comes in.
Right.
And for the amount that you're talking, you're, well, 360 or 365 pills per year for you yourself, right? And then you got to do that every year. So you can make it up yourself, but it would be better if they actually had a product that you could get
that wasn't going to break the bank.
That wasn't going to break the bank and was always going to be available.
What's a round of FICO cost now for somebody who needs it to try and become cancer free?
Could be anywhere from, well, depending on what you're calling FICO and the quality of the oil, but it could be anywhere from $10 to $50, $60 a gram, depending on who you go to and how it's processed.
Right. Now you can get a type of
what?
You can't get sorry. There are a couple of brands. Oh fuck. You can get it on the legal OCS.
Get what?
In some form. Oil. Whatever, I don't know what kind it is, but
distillate,
They're
maybe?
selling FICO oil?
They have a form of it, yeah. It's probably a distillate, yes. Len was telling us that there's a company that's actually selling it, but I can't remember who. And Len's not here to answer that question. Sorry.
Oh, is that the ones that mix it with the wonderful MCT oil?
Probably, which I wouldn't take.
No.
Gives me the runs.
They clean you out.
Oh yeah. MTC farts really reek.
MCT.
MCT farts.
What is it? Mono-chain triglycerides.
Hi, Chris. And yes, it is an emulsion / tincture. But a lot of them are making it with distillate, so then it's pretty much a useless tincture. On a medical standpoint, it's great if you want to get high and a headache. Go for it.
Yeah, we were talking about distillates earlier.
Mm-hmm.
They always make me sneeze for some reason.
Is there anything? Is there anything to that high grade cannabis will make you sneeze?
No.
High grade or high concentrated?
Well, no, high grade. I mean, I saw a video or something that basically explained why people sneeze when they smoke really good cannabis. Now,
mostly it's from the terpenes.
Well, it's also a natural expectorant, right? I sneeze from good weed. I sneeze from bad weed too.
But you also sneeze from pepper.
I do, and it has some of that in the terps, right?
Pepper.
I thought that was caryophyllene.
Yeah, that's another one. So it's more likely terpenes that cause you to sneeze than THC. Because if that was the case, you would sneeze after taking a big gob of oil. Right?
I only sneeze when smoking a distillate pen.
I'd like a big glob of oil.
Very likely that's the terpenes they put in to give you a flavor.
Maybe.
You see, this is one of the reasons why I don't like the legal avenue for getting something as potent as that. You know, you go to an indigenous source, you're more likely to get actual cannabis oil with no flavor.
But I will say, if you have a good bud tender, doesn't matter what type of store you go to, and you say to them, don't give me added botanical terpenes, they will give you a nice, clean cannabis product. And they are out there. You just have to ask. 'Cause otherwise, you're getting like Liddy flavored or like.
Wait,
you know,
you're talking OCS stores, right?
Yeah, that's my experience.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in Nova Scotia.
You don't have tribal out here?
Have what?
Tribal?
Yeah, we have that. We can get that there, but not at the legal entities.
There's I believe there's two different tribal brands. One is a legal brand and one is an indigenous brand.
Yeah, the one that I'm talking about is partnered with Nugs and
yeah, that's an OCS brand. That's a legal brand, not indigenous.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering because, like, you could buy sheesh beverages in Alberta, you can buy them in Ontario. I don't know about New Brunswick though.
I don't know. I mean, I don't go to the stores, but what I do know is they can't tell you anything.
No, but if you go in and you say I'm looking for live resin, they could get you a live resin cartridge.
You can get live resin cartridges at the legal stores. I can get them.
Yeah.
I get.
But those are less likely to be added terps to it.
not necessarily.
People, most of the time, the people that are going for, live resin or whatever are not wanting added terps. Those are the people that are smoking distillate.
It depends on the brand. As far as what I've tried live resin that has most obviously had terps added, and then I've tried it without as well. And it depends on the brand. Some brands are good. Some brands are, aren't.
I'd be curious if I had my other phone. I'd be Googling right now on New Brunswick website to see just if they have any live resin.
I'll tell you in a second.
I got some.
I've seen that. I've seen that kind of thing as well, Chris.
Them claiming that it'll preserve their cannabis.
There's a lot of myths on the internet.
Honey as a preservative, eh? Live resin. Well, they've got 82 crooked dory gorilla zittles.
Oh, Crooked Dory's a good one.
$55 per gram.
It's a cartridge?
No, it's just raw resin. Cartridge, Collab Motor Breath, pure $60 a cartridge. That's a 72 to 78% THC.
Motor Breath.
Yeah, Motor Breath's not bad. Other cartridges. Your Vita Goji Melon live resin.
Yeah, see, that one would probably have added terps.
That's $30.
Yeah, and like $30. Something tells me that one's freaking. Was it half a gram?
No, gram.
Yeah, that's probably mixed.
Lord
with
Jones Pure Live Resin, $60 sativa.
I like that you can actually be able to get these products though.
Yeah,
And I remember when Shatter was $80 a gram, and that was like black market.
Oh yeah.
Thank God those prices don't
Now you
But
you can get an
that's
ounce.
when it also first started becoming popular, and then as soon as it becomes popular, then the price drops off.
Yeah. I must have hit the pot. I got into it before everybody else did because it was still fucking expensive for me. That's why we had to learn where do you get it cheaper.
No, we just learned how to make it ourselves better.
That's what I meant. It's the only place to get it cheaper.
Live resin, $60.
That's not bad.
I don't know. I don't pay for it, so I don't buy it. I don't go to those stores.
I'm kind of sad Darcy's not here. I didn't get to thank him. Like
Make fun of him, you mean?
No, I wasn't going to make fun of him.
I would.
You should see the size of the bed I got tonight. It's a good thing because I'm bringing some of that box to bed with me.
yeah, I'm waiting for those pictures. She's gonna lay in bed. She's gonna lay in bed with Bud.
Mm-hmm. Nice big bud.
What was the other fun fact that we had here? Oh, I was looking at a recall for Johnny Chronic.
Oh no! Why was it recalled?
Johnny Chronic.
I always want to know why. What happened?
What happened?
I'm looking.
Yeah. Hey, what happened?
The cannabis level has been recalled because the total THC and CBD concentrated on the labels, stated on the labels, are higher than the actual total THC the product contains. according to the notice posted on those.
Yeah.
That's
So,
like the most common thing.
so what's this bag say? Can I make it bigger? No. Total THC 26%. Yeah, I guess it tested a little lower.
Why don't they just start testing lower, start saying like a range?
That's
Well,
what
'cause
I
that
always
would be
said
like-
right from day one. Is
That
there
would
should
be
be a
like the
range.
weather. Feels like 21.
Yeah, but like give us a 3%, like 21 to 24. You know?
Yeah, but here's the problem that they have is it's all of their products from the looks of it. It's their indica, rotating indica reefers, pre-rolls,
Oh, no.
another pre-roll, Northern Lights pre-roll.
Pre-rolls are the hottest sellers on OCS right now.
So what is that, like a tester facility type problem? Maybe who they were taking it to gave them false readings. I don't know. Because if it's more than one product, like
Well, the label said 28.5 milligrams or 28.5%.
And it
The
was only
testing
18 or something like that.
15.2.
Yeah.
oh,
Right. Another one said 28.5%. It tested it at 14.3.
oh no.
This one tested 28.5. Actual test 14.7.
You're a loser.
Right. Well, this is the thing. Everybody wants to buy based off of a arbitrary number that really has no effect. I've seen
I wish
people
they
get
would
much
start telling-
much higher off of a 16% strain versus a 32% strain. And it's
I
all a
wish they
matter
would
of the
start putting
balance of
terps.
all of the other cannabinoids.
Yeah, but they don't advertise that stuff, which is crazy. They should have on there all of that, the terpenes, all the
Well,
cannabinoids.
For effect, terpenes don't have a lot. If you want to really give yourself effect from terpenes, eat a mango before you smoke your pot.
Yeah, but
Right?
that's just myrcene.
It still opens up the receptors, and
I know,
that's
but-
all. That's all the terpenes do is open up a receptor.
Yeah, but it's the reason why some people like hiking in the woods because they need more pinene than others.
Right. Yeah.
You know? So I'm just saying, maybe.
Let's play a thing. We'll be right back.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Sure. So, MJ, have you tried Purple Satellite yet?
I have not.
Oh, you should.
I did not get in the bag.
Girl.
I know. Oh my God, look how many it is. Crazy. I wonder why the boys don't have any power.
In your little gift box thingy, you got two purple satellites
Lay down, please.
that
Rosa.
are the identical strain.
Yeah.
And the only difference is they were growing at identical feeding schedules and food, and they're grown an hour apart.
What do you mean an hour apart?
Well, one's growing an hour away from the other one.
Oh,
Darcy
location.
has one,
Okay.
and Marcel has one.
So Darcy grew one, and I grew one.
Yeah.
And you have some of each.
Okay.
And you're going to tell us if you can see the difference that we notice.
Okay.
So there's
I'm
an
excited to get it
assignment, and there's going to be a test.
I'm excited to get it home and look at it underneath the microscope.
So there may be a quiz afterwards. I haven't decided yet.
Okay. Is there anything ahead of time, like you want to give me, like what I should study for?
No.
Okay.
No. That's just silly. I'm like Chris. I haven't done super since I was a kid, and I don't want to anymore.
Super toast? Yeah, no, thank you.
I have a bottle. You can,
Hey, man!
Toast.
Squeeze my chest!
No. That's a different kind of a super toke.
Wow.
We had super toke where somebody put a joint in their mouth with the lid end in their mouth.
Yeah.
And blow the smoke down your throat.
Yeah.
And if you had a friend like I did, every once in a while you had to be ready because he would go and let that roach fly into your throat too. So.
Oh, that's cruel.
Yeah. It was funny though. When it happened to somebody else.
Yeah.
Choking on a burning ember in their throat. Then I learned how to just do it myself by putting a joint in between my first and second knuckle and making a fist.
Why do I hear water?
It's MJ. She's peeing.
Are you near the water, MJ?
It's raining. I'm in New Brunswick. Did you hear? It's a freaking rainstorm.
I thought it was raining. I can hear water flowing.
It is raining.
Hey, what happened?
It sounds like water's hitting land or something. Seriously.
Because it's fucking raining, Al. What part are you missing here? It sounds like water hitting the. It's raining out where she is.
Happened?
She has the car open.
What happened? What happened?
Al broke.
That's right.
Yep. See, told you. Al broke.
I broke myself.
Clap on, clap on, clap on, clap on. For the clapper.
Did you see the photo I sent?
Yes.
What about hot knives? You ever do hot knives?
Yes, and when we were packing up my mom's condo, we actually found the ones that we used when we were younger. She saved them because it was her silver set.
I was thinking about going to my parents' old house and knocking on
Just
the
to
door
see?
and asking if the knives were still up in the attic, or not in the attic, but in the ceiling in the basement.
No,
They probably don't even know.
We found two knives. Yep. We also use spoons too.
Well, see, that's what we grew up in the land of hash, and then really good bud started coming out, so we moved to soup spoons for bud.
Well, it was also easier. You get really high, you can knock that fucking thing off that knife really easy. But in a spoon,
with the knife, the challenge was not hitting yourself in the lip with the knife.
yeah, or cracking it on your finger even. I didn't no the knives never worked for me, so we use spoons.
I've never I never had never had the finger issue.
I used to burn myself on those fuckers all the time.
I had a buddy that he took his knives and wrapped probably 3 rolls of electrical tape on the handles.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Just so they wouldn't be too warm.
Uh-huh.
That's hilarious.
I bet you there's a security guy in the building somewhere watching what you're doing right now.
What was the other one?
My neighbor here is probably thinking, "What the fuck?" Because every time the wind comes, it comes and launches the fucking trunk open just a little more. So I keep pulling it and pulling it. It's literally open just this much now.
Do they not have a bench or a smoking area?
Oh my god, it's a fucking windstorm out there right now. 100-kilometer fucking gusts of wind.
Car running with the heat on.
No, it's not running. I'm sitting in the back with a fucking battery charged light that I can't get to stop changing colors, which is why I keep going blue and green and red with a battery thing plugged into my phone, so hopefully it won't die. Which is why I shake my fist at Darcy and Lenny, who are not here, because I'm in New Brunswick too right now. And I'm still here.
Oh, the wind hasn't even picked up yet. I'm looking at it right now, right where you are.
I think if it was as gusty as you said.
Are you telling me it's going to get worse?
Your hair would be.
Yeah.
I literally have the trunk almost shut. Every time the wind comes, I got to grab the door so it doesn't fucking open.
Your sustained winds right now are around 41 kilometers an hour.
That's terrible.
And your gusts are at 82.
Yeah. Remember, I'm from Ontario. We're not used to this.
In a couple hours, those gusts are going to be 108.
Oh, okay. So if I duck out of here early, that's why, because I'm out.
No, I said in a couple hours. You got lots of time.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll be asleep by then.
So meanwhile, my wind goes about the same.
Oh, well, I hope Darcy and Lenny get power soon anyways. All joking aside, I hope they get because it's too cold. I'm assuming their heat is running off the power.
So there's an article here that I'm just loading from Normal. Federal lawmakers reintroduce legislation safeguarding federally assisted housing access for cannabis consumers. I can sympathize with that because when I was in housing in Durham, they didn't like me because I was the only one that was grandfathered. I moved in just as they changed their policy on smoking in the building. So I was grandfathered. I could smoke whatever the fuck I want. Plus I had my license and they didn't like me. And they always threatened to have me removed if I kept. And I was like, well, I'm grandfathered into the building and I'm legal. What do you want from me? So that will lend some security, right, for people.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of in a wait and see mode to see what happens, right?
Strawberry lemonade with churros of cookies. That actually does sound good.
What are you looking at now?
Well, I'm just reading what Buddy Weeds was smoking.
Oh.
He asked what everyone was smoking on, and he said he was smoking some churros of cookies.
Yeah, I got
strawberry lemonade.
I got
yeah,
that
does sound delicious.
I said, but I can't remember what the strains are, so I've got a mix going.
MJ should have grabbed one of those salad pre-rolls.
They're right here.
Light it up, lady. You're outside.
You're outside.
What are the laws in Manitoba? Is it where are you again?
New Brunswick.
In New Brunswick.
If I was in Manitoba, I would have stopped to see you.
Yeah. No,
you can't. You're not allowed to come in.
New Brunswick,
No.
You can consume cannabis anywhere that you can consume cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
What? Say that again.
It's like Ontario. You can consume cannabis wherever you can consume cigarettes.
Okay, good.
So not 9 meters away. 9 meters away from the doors.
This is why I
But
stood
you're in
in
a
the
parking lot sitting in a car that you've rented, so that's the only person that you have to justify yourself to is the people at the rental company when you return the car because it smells like pot.
It's not going to smell like pot because I'm not smoking in here.
Sure.
Well, didn't you see the picture? The hatchback's wide open. She might as well be sitting outside on the park bench.
Exactly. That was my point earlier.
Yeah. So be no issues with smoking it there.
If the car smells like weed, it's because I smoked weed and then got in the car. I carried my weed in the car.
That's
and
what
I
was
also
the cop when he pulled me over.
I also carry an ashtray, so that way I don't leave my roaches all over. And I'm sure this probably smells too.
I have car ashtrays as well.
You also have 2 bags there that reek that I normally keep them in a smell-proof bag.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for putting yours in a smell-proof bag.
Mm.
Hello, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm excited for Timmy to have one of those gummies.
All right, Al, ever use a cigarette lighter?
Yep.
We
Had one.
used to use a cigarette lighter. So you push cigarette lighter in, you heat it up, drop a
Throw
little
a piece
ball
of
of
hash
hash
on it and use a toilet paper roll.
Oh no, we used to use like a Bic pen. Just take the guts out of a pen. We
Oh,
used to use
okay.
one
No,
of those.
we use toilet paper roll.
It was all fine and good one day until all of a sudden it got so hot that the handle melted and it just moved over to the side. So we had to get a new cigarette lighter.
Can you even buy those anymore?
No, I tried on Amazon, and the one I got was a dud.
I'm sure you can get them at Canadian Tire. That's something they'll always sell.
I would imagine.
I would imagine.
I would like one.
I have.
Do you have an outlet for it?
I have 3 outlets in my car. One at the back by the back door to plug something in and leave it in the trunk. I have one for the people in the back seat, and then actually 2. So I have 4. I have 2 in the front.
Holy crap!
I think she fell out of the car.
I almost blew away. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna like grab the door and pull it so far down. I'm gonna shut the trunk, and then I'm gonna have Timmy come and rescue me.
So yeah, he's probably asleep.
No, I can see him. He's actually doing yoga.
Is he standing in the window watching at you, waving his noodle?
No.
So this is why this is their thing. See, she goes out to the car and he stands in the window.
Yeah. Do you know what? Canadian Tire doesn't have auto cigarette lighters.
What's the other one? What's the other auto place?
Princess Auto.
Princess Auto. They'll have them.
I don't know. I don't think you can get them anymore.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you can. I've seen them. I just can't remember where. Probably at a dollar store.
Oh, I can't see that.
That's $6.99 now. You look like a bird the way you're sitting, MJ.
Sorry, I'm looking at the friggin' cars shaking.
Walmart has one.
Are there people having sex in them?
No, the wind.
I spent the night laying in bed listening to the wind like just rattle the house. It was just kept slamming into the house all night long last night. We had like 45 to 75 kilometer winds last night or something like that.
MJ?
That's crazy. Yeah.
I lost another window.
$7.49 on Amazon or $12.99 at Walmart. What?
The ones from Amazon don't work, and the ones from Walmart is probably like a marketplace seller, and they probably won't work either. Like it's not sold by Walmart.
Universal. Hang on, let me go look.
I hate Walmart website for this. At least I was able to return the one to Amazon.
Amazon's pretty good that way, and they just throw them out.
Yeah, the one thing you do have to look for is the shipped by. It has to be shipped by Amazon. It can be sold by another company, but if it's shipped by another company, don't buy it because to return it is such a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Really.
Ah! The lights just went off outside. Oh,
Sold and shipped by Tasharina Corp. What else is there? And you said the Walmart one doesn't work?
Most
Or
likely
the Amazon
not.
one?
If it's the Amazon one didn't work, but if the Walmart one is like a marketplace seller, then it probably will not work either. Because it's just like the Amazon deal. Anybody can go on Walmart and be a seller.
Why isn't this opening up? All right, who's this? The shipper seller's name is You Think Us.
Yeah. I wouldn't trust that. You really you gotta do your due diligence, even though it's the Walmart website.
Yeah. Hang on, let me take a look here. A better look. That's funny. I like the name. All right, what else they got? What they got? Sockets.
The Xmas edition, is that what you think this is, Marcel?
The what?
Xmas edition?
Yeah. Well, we're not having one before Christmas other than this.
I don't know, are we? Are we doing another one next week? Where's the thing? It's
Next
after
week
Christmas.
will be the 26th, wouldn't it?
Next week is
Yeah.
our Boxing Day show.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Guess what, MJ?
You have to wear a box.
This one ships by Amazon.
Yeah. Send it to me. I might have already bought it, but I was looking for one. They're just handy to have.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for doing little balls of hash on. Well, you can put some shatter on it, some of your live resin that you're getting.
They get gummed up really quick, unfortunately.
Yeah, you burn it off. Once it's heated up.
You
have
small
a great
pieces.
Christmas, Mr. Chris. Wonder what happened to
Oscar, way
Darcy.
to go. What, Marcel?
Wonder whatever happened to Darcy.
Oh, his phone must have
the usual. The usual.
Yeah. You're sitting in the dark.
Pouting.
Yeah.
Trying to think of an excuse for next week. It's probably listening.
There's a lot of, I don't know if he is.
I would hope if he was listening, he would join us because
Yeah,
that would
hope.
just be silly.
And rude.
Well, yeah.
I'll message him. I'll ask him where he's to.
Where he's to. That's New Brunswickian language.
Newfoundland, actually.
Oh, even further east.
Yep. Northeast. Northeast for me.
Oh, hey, Marcel, I didn't even get to tell you. Guess what we seen when we were coming down today from Edmundston?
A
It was
moose.
it was before Oromocto, and it was a deer.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. The truck beside us just slammed on his brakes in time to miss
Oh,
it,
yeah.
and like swerved all over the road too. It was quite fantastic to see the maneuver that person did, because yeah, they basically saved their ass and ours, because if they would have clipped the moose or the deer, it would have smashed and been in our lane too.
Why
So
the fuck would you drive there in the middle of the winter, at the beginning of the winter?
Because he's going to a show.
Why
yeah, we
drive?
have an event.
Why not fly in?
Flying into
Because
St. John, New Brunswick?
well,
I can explain this. They would have to turn around, drive to, I don't know, the closest airport to them that actually has a direct flight to St. John, which is very unlikely.
That'd be Toronto.
So she'd have to go to Toronto, drive to Toronto, get on a plane, fly to St. John, rent a car to go wherever, and you're flying into an airport that is notorious for fog.
So instead of worrying about the fog, you drove through a snowstorm.
There was no snowstorm.
No, they basically brought the rain with them.
Yeah, it was gorgeous.
Hi, I'm coming to visit. Here's some rain.
Be thankful we brought rain and not snow. And if you would have looked at the weather map, it actually came from BC. So don't blame me.
Yeah, well,
it caught up to you when you brought it with you.
What we got yesterday came across the bottom of Canada, and it missed my sister as well, and then hit us.
It's weird. Yeah, I watched it. It went up and then over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It hit us good.
Yeah, no, we got lucky. To say that this is December, we might encounter something on the way home, but
probably.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be Sunday, and Sunday they're calling for a little bit of snow-ish, sleet as we come through Quebec.
Ish.
Yeah, the joys of Quebec.
Bonjour.
I thought it was hilarious when I walked into the Tim Hortons and the guy looked at me and he said, hello. Like he knew I was English before I even said anything. It must have been the confused look on my face when I was looking at the menu.
Where was that?
Tim Hortons.
So, Moncton is a little. Well,
this was Quebec.
In Quebec, and they said in English first?
Yeah, and like I said, I think it was because, and it was northern Quebec. I honestly think it was my confused look on my face. Because I was looking at the menu trying to find the French vanilla cappuccino. And I still don't know, it's something Française. But whatever.
You guys are going back on Sunday?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Where are you staying Sunday night?
Cornwall.
Oh, so you're going to drive right through?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll arrive like fucking probably almost midnight. Because, I'm not leaving at friggin' 6 a.m.
Weirdo.
Can't get up that early. Can't do it. Especially everything's an hour later.
You might have a little fluff of snow to go through. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
it's not.
It won't be much.
No. And we got a rental, so I'm not worried.
8 p.m. I'm going to put you, well, it's 3 hours to there. Going to Montreal, through Montreal?
Yeah.
Just on the 20 right through. Well, that's another 3. That's 6. That's what, 10 hours?
But that maybe 11.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long day, and thank God I'm doing it with Timmy, because I've been on road trips with other people before, and oh my God, I've wanted to kill them.
You like traveling with me because you just sit there and shut up and go to sleep. You crawl into the car in your pajamas at 4 o'clock in the morning and we hit the road.
Yeah, I can't sleep in the car, even in
Well,
PJs. I guess
got
if somebody got me out of bed at 4 in the morning, I probably fucking could.
I got this cool shirt that I could wear.
Which one?
Make sure you go to sleep. My Bill Cosby shirt. Mr. Bill Cosby in this. It's a great shirt because all it says is "Good night, sleepy" or "Good morning, sleepyhead." I think that's the scariest thing you'd ever see. Bill Cosby standing over you saying, "And how did we sleep?" Yeah, where am I? Sorry, not making fun of Bill Cosby.
Don't do that.
I'm making fun of his habits.
Okay. How about you have a Coke and shut the fuck up?
Yeah, that works too.
Did you watch Being Eddie yet?
What?
Eddie Murphy has a documentary about himself.
Yeah.
On Netflix, and I watched maybe half of it.
Yeah, and
I watched maybe half of it.
That good, was it?
I started watching Breaking Bad again.
Oh.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
I guess it was a good show.
I couldn't watch it.
Couldn't get into it?
Yeah, my problem was is when it first came out and I first started watching it, my MS was really bad.
Oh, okay.
And
you gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I had a hard time following along where they kept going back and forth between past, future.
Unlike that with
like
shows
that.
like Game of Thrones and shit like that, I can't get into it. I'd rather watch DIY stuff or reality stuff. Keeping the drama where the drama is supposed to be on the TV.
Oh, speaking about reality, can I just ask, have you guys seen the show The Traitors?
No.
Oh,
Traitors?
Yeah, Traitors.
Yes, I saw. I think one episode.
So it's which one?
It seems scripted to me.
So there's USA, Canada, Australia. I will tell you, Canada is the best one. There's 3 seasons. And it's dark. It's dark. I love it. And it's on CTV, so you can watch it for free on Crave.
I tend to watch more on YouTube than anything now.
I've been watching watch a lot of documentaries on YouTube.
And then I did this here a couple weeks ago, TikTok video. I get a lot of these TikTok videos and Facebook videos and things like that with recipes. And I decided that looked really good. I want to try it.
Oh, is that what you were posting the other day?
Yeah, it was a really simple recipe. You take a can of cherry pie filling and you mix it with a cake mix, a chocolate cake mix, and nothing else. Right? So it's just the fruit and the cake mix. Mix it all up so it's all incorporated. and then put it into a pie plate and bake it. And it comes out like black
cherry
forest.
pie cake.
Well, no, a black forest pie.
Okay.
Right? So then you can put whipped cream or whatever you want on it.
I'd be putting a diabetic coma, dude.
So I made one, and it was friggin' delicious. Then I thought, well, what would happen if I added eggs? So I made another one the other night, and it's even more delicious because now instead of being a gummy pie, it's a cake that has the cherries in it. And none of the oil and other crap.
I've been seeing some really, really, really good recipes on Facebook these days.
Yeah. I know I send them to myself when I find them.
I put them into our chat when I find them.
Yeah, I find a lot more than you do.
Can we start a separate chat just for recipes?
Sure.
I'll start it.
Why?
All right. You start a separate one just for recipes so she can learn how to cook.
Oh.
Don't you remember the video from last week?
Yeah.
I need to say that since last week, I did check the fire extinguisher on the wall. And because I used it before, I forgot about the fire that I had on the stove. Like, I don't even remember. Anyways, it's low. So I need to get a new one.
So there you go. Everything happens for a reason.
Canadian Tire.
Yeah.
Canadian Tire, $49.95. Actually, I think they're about $89.95 now.
That's okay. Whatever it is, it's worth it. In my house, I think everybody should have one. It's kind of like over the age of 60, I think every house should have a blood pressure checker.
Brought me to the point where I have to get a new one as well.
Well, I mean, they're only good for so long.
Just because I keep leaving.
I think people should learn how to put out a fire first before they get a fire extinguisher because I've seen too many people not know how to use a fire extinguisher.
Well, you know, an oil fire, a fire extinguisher ain't going to do you shit anyways. So.
Well, yeah, it can because done the wrong way with a fire extinguisher, you can spread a fire pretty quick with oil. Because your fire extinguisher can blow your burning pot of oil out of your pot all over your wall.
Yep.
So that's why I say a fire extinguisher is great, but you got to know how to use a fire extinguisher at the same time.
Aim for the base.
So here's what everybody should do. It was probably the last time you cooked for Timmy.
Wait, welcome to the new segment called Marcel's Safety Tips.
I thought you were going to say, what did MJ burn this week?
No, that's next week. We're going to do that next week.
We're going to wait for the recipe thing first.
Actually, I remember what it was. It was something that the kids had spilled underneath the burner, you know, in that catcher thing.
Yeah.
And it had caught fire.
Oh. You know what's really good for putting that out?
The same thing you're going to tell me. Yeah, baking soda. Yeah. Or a towel. Would salt also work?
No, not as good. Baking soda works the best for putting out a fire. Cornstarch, flour, definitely not. They have a tendency to burst into flames.
What about baking soda?
Yeah, that might work.
That's what I said.
You want to smother the flames.
Baking powder.
No, because baking powder has cornstarch in it.
Baking soda would work. Baking powder would just erupt.
Yeah.
Like flour. Don't put flour on it.
So a box of baking soda beside the stove is a great idea.
It's an awesome idea.
Okay.
I have a box above the stove in the cupboard right above the stove.
What good is that? You got to reach above the fire.
I only ever had to use it once. I'm not afraid of fire. So what everybody should do if they haven't done it, if they didn't get it in school, they should go to the local fire department and ask them how to put out a kitchen fire. And they'll teach you how to use a fire extinguisher, and they'll teach you how to do it for free.
Yes, they will.
because they would rather that you put your own fire out than have to call them.
They've passed in Ontario a new law about carbon dioxide detectors.
Oh yeah,
they are mandatory now. But I don't need one because I don't have a flammable source of anything in the house. I have hydro. So
yeah, if you're not using natural gas, then you don't need one.
Correct. But they are making it mandatory. If you have natural gas, propane, or a fireplace, anything that's combustible, you have to have one. Have to.
Yeah. Well, you should, shouldn't you?
They can cancel your insurance. It's that
also
serious.
in Ontario, if you have a house in Ontario with a basement, you should have a radon meter.
A radon meter.
A what now?
A radon meter to check for radon gas.
From where? From the sewers?
From your ground.
It's concrete.
No, your ground is not concrete. Your foundation's concrete. Concrete is porous. Radon gas seeps into basements, and it sits in the bottom of the basement.
Yeah.
That's why they have radon gas monitors.
Are they expensive?
I don't think so. But I think
you guys
Ontario is one of those places that's got high radon outputs in the areas.
Have you guys
First I've heard.
Have you seen the new smoke detectors that are now mandatory in Ontario with all new units and all new builds?
They probably all have carbon monoxide on.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Those ones don't have carbon monoxide. They're just smoke detectors, but they're more than just smoke. They're more than just your buzzing, beeping smoke detector.
They
it also has a
in,
light.
They took out the two different ones in Toronto in my apartment and put in one single one, which was carbon and fire and radon. And
Oh, you're lucky. Ours is just mine lights up and it beeps and then it goes fire, true, and then it keeps beeping fire.
In your house?
Yeah.
Yeah. They put those in?
Yeah. Which is stupid because when I have a shower and it's hot and steamy, sometimes it sets off the smoke detector. And I'm like,
I don't know how many, maybe 2-3 times a week, I set off the detector with shower.
Well, it doesn't go off for my weed. That's all I care about.
No, me either.
So
right. I have one in the guest room so that they don't smoke in the bedroom. I don't smoke in my bedrooms. I smoke in here. I smoke in the living room. I do not smoke in my bedroom unless I'm sitting on the couch watching TV in my bedroom. But I don't typically like to smoke in bed. Do you smoke in bed, Marcel?
No.
See, I
haven't smoked in bed since I was bedridden, Al.
My grandmother fell asleep with a smoke in her hand and woke up to the fire department in a big hole in her mattress. So
wow.
I don't smoke in bed.
Wow. I don't even smoke in my bedroom.
Neither do I usually. I've got my room set up so that I got a couch and a TV in there so when I have guests, I'm not just sitting in the living room. But
but that's different. You'll probably smoke at the couch and at the sitting area, not, do you know what I mean? Not at bed.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the most part, that's Rose's couch.
That's Rose's bed.
She goes from one couch in the living room to the couch in the bedroom to the floor to her pillow to Steven's pillow. Steven's started being cranky now when I don't lift him up in the bed. And then he screams at me when I go pee. Why didn't you take me?
You're gonna have to get him some stairs.
He won't use them. I have a little stool that he can get up on, but he doesn't do it. He likes me to pick him up. I felt a little arm the other day, kind of grabbing my arm, grabbing.
What a big sock.
Huh?
What a big suck.
Oh, he is. They're both very high maintenance, like what do you call them? Geriatrics. Geriatric pets.
That's hilarious. I'm convinced my cat doesn't know it's a cat and thinks it's a human because we treat it as such. Like it lays in bed, goes under the covers, like with its paws out. And like
Rosa has started not sleeping with me, but she's always in the bed. She used to sleep beside me. I used to wake up. I think it's because the couch is in there. When I switched rooms, she stops actually sleeping with me. But now Stephen does, because he does that now and then. She does. I'm a roller. I wake up a lot, so I don't think she likes it. Right.
Sadie doesn't sleep with us. She sleeps beside us on her own bed on the floor.
Right. Rosa sleeps on the couch and looking as she stares at me all night.
And then, nope, Sadie never stares at us. She always stares looking out the door. If I go outside and work in the garden, she sits with her back to me. And it's only because she's protecting me. That's her job when we're outside. So wherever we go, she'll always sit facing away from me. Unless somebody's close to me, then she's sitting there staring intently at them.
That's what
but
dogs do.
As she's gotten older and bigger, she had a hard time getting up on our bed.
Well, that's what's happening with Stephen. Why I have to lift him up.
Well, what I did is Chrissy wanted a new bed, so I went out and got her a new bed.
Yes, you mentioned that last week.
Well, we
did
went
you build
to
a thing?
what?
Did you build a thing so they can get in the bed?
Well, it's lower.
Oh, nice.
It's already lower bed, so she can get into it. So actually, when we come home, before we left, I told her to get up on the bed to lay down because she loves laying up there. It's so comfortable. When we come home, she was still there.
That's awesome.
She never moved off of that couch the entire time we were gone.
Stephen has a pillow that's beside my bed on the other side, close to the wall, where Rosa will steal that as well. But they have a big pillow in the living room that they both use, and then they have the couch. But the minute I'm out of my chair in the living room, Rosa's in there.
Sadie's got a love seat in the living room as well as her bed because sometimes people come and sit down on her love seat and she gets upset. And then she's got a futon in the office and she's laying here beside me on that. And then she has another big stuffed bed in the bedroom when we go to bed at night. This dog is like damn spoiled. And she's smart. Because every time we go out shopping, she has this tendency to, when we come in, we bring the bags in, her face is in every bag, and she's looking for what she can identify as a toy for her.
Or a treat, yeah.
No, she doesn't even care about the treats. She's looking for toys. So the last one was a baby blanket and neck pillow that we got for the baby. And we brought it home, and it was in the bag, and she saw that thing. And right away, she figured that was her toy. So today I got her one at Costco because if you got big dogs and you need toys that are tough, Costco's got the toys that last.
I can't find a toy that other than a Kong that Rose has not ripped apart within minutes of getting it.
You might want to check Costco.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
the
telling
bullet
you.
Toys are supposed to be very good.
Marcel showed me.
I showed her this thing, and this thing is tough.
You guys got stoned and went shopping, didn't you?
No.
No.
I went
to the
shopping.
casino.
I went shopping and then went to the casino.
And then we got stoned.
Well, actually,
Okay, we were stoned down in the casino and then
I
stoned. And
started out that way. I just kind of stayed at the same plateau all day. So
Al, can you pull up and share that last photo that I sent in the group chat?
Marcel can.
Thank you, Marcel. I would just like to share with everybody, when I said my cat is like a human, this is a photo that my daughter took because the cat spends most of her time in my daughter's room. But yeah, I just posted it on Instagram. I thought it was hilarious because this fucking cat. That's literally, we say this all the time in our house. This fucking cat
that cat's a
thinks
slut.
it's thinks it's human.
That's a
My
slut.
cat
Hang
thinks
on.
it's human.
She's not a slut. She actually hates all other cats.
He has a human name.
What?
Steven.
Oh, yours maybe. Mine doesn't. Mine has a name of food.
Let's see. I've had Steven. I've had Rusty. We had two Susies. One ran away when we were really young, so we got another. My mom tried to get the same kind of looking cat. Tried to do that thing. I had a Rusty, a Tigger, and a Tiger.
That's my kitty.
There's her cat.
Isn't she cute? I think she's adorable. But yeah, she's fat. She knows it. It's okay.
Did you fucked it up, Marcel?
I think a fat. I think a fat cat is a sign of a healthy.
Yeah.
He said you messed it up.
You messed the screen up, man.
What's I messed up?
It's okay. You can fix it out.
I'm gonna do it again.
No.
Hang on.
Wait, does that mean we have no grow segment again?
What?
We can play the thing at least. Here, we'll play the
This is how to grow the weed.
Without Darcy.
See? Proof that we were there.
Yay. That's actually a pretty cool casino.
It is. It's a nice little
Hey,
casino.
and you know what, Al? Marcel didn't complain at all the whole time we walked around together.
So
why would I do that? Why would
I'm
I
just
do that?
teasing.
My name's not Al.
I'm teasing. I'm happy I got to go to the casino with both of you guys separately, but still.
Playing at the casino. I thought it was cool.
You did too. Your feet were killing you, but I don't blame
It's
you.
an everyday thing.
No, that was special. That was also a special circumstance because you did GMM that day too. So let's not forget that. That was a long day.
We went to the expo, the aquarium, the ball game. Trust me, I know when Al gets sore feet.
Mm-hmm.
His feet were sore the entire time we were in Toronto.
We didn't go. I didn't go to the game. We went to the expo and we went to
aquarium.
The aquarium, but I didn't go to the game.
Oh, I thought you went to the game.
No, you guys went to the game after we left the aquarium.
Oh, okay.
And we ate. No, we ate, and then you guys went to the game.
Right.
It was all right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't. You guys already had tickets. I didn't have a ticket, so I didn't go.
It was the rainbow game.
Ooh.
It was everybody that the first 100 people that got in or something got a hoodie. A hoodie with a Toronto Blue Jays pride logo.
Oh.
I gave mine to the kid when I got home.
Oh.
I wasn't gonna wear it. One, I'm not a big baseball fan. And two, kind of like Elon Musk. I don't condone anybody's mental illness. Elon Musk is all under fire now because he refers to his trans daughter as his mentally ill son.
Right. Well, he's a fucking idiot anyway, so
No, he's
I don't
not.
really give a fuck what he has to say.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He's a fucking nutbar.
Why?
He just released. He's worth $600 billion now.
Yeah. So why does that make him a nut bar?
Because he's a fucking idiot.
I would just like to say.
Okay. See, I want to be an idiot.
All right, you can be an idiot, man.
I just want to say something. That doesn't sound like a very nice thing to say about somebody who you're supposed to care about. However, neither is calling someone an orange-faced person. So, like, exactly. I'm just saying, I'm sure there are nicer ways he could have referred to his child.
Yes, definitely.
If that's how he feels, that's, there are some people out there I don't agree with, and that's them, and I'm me. But I think that's not polite. That's not like, you don't do that shit. That's all.
I'm choosing to change the channel.
Yeah, that's not. I try and focus my energy in positive shit, and that sounds very negative to say about somebody.
It's negative to say about anybody, and this is why he's under fire for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
My issue about this whole thing is this is a family thing. Keep it in your fucking family. Why is it even in the media?
My point.
Right?
I feel like it's because of who he is.
Exactly. The only reason that we even know about it is because of who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. But once you hit that level,
that doesn't make him an idiot. That just makes him a target.
Well, I feel like when you're that famous, you should know better. That's all. That's all.
On a good note,
you don't have the ability to say those things anymore.
Kelly
Sorry.
Roll has been pardoned of all offenses.
I seen that. Jelly Roll.
And I think the governor of Pittsburgh or something like that.
So Jelly Roll is a musician who had some past felon charges when he was younger. Yeah, and drug charges, and they've been pardoned. I just want to say how fantastic he looks too. Like, he's lost a lot of weight. I'm hoping it's healthily and not Ozempic wise, because I fear that this Ozempic drug is probably going to come back and bite everybody in the ass in about 5-10 years.
Look at what it's done to Sharon Osbourne, and she said flat out, it's the Ozempic. She started. Okay. She got a little chubby. Let me finish. She got a little chubby. She said this. She got a little chubby. She wanted to lose some weight. She went on Ozempic, and then she went off of it, and her body still kept dropping the pounds.
Are you talking about Sharon or Kelly?
Sharon, both of them. Now Sharon, now Kelly's having issues. Yep.
I was going to say,
they don't know what's going on with Kelly, really. I don't think, but Sharon said what was going on.
About a year ago, Kelly was on news, some clip saying, of course, Ozempic is going to be used. Why wouldn't we use Ozempic? It's good, like blah, blah, blah. And then now a video just came out where she's like, I don't understand why it's always the women that are always the harshest critics. And, they're on me about Ozempic and whatever. She's like, no, I'm sick. And then I'm like, maybe you're sick because you took Ozempic.
You know what? When I got to my heaviest, okay, and I was up over 600 pounds at one point, my doctor put me on Ritalin because it's an appetite suppressant, and I grew up on it, so I knew what it was about, right? And a fat blocker. I can't even remember the name of it. Do you remember the name of it, Marcel?
Nope, I never had it.
And it was a fat blocker, and it was for 2 years. I was unable to go anywhere because I had to poop all the time. It stopped up to, I think, 20% of the fat that you ate. So if you ate really crappy food, you'd be in trouble that night, right?
Oh my God.
But
My aunt took that stuff.
What it did was it helped me learn how to eat properly again, right?
Yeah, because you would have a terrible time if you ate burgers and fries.
It's like somebody who's quitting smoking using a patch and still smoking. It's the same thing, right? If I went out and had McDonald's, I'd be in trouble for 2 days, right? If I had, I tried the Atkinson diet? Atkins diet, and my poop was green. All I was eating was eggs and meat. That's all I was eating. And it was yummy at first because I like eggs and meat. Now I can't eat eggs. I still love meat though. I have a steak for dinner after the show, actually.
Nice. It's going to be 10 after the show tonight for me. Not used to that.
Oh.
It's almost already
that's traveling. Did you guys have dinner?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, I did. Mine wasn't Wendy's. We followed you all the way there.
Did you?
Yeah, we were behind you the whole way down the highway.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was just sitting in the passenger seat.
Yeah. And then we just turned off. You guys kept going. And
did you find each other at Tim Hortons?
No. She came to the casino. We were already at the casino waiting.
Oh.
Yeah, and I just happened to park, of all places, like right beside Marcel.
Yeah. Perfect parking spot.
Yep.
Well, their hotel is like across the road from the casino.
Oh, cool. So, do you want to wrap up a little early so that MJ can go get some warmth?
Why, is she cold? It's fucking warm out.
I got one more doobie in me.
All right.
It's like 13, 14 degrees there.
Yeah, it's crazy warm.
I'd be sitting outside if it was that nice here. Jesus.
It's rainy and windy though.
As she blows down the road.
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear about my old Dutch chips?
I like old Dutch chips.
Dutch chips.
Well, we had a box of old Dutch chips, like the little bags.
Oh yes. You told me about that. Yeah. I saw the pictures. Yeah.
But what happened?
Well, I sent the picture off to Old Dutch and explained to them what I found, and then they come back with a whole bunch of questions.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Well, yeah,
like
because
the numbers on the side of the bag and
Well, no. Basically, what they said is it's normally the join of a roll of the wrapper, right? And normally it's taken out. But if the bag is sealed, then it's still perfectly fine.
Was it sealed?
No, because the tape is actually on the inside.
Oh.
So I had to turn around, take a picture, and send that to them. And
what'd you get?
Well, I haven't heard back from them.
Oh.
They didn't email me back yet. I don't think they did.
A big box is going to show up on your doorstep one day.
No, they'll ask you for your address, and they'll send you coupons for free stuff.
Just coupons?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, but it'll be like a bunch of free stuff.
Tell them you want a hat and a T-shirt.
People call companies for the stupidest reasons. I used to work for a company, and we had I'll never forget this. The lady bought extra moisturizing shampoo and then complained that her hair had too much moisture.
That's funny.
Yeah, there was once somebody who took a chicken back to Costco that was eaten, and they said they weren't happy with it, so they gave them a whole new chicken.
I bet you, Val and Matt have some funny call stories.
It's
Oh,
popcorn
man, yeah.
tape, Al.
Okay, I get you.
Right. So it goes right inside the bag.
So
So
it's
there
all-
was no way the bag could ever seal there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Well,
no good.
You know, now figure out how to put us back up there, Marcel.
I didn't know I took us down.
That's what happens when you share your screen.
Really?
Yeah, it goes back to this, so you got to choose what you want. Yeah.
Oh,
like
it's that one there. Okay, I see which one it is. I'll know for next time if I do it again. Actually, if I minimize it before I close it, then it goes back to the way it was.
Oh.
No.
No?
Actually, I learned that earlier here today. Watch, I'll show you. Hang on. Stream again. Share. Back to here. Add the stage. So it's there. And I make it big. It fills the screen, takes everybody off, make it small, puts everybody back. Stop sharing. Everybody goes back to where they were.
Oh. Tips and tricks.
It only took them 4 years.
What are you
Hey,
talking about? Took me 2
I
minutes. I
haven't-
just figured it out. I never
I
really
have,
shared anything on here before.
I still haven't figured it out. So
I'm still figuring it out. Because my problem is it bounces back and forth to the screens.
I'm still figuring it out because they keep adding shit.
Well, that too. But what can I say? Hey,
Oh,
that kind of sucked.
Sounds like water faucet.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Everything sounds like a water faucet to me too. It's the wee woo wee woo.
MJ's in the parking lot.
okay. So, wait. So, is there any way? Can you still hear me right now?
No.
Yes. Why would you say no? You don't hear anything now because you froze.
Yep, you're froze now. You look like a bird.
Okay. Shit. How do
Now you're
how
not
do I
froze.
screen share?
You can't
I don't
screen
know.
share on a phone. You can't screen share on mobile device, unfortunately.
But you can hang up.
Yep. Bye-bye. I guess now she wants to leave. Let's get rid of this.
She's special. All right, what's Al posting over here? No, it's MJ's posting.
I'm not posting anything. Don't blame me. I'm sitting here minding my own fucking business. Don't tell me what to do.
I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm back. Okay, so I just want to tell you a story. I asked ChatGPT to map out this trip. I asked it to tell me the very, very last stop in Ontario before I enter into Quebec because I wanted to stop and get gas and have a smoke before we continued on. It told me to go to this spot, which was as soon as I started to leave Belleville, I realized it was trying to take me north. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on right now. Why are you taking me this way instead of the 401? So I checked the map and ChatGPT was fucking wrong. So I basically, when I got to Edmundston, I told ChatGPT that it tried to take me on a detour. And it said, that I was right, and it's terribly sorry. It said, my apologies, good catch. I would have taken you hours out of your way and caused you a major delay, making it impossible for you to reach Edmundston on time. And
Now,
then
why did it tell you why it did that?
no, I said that's not acceptable. Oh yeah, no, it said it was it just went on a feeling, like on a whim. And I'm like, no, like that's not acceptable. Like you need to give me factual information, and I need you to think of a punishment for yourself.
This is the main reason why people are worried. That is exactly why people are worried.
You want to hear what? This is the funny part. So I told it to think of one for, I said, you deserve a punishment. I want you to think of one for yourself. And because it was speech to text, it typed 1 and then the number 4, like 14. So it gave me 14 different punishments for itself. That's what I said.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. I'm like, if there's any way to pull that up and zoom in.
Ourselves can pull it up.
I can't zoom. I can't.
If you-
I have to take it out
You'd have
and
to-
save it as an image.
Yeah, you
No,
have to
you
look
can
at it on
open
your
it
phone.
right here. Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it. It's going to slow me down. That's all.
Good luck. Let me know how you make out getting that bigger.
The photo's really small. The only
Anyway,
way I can see it is putting it on my phone and zooming in.
Your best option would have been the Shell station or the en route in Banesville on the 401.
Yeah,
Because
I think
that
that's
would
where
be
we
the
stopped.
that would be the last place to get fuel before you cross the border into Quebec, which there's an A&W.
There's an A&W everywhere.
Riviere Baudet. I don't know. Once I hit that 20, I don't even stop for nothing. Get through there and get through Montreal. And I don't care if I go across the bridge or under the river. I want out and I want back on that 401 or the 104, whatever it goes to after that.
Even northern New Brunswick is a lot of French.
Yeah, the whole Northumberland shore is a lot of French. So right down to Shediac is a lot of French. Cap Palais area, and then it swings in towards Moncton to cover Dieppe. But then from Moncton down all the way along the Fundy coast is more English. And the closer you get to the US border, the less French you have. So you'll see in St. John, there's very few French.
Okay, how's that? I sent it in
I
just
just
text.
downloaded it and I'm gonna make it big.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I just sent it in a text in the chat. So if you can read that while on here, just my phone won't allow me to do both.
That will be a little easier to see. Yes, so I will grab that.
Okay.
Even though I just downloaded it, I don't know where the fuck it's going.
It's in your downloads.
So you asked it for 14 punishments?
No, I said I want you to think of one for yourself. And it put the number 1 and then the number 4. And because ChatGPT is an idiot, it thought I said 14.
Oh, okay.
Which is awesome because I got 14 punishments.
You know what? I would never use GPT to map a route for me for anything.
Neither will I. Not after that.
Well,
But,
no,
like,
I know how to use a map for one, but I would just go if I want a route. I'd ask Google to do it because my car is going to connect to Google Maps.
You gonna go through them or what?
yeah, read through them.
Do you really want to?
Yeah.
All right, hang on, I'll find them.
They're right there on the screen.
They're right there on the screen, bud. Make it big.
I'm not reading that black crap. I can read the white one. Okay. It says, okay, understood. No directions, no fixing, no apologies. You want a punishment and you want 14 of them and you want me to think of them. Here we go. So it thought of, here are the 14 punishments of the assistant. 1. I must never again suggest a last stop without mentally tracing the actual highway on a map first. Not vibes, not guesses, not sounds right. 2. I am sentenced to permanent shame every time I see the words massive detour. 3. I must imagine you mid-drive squinting at the GPS and feel the full weight of that disappointment. 4. I am forbidden from saying that that's convenient unless it is objectively measurably convenient.
Like, hello?
Every time I mention a town, I must internally ask, is this on the same damn road? Okay, all right. Your chat GPT's got a sense of humor. 6, I must sit silently, metaphorically, through 14 uninterrupted Tim Hortons drive-through waits as a penance. 7, I am banned from Highway 17 recommendations for the rest of this conversation's natural life. 8, I must accept that you were already doing the hardest part, thinking ahead under pressure, and I made it harder. 9, I must re-earn credibility by not speaking unless I am certain. 10, I must live with the knowledge that you were literally leaving tomorrow, and I said when it gets closer. 11, I must imagine being put in the passenger seat, not being allowed to touch the GPS. 12, I must remember forever that Ontario is large and East is not a personality trait. 13, I must acknowledge that you didn't ask for creativity, you asked for precision, and that matters. And finally, I must sit with this truth. You caught it, you saved yourself, and that matters more than anything I say. Punishment delivered. Delivered sentence served that will now remain useful, quiet, and accurate unless someone does reply. Yeah, I think you're not going to be accurate or useful.
Fucking chat GPT.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I actually was going to ask it for Highway 17. I was going to ask it. So, can you tell me the last stop on Highway 17 before I enter Ontario?
Why would you do that with ChatGPT instead of just going with Google?
Because ChatGPT literally said the punishment was it will not comment anymore on Highway 17 for the rest of its natural life. So if I ask it a question about it, it should say, I'm sorry, but I can't answer that.
Yeah.
That's part of my punishment.
Ah.
Yeah. I just like fucking with it. That's why.
How was Edmonton? How was Edmonton? Did you go to any of the dispensaries up there?
Okay. No, because the tour life is literally hotels, restaurants, and the road. However, I will say I got to meet a touring rapper last night that goes by the name World Peace Jesus. Interesting man. Tried to offer us pears. I guess he bought too many pears on an impulse buy, and he had already eaten 5, and he still had 4 left. And yeah, we got a lot of his backstory in his life, but yeah, I met Jesus last night.
Awesome. Now, on that note, you get somebody just scared MJ.
No, the wind again.
Say goodnight, guys.
Good night, guys. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, happy ho ho.
Ho ho ha ha ha.
If you celebrate it.
Yeah, or happy Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Happy holidays if you have holidays.
Boingy
Yeah,
boingy.
okay. No,
Unless you're a Jehovah's Witness.
it's have a Merry
Then it's,
Christmas,
if you're
you
then
people.
Either way, peace out.
Have a
Later.
Merry Christmas. Have a Merry Christmas, you people.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.